And we should be open on TikTok. We should be open on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch. So I think we got everything ready to rock and roll, friends. Welcome in. Great to see everybody. A lot of people loaded up in the queue already. I see Silver Surfer and Eli. Ashera's with us. Mad Dog's in here. Great to see you, Ryan. Matt on TikTok. Good to see you, friend. Let me turn my phone volume off before I forget. Hopefully tonight we won't have the YouTube servers go down. We'll have to wait and see how that turns out. I don't think I've witnessed that before. Jay Steele, great to see you, my friend. Always good to have you here. Before I forget, shit, I gotta open. I gotta open up the guest boxes. Oops. Sorry about that, friends. There's always something that I forget. Always going to be something. Let me open up the guest box here, and then turn the audio on. There we go. All right, the guest box should be open and ready to rock and roll for YouTube. And then I'm going to open up the guest box here on TikTok. Very good. Okay, we got both guest boxes open. Now we got it. Welcome in, friends. Welcome in. All right, we already got a guest. We'll bring our first guest in just a second. Larry, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ subs. Big W, my friend. That's super, super generous. We also got Johanna with us early today. Thank you so much, Johanna, for sending out 5 DZ gifted memberships. That's super appreciated. I'm grateful that I've got such good supporters that are here every stream. And Silver Surfer, thank you for the $5 super thanks. Super appreciate that. And Dexter also sending out 5 DZ gifted memberships right off the rip. Thank you so much, Dexter. Great to see you, my friend. And Unashamed Apostate in early. Good to see you, Unashamed. Says, fire up the grill. It's time to cook. You know it is. You know it is. We'll see what Doug brings us tonight, but we should have fun. And Randy, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I cannot believe I spent so many years believing this religion. Experiencing how believers treat you when they stop believing demonstrates how shallow Christianity is. Yeah, it also demonstrates that this idea that the Holy Spirit is living inside of Christians and it's enabling them to live a life that is somehow different than ours. It's all bullshit. Holy Spirit's not doing nothing. All right, let's get our first guest in here.
Fucking faggot, take some dick in the ass, bitch ass nigga. I'll fuck your mother too in the butt.
Oh, look at the little baby crashing out. He's
I'll rape your mom, nigga, in the ass, nigga.
Get it all out of your system, little baby. I'll tuck you in later.
I'll fuck you.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
I'll fuck your mom, nigga.
This is the best they can do. This is all they got, friends. They don't have any logic or reasoning or arguments. Certainly don't have any evidence. You know they haven't actually read the book. This is the best they can actually. This is all they got. So, all right. Well, go ahead and show yourself to your bedroom. I'll come in and give you a couple lashes and tuck you in later when I'm done with your mom, and then we'll get you a nice little nap, maybe a binky. All right, off to a good start already. It's not completely unexpected. We see that at least once a live stream, it seems like. It's almost like they don't actually have anything going on. Anyways, Edward, thanks for the $5 super chat, friend. Edward says, remember to put the theus in marinade before cooking. Doug needs a pleasing aroma. Listen, you got to marinate the meat beforehand. That's critical. And Randy Wilson, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, on a rant tonight, why does God choose to communicate through ancient texts instead of just talking to us? So this is part of the divine hiddenness problem, right? If God really wants to make himself known, he could just do it. Like he doesn't have to go through all these convoluted methods that don't work. He could just do it the way that works for everybody. He chooses not to, apparently. Texas Panhandler, thank you so much for the 5 gifted D Construction Zone memberships. Big W, my friend. Memberships are the backbone of the community here, and it also gets you access to the deconstruction cheat sheet, which I just added some new content to the appendix of the cheat sheet. You're gonna love it. It's at the bottom of the appendix. You're going to dig it. Randy, thank you so much for the $30 super chat. Says, so God is all powerful and his strategy is to speak to us through dead languages that are copied over centuries by scribes who disagreed on doctrines and edited by whoever. That's it. That's exactly it. The all-knowing, all-powerful God chose literally dead languages, cultures that basically don't exist, to communicate the most important message ever at literally the worst time in history. They had no cell phones, no verification, no photographs. Nick, my friend, thank you so much for the $5 just because it's Friday. I appreciate that, Nick. Thank you for supporting. And Jake, my friend, great to see you in the live stream. Thank you for the $9.99. Says, if being called king makes you the Messiah, then Elvis fulfilled prophecy too. All hail the king, baby. And not only that, a lot of people claim to see him after his death. Hundreds of people have claimed to see Elvis after his death. That makes Elvis is clearly the Messiah. And Carlos, my friend, thank you for the 100 MX super thanks. Big W, my friend. I really appreciate that. And Beep Boop is with us, or Beep Boop says, starting with the crazies early. Much love, DZ. Well, much love to you. And you're right. We got the crazy right off the bat. Didn't have to wait for it. Randy, thank you so much for gifting out 10 DZ memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. That's super generous, and it really helps the channel. And also, Rock Hard for Doug is with us. Great to see you, my good friend. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. I super appreciate that. That's very kind and generous, not just to me, but for those who are going to be receiving the memberships. Let me grab our next guest in here. Logan, great to see you, Logan. Logan says, Biblical Apologetics claiming that she cooked you on your live and that you won't post a video. Well, there's no video to post. And she knows that because TikTok only saves videos for 30 days and we weren't streaming to YouTube yet. She was cooked. That's why she left. She ran from the live stream and she's been crying about it ever since. If she really thinks she can cook me, she's welcome to come back, lay down the same sad arguments for Isaiah 7, and I'll be glad to cook her again. K2F, welcome in.
Justin, I want to share something completely bonkers that just happened with a Christian. We were discussing slavery, and I bring up Exodus 21:7 about selling daughters into slavery. And I say, so there's a point in human history where you personally approve of selling daughters into slavery? And he says, well, should all the onus be on the father to give his daughter whatever she wishes? Like, he's putting that on the same level as, like, giving her a teddy bear or buying her a car.
Yeah. Asking for a ring is different than asking to be free.
Yeah. I just thought that was fun. That's all I have to say. Have a good day. Thank you for what you do. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you so much, K2. Yeah, the stuff that Christians will say, there's no end to how ridiculous the things are, because at the end of the day, like, they have to justify the nonsense, right? You only have one of two choices. You either justify the nonsense or you start deconstructing, right? There's not a lot of choices in there. How you doing, Benny?
Hey,
great to see you,
What's
friend.
up, my king? What's up, my king? Oh, my dog's going crazy. I just wanted to come up because Courtney, Miss Apologetics or whatever her name is, Biblical Apologetics. I know that's Courtney, isn't it? The one that says that she cooked you or whatever. Yeah, I remember when she came on.
She's been crying for a long time about it.
Yeah, this was before we started streaming to YouTube. We don't have the video, but I was there, and yeah, you definitely cooked.
She's welcome to come back anytime. I don't know what she's waiting for.
Seriously, come up, step up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think she's got a screw loose. She stalks Rabbi Tovia relentlessly. Like, she's obsessed with him. Like, she's got hatred in her heart.
I remember her saying, like, she was like, "Oh, I cook like Hasidic Jews all the time," or something like that, like rabbis all the time. And it was like, okay. And then you guys got into it. It was about King Ahaz is how she was pronouncing it. I remember that. And it was the prophecy and the line of David. from Isaiah,
Mhm.
I believe.
Yeah, Isaiah
Yep.
7, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we hear it all the time on this live. Like literally, like every day. She didn't do nothing.
No,
Didn't do nothing, Courtney.
said the same old nonsense everyone else says.
Yep. Sit down, woman. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, I'm gonna head out.
Benny, my friend, great to see you, buddy.
All right, bye.
Cheers, friend. Benny is a dope friend of mine. Guys, drop Benny a follow. All right, we've got two people that are in the guest box on YouTube that have been waiting for just a little bit. Let me grab our guest. It looks like Leo is first in. How you doing, Leo?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, not too much. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How's your show going?
Good so far. Leo, are you?
Yeah, I'm not your typical Christian or anything, but
right.
I do believe in a higher power.
Fair enough. So I assume you're at least 18, right?
Oh, I'm 40.
Okay. And you do believe in the Christian God?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
But I don't.
So you're just
believe.
a generic theist?
I'm a pantheist.
Pantheist. Okay. And let me ask you a question then right off the bat. If God disappeared tonight at midnight, let's say midnight, God just decided I'm not going to exist anymore. What would be the difference at 12:01?
That nothing would exist.
Okay, so there's no difference between God and everything?
Yeah, God is nature. God is the universe. God is the physical laws. God is the substance which all things are made from. Yeah.
Why would you add that complication into it? Like when I look at this pen, or this is actually a marker. Sorry, it's kind of greenish. Let me grab something that's not green screened. When I look at this cap, okay, and I say this looks like a cap, what would compel me to add God to the description of this cap?
Well, why are you here?
Why wouldn't
Let me
I
ask
be
you a
here?
question. What makes the planets move the way they do? What
Physics.
influences your emotions the way they do?
It's inevitably causal.
Is that intelligent or not?
What you're saying isn't, no.
Physics is not intelligent?
No.
So the way the planets move doesn't require any intelligence to comprehend.
No.
There's no mathematical formulas that define that to an absolute standard, which is immaculate.
Math is an invented language. We invented it.
That's kind of debatable.
Then prove me wrong.
I mean, everything works on math. The equations of physics, the laws of physics that you so much love, I mean, they depend on math.
They literally don't depend on math. Math is describing the world. They don't depend on math. They're not following laws of math.
Well, if you want to understand them, then you have to understand the math.
I do. I went to school. I got an engineering degree. I took a little bit of math. Math is something we invented. It's not prescriptive.
Well, it's like saying Columbus discovered America. I mean, it was already here before him. There were plenty of people here before him. He didn't really discover anything.
America's a physical landmass. Math
and
is something that was invented.
approaches.
Like you can't discover English. You invent English. It's a language.
Yeah, definitely language is invented. Yeah.
Just like math. Math is invented. We discovered that there are principles that when you use them appropriately describe the world around us.
Through symbols, yes. Like a number 4 is not 4 itself. It's just a symbol that represents 4. I mean, it's the same thing with God. I mean,
4 doesn't
you
exist,
can say
though.
the physical laws. You can say there's substance. You can feel it. You can
4
touch it,
doesn't
you can
exist.
taste it. It does.
No, it doesn't.
If I have 4 of something, that is 4.
No, the thing,
If I write
the thing
number
itself
4,
exists. The 4 things you're holding in your hand exist.
Do they exist?
The number 4 does not exist.
Sure it does.
No, it doesn't.
How does it not exist? You know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. How does it not exist?
No. You're thinking that ideas are things and they're not. So the idea of what 4 is an abstract concept that we invented. There's no metaphysical 4 in the universe.
Well, metaphysics has nothing to do with numbers.
You're
I mean,
describing
everything in the
numbers
universe.
as a metaphysical reality. And I'm telling you
Okay,
that they don't have a metaphysical reality. There's no transcendental 4 that exists in the universe.
I'm not talking about transcendentals or metaphysics, sir.
You
I'm
literally
talking
are.
about.
I think you should. I think you should like use a dictionary during these debates because I'm not using complicated words.
Let me put one thing forward to you. It can everything be reduced and expressed by numbers, such as binary, zeros and ones. Can
Well,
everything be expressed by those numbers,
well,
0 and 1?
Well, numbers are not always binary.
Exactly, but I'm taking it to the simplest level. You can use base 10. You can
I
use
think you're
hexadecimal.
confusing your terms. No, you can't reduce all numbers to binaries.
I don't think I'm the one confused. I think you're having
Those are
trouble
literally
understanding
the words that came out of your mouth.
That's
You
fine.
cannot reduce all things to binaries.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
You can represent all things through numbers. You can
Numbers
represent
are not binaries, Leo. Pay attention. You said the word binaries. Binaries
Right.
is a 1 and a 0. All numbers can't be reduced to a binary value.
Yes, they can.
They certainly cannot.
They're equivalent.
They're not.
Yes.
No, they're not.
What is a byte? A byte is 8 bits, which is 8 zeros or ones, and that can represent a value from 0 to 255.
It cannot be reduced to a binary. You can use binary addition to represent larger numbers, but you cannot reduce large numbers into a single binary.
No, I didn't say that.
That's literally what you said. Okay, Leo, I think you're very confused on how words work.
I think you're more confused than I am.
I'm not confused at all.
I'm saying a string of zeros and ones can represent any value in any base whatsoever.
A string of ones and zeros is not a binary.
I'm talking about base 2, not a single 0 or 1.
You said a binary.
I'm not saying you can make a number true.
A single binary. Maybe you don't speak clearly. Maybe you struggle to understand that when you speak, I'm listening intently and I'm hearing the words that you're saying, not the thing that you're thinking in your head. Maybe if you have something in your head, it should leave your mouth appropriately because I can't read your mind. I can only read I can only tell what you're speaking to me. So if you say a binary number, a binary, you're talking about a 0 or a 1. That's it. So no, all numbers can't be reduced to a binary.
No, a binary number can be anything. It can be infinitely huge almost, just short of.
You can use binary digits to represent anything.
Right, if you have 32 bits, that's 4.3 billion values.
Yeah, you're not hearing me. You can use binary bits to represent anything as long as you're willing to step through a certain number of layers of abstraction. That's meaningless. That doesn't mean that there's a 4 in the universe.
Of course there's a 4 in the universe.
There is certainly not.
Wow. I mean, I guess you're just not looking hard enough.
Show it to me. Put it on the screen. Show me a 4.
Well, look at your hand.
No.
And look at your pinky, your ring finger, your middle finger, and your pointer finger. That's 4.
Those are fingers.
Yeah, you got 4 fingers.
No. 4 is a description of the number of fingers. It's a description. Numbers are descriptions. They're abstract concepts that we made up, Leo. We made them up. They don't exist. Before humans existed, 4s didn't exist.
How did you make them up when they were here before you?
No. Humans made up numbers.
How?
The same way we made up words.
Well, words are, I mean...
Do you not know that the number 4 is a word?
The number 4 can be a word, yes.
It certainly is a word, and we made it up, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
There are abstractions. But there's that true idea that reducible, that's what I'm talking about. You reduce something to its substance.
There's no substance of the number 4.
Sure there is.
Then what's
you have 4 fingers. You can feel that. You can
Wrong.
count them.
That's an abstract concept. I know this is difficult for you, but it's not difficult for anyone else here.
Well, I mean, all right. No, it's not a difficult concept. I mean, you want to insist that something that is real is not real.
Wrong again. You're saying that something exists that clearly doesn't exist, and you're incredulous that I don't agree with you. That's what's happening.
Well, math exists.
The number 4, all math is a human invention. We invented it.
No, I'm pretty sure math existed before us, because
Prove it.
math defines things in the universe that take place regardless of whether we exist or not.
But that's not math.
Like the motions of the planets
Motion's not math.
exist according to math.
Motion
where we
isn't math.
discovered that. We didn't really invent it. We didn't make
We
this shit
did.
up, and we didn't
We sure
pull it out of our
did.
ass.
Yep.
We observed it, and we put abstract symbols to that.
Yeah,
The
and those
quantification-
abstract symbols are the math.
Quantification.
We invented the math. These are abstract
saying science
concepts that
doesn't exist?
we invented to describe the physical world around us. We invented it. There's no 4 floating in outer space.
I mean, there's 4 of plenty of things. I mean, what numbers exist all around us? I mean, you have science, which tells us there are
Saying you have
quantities.
4 of something is a human description of physical things. 4
that
fingers
assumes only
is a
these numbers.
human invention. We invented the idea that this is 1, 2, 3, and 4. We invented that. We invented numbers.
Some systems without a 0. I mean, you got Roman numerals. There's no 0 there.
It doesn't
They
matter
got animals.
what language you're using. It doesn't matter if you're using Roman numerals. Doesn't matter if you're in base 10. Doesn't matter if you're using the sexagesimal system. Numbers are inventions of humans.
No, they're a fundamental physical property
it.
of the universe.
Prove it.
Because they're. I mean, look around you.
I'm looking
mean-
around me, and I've never seen.
You don't have eyes
I've never
to see.
seen.
I
I've
can't
never
see
seen an
for you.
invisible 4 floating around in my bedroom.
You've never seen 4 of an object. You've never seen 4
it's
fingers.
an object.
seen 4
My
tires on a
fingers.
car.
My fingers are not fundamental universal objects. You keep.
So how many
you keep
tires does a
making-
car have?
You keep making a category error. 4 of a physical
No.
object is not a fundamental reality of the universe. It's a way of describing multiple things that are in the physical world.
How many cars or how many tires does a car have?
Listen, you can change fingers to cars. You could change it to anything you want to. The argument is going to be the same no matter what thing you point to. You could point to people. You can point to pop cans. You can point to cars. My answer is the same every time. Pointing to physical objects and numbering them is not the same thing as saying that numbers exist transcendentally.
I'm not talking about transcendental.
That's what that word means. When you say something
Transcendental
exists
means-
transcendentally, you're
can't
talking about
describe
a non-physical existence. It transcends all characteristics of the known physical
No,
world.
I'm talking about a physical thing.
Yeah, physical
A very
things
physical
exist.
thing.
Yeah, and we invented numbers to count them.
The numbers were already there.
No, they were not.
There's certain
Leo,
symbols to them.
you can state your
are
conclusion as
exactly-
many times as you want, and it's still not going to be an argument. Stating your conclusion is not an argument for your conclusion.
That is not the conclusion. That's the way. I mean,
That's not the way.
without
Your conclusion is that numbers.
quantification-
Your conclusion is that numbers exist before humans. You haven't provided one argument for why that is the case. You just keep reasserting that that is the case. What's the argument? Give me premise 1 of the argument that numbers existed before humans.
Of course, they existed before humans.
Prove
I mean,
it.
how many ancestors
Prove
do
it.
you have
Leo.
that reproduced that
Leo,
weren't humans?
Leo, prove it.
It's a huge number,
Prove it.
and those numbers existed before humans.
They weren't numbers.
And in our neuroscience, the beats, musical rhythm, predates language. So the ancestors that were before us, that led to us through evolution, knew beats. They knew rhythms. They knew counting. They knew timings.
They did not.
They did that.
So we'll try this one more time.
Well,
Numbers.
that's an argument from ignorance.
Numbers are not things.
Wow.
Okay.
No, numbers are not
So
things.
again, you
They're
can point.
quantities.
You can point to ancestors. You can point to cars. You can point to anything, and just counting those things will never mean that numbers existed before those things, or that numbers exist outside of
What about
the
a zero,
known
Alan?
abstract world of human language. So Leo,
That sounds
I'll
like
ask you
poisoning the well.
for the last time, do you have an argument for why numbers are not an abstract concept of the brain and that they do actually exist outside of humans?
I think we're talking past each other. The symbolism, is an
I
abstraction.
I think you're
But
struggling
there
to
is a
understand
truth
how English
to
words
which
work.
that abstraction represents. There is a truth, a basic truth, a fundamental truth, which that abstraction represents.
Leo, that is a claim. I want the evidence to demonstrate that claim to be true. Leo,
I told you, you got 4 fingers. There's 4 tires on a car.
these are physical fucking objects, idiot. They're physical
You can count that as how many
objects.
leaves are on a tree.
Okay, listen,
You're telling me there's not a specific number.
Leo, you're too fucking stupid, and I'm way too early in this live stream to have this conversation. You're not going to get it. Your brain is dead, and I'm not going to spend the next 6 hours yelling at somebody. So I'm just going to cut you and hopefully get at least a 5-year-old on here that can understand how basic words work. Okay, starting off strong. Acme Hero, my friend, great to hear from you. He says, cook my dinner. I like mine well done. Well, listen, I think the first guest basically cooked himself. And Chip, thank you for the super chat, friend. He says, God's starting off with his top tier tonight as usual. It's sad to say, but like this is really, they don't have much better, to be honest. It's not like they can do better. If they could do better, they would. And Bill says, evening, Justin. Join Discord today. Good times. Billy, thank you so much for joining Discord. I think you're going to dig it. A lot of good people in there. And Crystal, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, relatively new viewer. Been watching for about a month and going through all the older videos. I've learned so much. Thanks. Well, Crystal, thank you for going through the catalog. Thank you for supporting the stream as well. I super appreciate that, Crystal. I love it when we hear from new viewers. And Minty says, wow, what a start already. Don't they really think this do they really think this convinces anyone that their religion is all loving? Mindy, you know it doesn't actually. These people, the ones that come up and do what the first guest does, they're not trying to convince anybody. They just want to feel tough. Like they want to feel really good inside, and they think that's one way to do it. Second best Bob, I'd love to know who the first best Bob is. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I only found your channel last week. I'm subscribed now. Well, thank you, my friend, second best Bob. I appreciate you subscribing, friend. And also Spencer, thank you for the super chat. Says, could you pick 10 worst commandments to make a list for us? Not the first 10, just 10. I'll pass them out to Christian. So they're on the cheat sheet already, actually. On the worst bits tab of the cheat sheet, you'll find at least 10 horrific instances where God commands things. And Marcus, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, if binary explains everything, what would the need for quantum computing be? Also, how does binary code prove God's existence? This guy is just talking in nonsensical circles. He was bordering like the quantum woo type talk. You ever get the people up here using quantum woo? He's in the same vein of thinking as the quantum woo idiots. They don't know how words actually work. They just want to use words that think serves their weird God purpose. Chance, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, I majored in math. Neptune does not have to consult Kepler's third law to stay on its orbit. Kepler's third law, however, does have to consult with Neptune's orbit for it to be true. Mathematics absolutely does not exist. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. And as somebody who, I didn't get a degree in math, but I had to do some math for my degree, I agree. The math changes. Like when we learn that a math formula doesn't work, we change the math because math is a language to describe things. Reverend Danger says, Leo, does 4 still exist if the fingers don't? He'll you know what he'll reframe it. Well, 4 cars, 4 people, whatever. There's always something, right? He's just going to keep picking physical objects. Jason, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Great to see you. Says, can't stay long, but just saying hello to my brothers and sisters and Doug and Justin. You have some reading homework tomorrow. Cheers. Well, thank you so much, Jason. I super appreciate it. And I already did some reading today, and I updated for anyone who wasn't here just a minute ago. I did update the deconstruction cheat sheet. So check out the appendix tab on the deconstruction cheat sheet, and you'll find some new goodies up in there. I think you guys are gonna really enjoy that. Johanna says that last guy was disgusting. Who says stuff like that? That's the first guy at this point. But you're right. Disgusting Christians say that kind of stuff. That's the type of people who say that. And L. Treviso, sorry if I mispronounced that, said, called my credit card company, told them all my payments will be spiritual. We'll keep you updated. I was thinking, Travis, if I could pay my taxes spiritually this year. We'll have to wait and see. The tax man is out, but I'm praying to Doug about it. And Kurt means short and brief. That's true, actually. Thank you for the gifting out 5 DZ memberships. I really appreciate that, Kurt. That's actually a really good tag. I like that name. And Beep Boop says, gotta go to the math station to fill up my car with math. Be right back. That's good. That's good. I appreciate that. And Mindforge, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, when theists treat logic as transcendental, I can tell they haven't done formal logic class. Logic just refers to the principles of correct reasoning. I agree. Actually, that's all it is. It's a language that we invented to describe the world around us, just like numbers, just like math. And it doesn't actually hold true in all cases. Quantum physics has proven that the laws of logic break down on the quantum level. And Dade, my friend, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, excuse me, but this caller and his complete inability to grasp the concept that numbers don't exist objectively is laughable. And I don't make a lot of objective claims, but Dade, I'm with you. I think that is as close to an objective claim as you can get. Until someone can demonstrate that math exists transcendentally and not as an invented language, I'm sticking to it. And Newsy says there are 4 lights. Praise Doug. It must be a product of Doug, obviously. Numbers are they radiate from Doug's nature. That's how they came here. And Dustin says, guest said the math isn't mathing. Well, listen, I will bet you that guest never did any math. And Tucson says, please make this stop. I did. I had enough of it. I'm sure you guys had enough of it. We're not going to have any more of that nonsense. And Joanna says, the basic fact is 4 is only 4 in English language. Yeah, that's it. And the concept itself is a mental abstraction. And Jimmy says, they asked, should we really say he rose from the dead? A, why not? And that's how the saga began. Actually, thank you for the super chat, Jimmy. My favorite tale of how Jesus became the Messiah is The Life of Brian. I love that movie. It's so good. And Johanna says, Leo is obviously unilingual. He doesn't speak the language of math. No way he knows any math. We know he doesn't know math. Date coming in again, my friend. Great to see you. It says, constantly reasserting your obvious incredulity with regards to metaphysical concepts doesn't demonstrate the truth of your assertion. This guy needs Doug in his life. He does need the rock hard goodness, something you could actually put your feet on, not some invisible sky daddy. And I agree with you, Doug. Just repeating your claim, repeating your assertion doesn't support the assertion. And Ken Best, I'm with you. Thank you for the $27.99. Leo the Lying. That's a good one. We got a lying Leo in here. That's going to stick. We're going to do that forever. We're going to say lying Leo next time we get. I don't want to imitate Ian's name calling, although it is amazing. But I think we can adopt lying Leo. And last one from Sonus. Great to see you, my friend from Argentina. He says, you should wear a Doug apron for the cooking. Praise Doug. Cheers from Argentina. Well, listen, I really appreciate the super chat, my friend. That's generous. And I was just talking to somebody recently. I'm going to get a Doug cooking apron in the gift shop. We're making this happen. It's coming up soon. So look for it. It is coming, and we're gonna make things happen. Okay. So big W for the suggestion. I forget who suggested that, but I love it. It's a great idea. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We've got, it looks like in this order, it's going to be demonstrably true and then will. That, if I remember correctly, that's the order that came in. It's hard to keep track of who came in when. How you doing, demonstrably true?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it sounds like your mic is cranked so high up that it's catching some background noise.
Let me try moving it. Is that better?
Maybe. I don't think moving it's the problem. I think your gain is cranked to 11.
I don't know how to change it on this app. Let me see if I can change it in the setting.
Do you have a hardware setting?
I do. Let me just
Yeah, just turn the hardware gain down, and I'll turn the software gain up.
Okay. One second. Is that better?
Good enough. I mean,
okay. Well, I'm sorry.
We'll work through it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. But what is it? Is it just too booming? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it's too booming. It's just picking up background noise.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn my fan
It just sounds fuzzy. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm sorry. So yeah, I've called in. I've been a Christian quite a while. I used to look into a lot of stuff to do with like the disagreement between skeptics and Christians. This was many years ago, and recently YouTube's been popping up stuff on my algorithm, and I came across your channel. And I happened to see a few of your videos, so I thought I'd call in because there's a few things that you've said that I disagree with.
Sure, I'm sure I'm wrong on it. So, you're a Christian. What would be your best argument or evidence that Christianity is true?
Well, before we get to my arguments, evidence, could I just tell you some of the things you've said which I disagree with, and see if you would have a rebuttal to that?
You're welcome to.
Okay, so one of the things you said, let me see, I wrote some notes down here. Okay, so a caller called in, and you asked him what arguments he had, and he said he wanted to make a cumulative case. And you said to him that one argument is better than many mediocre arguments. Do you still hold that position? Okay.
Yeah, I still hold that. Yeah, if you have 10 dog shit arguments for why something is true, just stacking them together doesn't make it a good argument.
See, I would disagree with that, and I'll show you why. You could run this through an algorithm. At the time, you didn't call them bad, you called them mediocre arguments, but you know how a deductive syllogism works. You have the premises that lead to a conclusion, and if the form of the argument is valid, the conclusion by logical necessity follows, and the premises therefore need to be weighed for how likely they are to be true. So if you have two premises, say premise 1 and premise 2, and they're both, let's say 50% being true.
Let me just speed this up here. If I gave you 10 illogical premise-based arguments for why my beard is actually purple and not reddish brown, and none of them were actually true, sound, or valid, if I just make more of them, would that make my beard purple?
Well, here's the thing. If the form of the arguments are valid, and let's say the premises only have like a 5% chance of being correct, that would still raise it up.
What's the percentage chance that my beard is actually purple?
Depending on how many arguments you give and the percentage you would assign to the premises to get to that.
Yeah, I disagree. That's not how probability works. So, in order to prove that my beard is actually purple, you need one good proof and argument that is the case, not 10 bad ones. So, listen, I'm not going to waste my stream on this nonsense talking point. What's your next one?
Well, I could prove it to you, actually. I have a screen here where I can actually write it out.
Demonstrably, nobody cares about probabilities and this nonsense arguments. We care about whether or not God's true. You're never going to convince me or the audience that a bunch of bad arguments makes one good argument. Just move on.
Well, okay. I would have to disagree with it then. Okay, another claim you made is that you believe that there can be an infinite past. I think you're incorrect about that.
Listen, I have this argument at least once every live stream. Usually goes on for about an hour, and every single time, and I've had it even with a guy with a PhD, every single time it ends with you not being able to demonstrate why that's a false thing to believe in. You can't show me a reason why that's not the case. How much time do you want to spend on it, knowing that everyone else before you couldn't do it?
Well, I actually saw the debate you had with the man with the PhD, and I thought you didn't do a very good job, and
no.
I think I can.
You must be living in a different world then.
Okay, well, may I present my reasons?
Yeah, present your case for why you can't have an infinite pass.
Well, first of all, I don't think actual infinites are possible.
How many numbers are there?
What, abstractly in our head?
Yeah.
Well, as many as you can count, but if you only live 60 years, you're not going to have more than that.
No, how many numbers could I count to if I'm not going to die?
Well, if you're not going to die, you could count endlessly, but
Okay, so
that's not.
the
Hang on.
only limiting factor is how long I'm alive for.
Okay, but that's called a potential.
So the only
infinite.
limiting factor is how long I'm alive for.
Yes, what I'm trying to say
Okay,
is that's
so
not actual.
if I count until one day before I'm dead, and then somebody takes up where I'm at, and they count until one day before they're dead, and then somebody takes up the count from there one day prior to their birth, to their death, theoretically they could just count forever.
Yes, but an actual infinite never actualizes because it's always potentially infinite.
Prove that it can't be the case. So, because if your argument is you haven't witnessed one, guess what? You just nullified your argument for God because you never witnessed God.
Well, I can prove that abstractly. Your argument on numbers is false. For example, if you take a ruler, I could abstractly divide the distance in that ruler infinitely, right? Or if I take a clock and the hand between the number 1 and 2, I could abstractly divide it infinitely. Yeah, the hand will move from 1 to 2, and I could draw a line across the ruler. So obviously, it's not infinite in space or infinite in time. You get to an indivisible point in actual concrete reality.
Actually, let me make sure we understand. You said you could or could not divide the space on the ruler in an infinite number of times.
Abstractly, by abstract mathematics, I could say this ruler I could divide the space infinitely. I could divide the space infinitely through abstract mathematics between the 1 and the 2 on the clock infinitely. Yet,
there you go.
hand will move from 1 to 2, and when I draw a line on a ruler, I will get to the end. I couldn't do that if it was actually infinite.
But because you're making a category error. So the minute you pick a spot on the ruler, you're negating the idea of an infinite. An infinite is not a point that exists in space.
No, what I'm saying is I can draw a line across a ruler, even though abstractly I could divide infinitely the space. But what I'm saying is, then concretely, then you get to an indivisible thing that can't be divided. That's why, because if it was
because it's a category error. You can't divide infinity. I agree. It's a category error. Just the same reason why you can't divide by 0.
Okay.
See, every argument against infinities always results in a category error. Every single one. Again, I've had this identical conversation 100 fucking times. Why do you think you're going to be the special one that finally changes my mind? Why do you think you're going to be the one that finally brings the proof?
Okay. Well, because I think you made some of the claims that are wrong, but so you're using an abstract mathematics to say, does this abstract mathematics go on infinitely? First of all, my point is actual infinites can never actualize because
why not?
The actually infinite, because
why can't they?
All it means is something that's finite that never ends. So for it to actualize, it means it never ends.
No, that's a category error.
No, because it's always potential.
You're making a category error. Something that's finite can't be infinite.
I know. But
again, every argument you make is a category error. How much time do you want to waste on this?
But infinite means something that's
how much time do you want to waste on this? You're never gonna win.
Well, that's because you're not really. You're coming from a position to attack what I'm saying rather than try to understand what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm demonstrating why it doesn't work because you're committing a category error every single time. The minute you take a physical spot, a finite point in the infinity, you've now made a category error. Infinity doesn't have a finite starting point. It doesn't have a finite starting point. It is infinite. So anytime you mention something that's finite, along the infinity, you've now mentioned something within infinity.
Okay, I sort of see where I think you're getting confused, right? So
I'm not confused, you are.
Let's apply it to time, right? So the reason you can't have an infinite past is because time moves forward. And imagine it like this.
No,
right?
That's wrong. Time is a property. Time is a property of the universe.
Well,
time doesn't move, and quantum physics disagrees. Quantum physics has actually been able to do reverse time. So
okay, well, let me give you an analogy, and you tell me where my analogy doesn't match what I'm trying to say. So each event happens, and we have a memory of our past. We don't have a memory of the future. Because the future is something that's not actualized yet, but the past is something that's actualized. So we have these past events. Now imagine a box and events come out of this box. This box is called the future, right? And as these events come out, they stack backwards, right? And that's why we remember what's behind us. We don't remember what's in front of us. And that box could potentially go on endlessly. It could, but it never actualizes. There's no actual infinite. Just 1 second, my wife's calling me. I'll just be 1 second.
I'll never
Sorry,
understand why Phil Bros want to waste an hour on this conversation.
Oh, okay then. Okay, so we'll go to something else then. So the other thing I didn't agree with that I saw you doing is when you...
Here's the deal. No one really cares about your complaints. Just lay down the argument for God.
Okay, you want an argument for God. Well, the reason I believe in God, but may I ask you before I do this, are you making the claim that God doesn't exist or is less likely to exist than exist? Or are you just saying you're 50-50?
My claim is your God doesn't exist. Who's your God?
Well, I'm a Christian, so I believe...
Okay, so my claim is that the Christian God doesn't exist.
Okay, and are you claiming it's 100% certain he doesn't exist, or do you give him like 5% chance of existing?
0% chance.
Okay, what would be your argument for that?
Because it's a logical contradiction, and because the book that purports to be 100% true that comes from the God is full of things that are demonstrably untrue.
Okay, but the book could be completely false, yet the position true. Now, let's look at
if the book was completely false, how would you demonstrate that the Christian God is real?
You could know him just by direct experience.
Oh, so direct revelation. So if I had direct revelation from a spirit, because I'm a Buddhist, say I get direct revelation from the spirit world that the Christian God is false, does that mean the Christian God is false?
It doesn't mean it, but it means you've got a justified reason to believe it.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so direct revelation is never going to be a winning argument because every religion's got that.
Yeah, but that's... You do understand that we know everything through non-inferential means, and then from that we build inferential arguments. You do recognize that.
I recognize that there's no good argument for the Christian God being real, which is why you want to do philosophy and you want to avoid the Bible.
Well, I don't mind if you think it's at 50-50, then neither of us have a burden of proof. If neither of us making the claim, if I'm not making the claim he's more likely true than false, and if you're not making the claim he's more likely false than true, then we're both in the agnostic position.
No, I'm not agnostic.
Okay, I know. So you're making the claim, so you have a burden of proof. Can you?
No, my claim is that your specific God isn't real. My God is real.
Okay, I believe what you're saying. Can you give me deductive syllogism to show me 100% certainty it doesn't exist, and I'll look through the premises.
Yeah, we can just go through like a really easy argument that I know you're familiar with, and I know deep down in your heart you think you have an answer for it, but I know you don't. So let's go to the problem of natural evil. So obviously you believe in the triomni God, don't you?
I believe he's more likely a trinity, yeah.
No, triomni.
I'm not sure about the term.
So referring to having the attributes of the three different omnis, so omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient?
Yeah, and it depends. See, I would take him as what philosophers call the maximally great being. So not, so he would be maximally powerful, maximally benevolent, that sort of thing.
Okay, so he's not the omni God.
He's omni because sometimes people say infinitely powerful, and I think they're using the word infinitely incorrect.
Does he know all things?
I believe he knows all things that are able to be known.
Okay, what's not able to be known?
Any proposition that doesn't have a truth value.
So he doesn't know if something's false?
Well, if the proposition has no truth value, he can't know it. No one can know it.
Well, he knows it's false.
Well, no, because false is a truth value. So a proposition can.
Does he know what you're thinking?
I believe he knows my thoughts. Yes.
Does he know the future?
Well, that's debated. If some people who hold to truth maker theory believe the future.
I'm asking what you believe. Do you believe God knows the future?
The future. Yes.
Okay, so you do believe in a God that does know all knowable things.
Yes, he knows, and I believe the future is a knowable thing.
Okay, and you agree with the Bible when it says in 1 John that God knows all things?
Well, I take the Bible to make some hyperbolic statements sometimes, but as far as that, I would say he'd be saying it in whatever means he believes it. But the way I believe it is everything that's knowable, he knows.
Well, it doesn't say everything that's knowable. It just says God knows all things.
Yeah, but he doesn't know, for example, there's a unicorn on Mars, because that's not a true proposition or false. It's not a proposition that has any...
No one's asking if God believes false things.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you keep making category errors. I don't know why you guys do this.
No, I'm not. Because
so no one's asking you if God believes things that are not true.
Yes, he believes everything. He knows everything that's true.
Okay, so God knows all things.
Yeah.
Fair
in a
enough.
sense.
Okay. Now, so if God is all-knowing, do you believe that he can do all things, assuming all things are just the things that are logically possible?
Yeah, anything that's logically possible within his nature.
Logically possible. His nature is irrelevant.
Well, I don't think it's irrelevant, but I think his nature is the grounding of all reality.
Yeah, you'd
But
have to demonstrate that God existed before you demonstrated that everything is dependent on his nature. And again, you're going to muddy the waters. You're going to do your Philbro pettifogging on when we address his nature. But so for lack of clarity, we're going to say that God does in fact know all things, and he can in fact do all things that are possible.
correct.
Okay. And then you do also believe that God is all good, I would imagine, meaning he only does the thing that is best.
Yeah, he does what's for the greatest good. He does what's for the greatest good.
Fantastic. Okay. So does that entail then that the world that we live in is obviously the best world he could have created?
So you're going to use modal logic. I would say it's one of the best possible worlds, yes.
No, is it the best or is it one of the best?
Well, you won't want me to muddy it, so I'll just say the best.
Okay, so God couldn't have created a better world.
Well, I think he could have, but he wouldn't.
Would an all good God not do the best
world,
thing? It didn't take very long, did it?
No, I thought you. Sorry, I was reading a text. I thought you meant a different world. No, he could. If I say he's creating the best possible world, then he can't create a better world. Maybe one that's equally as good in a different sense, but no, it'd be the best. Sorry, I was actually reading a text while you were speaking to me.
Okay, so the world that we live in is the best possible world.
Yes, we'll say that.
Okay. Can an all good God then create the best possible world with unnecessary suffering?
So you're looking at gratuitous suffering. I believe that since we have suffering, and if I believe he's created the best possible world, that all the suffering, either in a direct or indirect sense, creates a greater good. So he couldn't.
Sure. Okay. So then natural disasters are required. They're necessary.
No. So if we look at gratuitous evil, there's two possibilities. Either every specific act of evil...
Is this a yes or no?
Oh, well, rephrase your question so I can hear it.
Were natural disasters necessary?
Well, I have a distinction between directly or indirectly, but I'll just say yes, and we'll maybe fall back on that later.
Okay, so what are they necessary for?
Well, they're a necessary part of the world to achieve this greater good.
So God couldn't do it without the natural disasters?
No, he couldn't do it without creating the world the way it is.
So
and
then he's not all powerful?
The disasters are a runoff from that.
What's prohibiting God from creating the world without natural disasters?
So I believe the Lord created the world in harmony and unity, and there's been a fall, and what you're seeing are effects. Those effects could be implemented in many ways. What we're seeing it in the realm in which we live, we see it as natural disasters, natural evil. If we lived in a very different reality, it'd be different. But the fact is, there are consequences for things. That is, you can't have the fall and the sin and then no consequences. If there is an actual ontological effect of a cause and a fall, you have to have the effects of that. So what you'd be basically asking me is more root.
Listen, the more words you say right now, the worse it's going to look when you finish. So it's up to you.
Well, I've studied this quite in detail. I don't think it is, but go on then, crack on.
Okay. So the fall of Adam and Eve was inevitable?
Not inevitable, but
okay.
It happened.
Were the consequences inevitable?
The consequences from sinning, the offshoot, are inevitable from the cause.
So yes. God didn't decide what the consequences were?
He has steering room, but the way he created it, no, he could even create the world in a different way, then there'll be different.
So God's not all powerful?
He's all powerful, but if he made it more than one state and it fell,
who tied his hands behind his back and said that these have to be the consequences when sin happens?
Okay, so you're saying we could have a world with evil that are, but a different type of evil from the consequences.
I didn't say that at all. What I'm saying is that the consequences that resulted from the fall were God's decisions. He wasn't required to make those decisions. Like when Adam and Eve fell, he could have did everything the same. He could have done every single thing the same, and then just decided not to do natural disasters. He could have done that, right?
Well, I believe his presence departed from the earth, and that's why we're seeing the disharmony and disunity in the earth. He created man.
But did he create the earth to behave a particular way, or did he not know what earth was going to do?
Yeah, he created the earth to behave a particular way in this analogy. If Audi creates a car,
is God omnipresent?
And I crash it, and now it behaves differently. That crash is why it behaves differently.
No. God's the ultimate engineer. Like, he knew ahead of time that the car was going to crash. He could have made the car completely uncrashable. He chose to make it crashable. He could have made the earth in a way that after Adam and Eve sinned, it didn't have natural disasters. He has that power, doesn't he?
Well, I don't believe he could create a world that doesn't have consequences. How those?
I didn't say anything about consequences. Try to focus.
Okay,
I'm talking about natural disasters. I'm talking about a specific thing. Could he make the world after the fall without natural disasters?
Well, the way he's made the world, no. If he'd made it in a different way, yes, but then there would have been a different type of evil.
I agree. Okay, so God could have made the world without natural disasters, right?
Yes, but he couldn't make the world. Let me finish because you will jump in. He couldn't make the world that doesn't have some type of evil after the fall. How that evil comes about, who cares? Because the ontological consequence of it has to take effect.
So
it's not possible.
So God doesn't have any control over the earth.
Well, what you're saying is...
So I want you to actually pay attention to what you're saying. You're trying to obfuscate the responsibility of God in what he did with the earth. You're saying, well, the earth is just, golly gee, it's just responding to people's decisions. The earth isn't sentient. The earth isn't responding to anything. The earth is doing what God tells it to do. God controls the wind. God controls the rain. God controls the floods. He controls all of it. He controls the weather.
Well, I believe that had man not fallen, they would, because a natural disaster is only bad because humans are present. If it happens under the sea or something and it doesn't affect any of us, it's not a bad thing. Now, had there not been a fall, had there been no disharmony and disunity between man and God, and had we been living in harmony, there wouldn't be the issue of it. It's because there's a disunity and disharmony that now certain events...
No one's asking why you think they're here. We're asking whether or not they're necessary. And so far, we've determined that they're not necessary.
Well, they're necessary from the fact
just a decision. It's a decision that God made.
Yeah, but the consequences of a disharmony and disunity are evil.
But that doesn't mean natural disasters. Like if my son grows up and says, Dad, I don't want anything to do with you, I'm not required to then send a tornado on his house. So the introduction of sin has nothing to do with God creating natural disasters. It's just a decision that he made.
Okay, but you're thinking of natural disasters in the fact that God's controlling them specifically and directly. I'm thinking of them in the sense of God set something into motion, and that car has now had an accident. Let me go back to the analogy.
Does God have control over what happens? If he knows the accident is going to happen and he's all-knowing, then that means he knew Adam and Eve was going to sin, which means he could have created the world in a way in which once Adam and Eve sinned, there wouldn't be natural disasters. They would have consequences that were just specific to humanity. There's no need for natural disasters.
No, but they would have had whatever the evils manifest as. You'd still be complaining in that other world of a different.
No, we're talking about natural disasters. Don't run away from it.
But I'm failing to see how one implementation of an evil is worse than another evil. If we implement it in a different way.
I'm sorry. Did Hitler killing 6 million Jews? Is that one implementation of evil that golly gee we should look past now?
Well, that you changed categories because you said you wanted to talk about natural evils. Now you're talking about moral.
No, I'm demonstrating the silliness of your statement. You're saying, well, because God did this one bad thing, we should just throw God out the window. That's not how this works.
Because God did one bad thing, we should throw this out the window. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I'm pointing out something that is inconsistent with your God. And you're saying, no, don't look at this problem. Look at another problem.
No, I'm not saying don't look at this problem, look at another problem. You did that when you changed the Hitler analogy. You actually
you did that. My Hitler analogy was addressing your pivot.
No, because we were talking about natural evils.
I
What
know,
I'm saying
and
is-
then you said if there weren't natural evils, you would complain about something else, and then you started to whine about why I was picking on this one particular problem. So I'm picking on this
okay.
one particular problem because it shows a contradiction in your worldview. That's why I'm using it.
Well, natural evils of a separate type, I meant.
They're not.
Because what I'm saying is that God created man and the planet for a harmony and a unity,
Yes.
where the evils wouldn't harm the people.
This
that
always
everybody
goes.
would live
This
in.
goes over and over again. Okay, so we're back at the beginning of the circle. So if God created the planet in a way that it could be in harmony with mankind, then He could have created the planet that after mankind sinned, it didn't produce natural disasters. Could He have done that?
See, this is where that's the part where I disagree. I believe He could have created the planet in a way, maybe that the evils, the necessary evils that came were implemented differently, but they would have been manifest in a separate way that would have still been equally an evil. Like
So God has to do evil no matter what, though. So if mankind makes one sin, God has to indiscriminately murder 100,000 people a year. He has to do it.
Well, I don't believe God's directly doing that. I believe
No,
there's
he is
consequences.
directly doing it. He creates natural disasters.
Okay, so are you taking the position then that the movement of the wind, everything is directly controlled by God? Or are you taking the position that God set up something in motion and He permits it to carry on, maybe occasionally intervening, but
No,
for the most part,
He
letting
causes
go its
it
course?
to carry on. So the God created the world knowing it would have natural disasters. And then once he realized there's going to be natural disasters, he said, okay, well, I guess we'll have natural disasters. Listen, I'm a machine designer by trade, okay? If I design a machine where, like, listen, if somebody accidentally starts my machine wrong, it's going to blow up and kill 4,000 people. If I put that machine into practice, I'm a bad machine designer, right? Because especially if I knew it. If I knew that was going to be the case, I'm a bad machine designer. So if God creates a world that He knows humans are going to sin, and He says, well, once human sins, we're going to create natural disasters and indiscriminately kill millions of people. He's a bad planet designer. He's not all good. He's not all powerful or all loving.
Well, I think the natural consequence of sin is death. And the fact is...
Who created that? Who created the consequence?
I believe that death is the consequence.
Who decided the consequence?
Well, I believe it's ontologically necessary.
No. Who? It's a who. Who decided all consequences?
Well, I don't believe anyone decided them. I just believe they're necessary by the nature.
So God has no control? God can't decide to forgive people?
I believe He can forgive people, but
what
even He
a weak ass punk. God has no control. If somebody sins, He has to murder them. There's no way around it. No way around it.
You're coming across a bit intellectually dishonest.
I'm not. I'm trying to help you to understand how the stuff that you're saying sounds good when you talk to your philosophy buddies. It sounds stupid when you talk to real people. When you talk to real people and you say, well, God didn't have a choice. God had to do something. You're creating another fault in your worldview. You're saying God's not all powerful.
No, that's not happening at all. Because what I'm saying is that first of all, let's go back to when you say, can God control everything? No, God can't make Himself...
No, can God control what He does?
He can control His actions, yeah.
Can He control the consequences?
No.
So God can't... So when God punishes you, He has no control over the punishment.
Yeah, He might have a control over the punishment, but He can't control that. If He punishes me, I don't get punished. So I like it.
If God has control over the punishment, then He could have made the punishment everything without the natural disasters. He could have said, listen, you're going to have to work. Labor is going to be very difficult for you. You're going to sweat, by the sweat of your brow. You're not going to have free food all the time. But He didn't have to do the natural disasters. It's literally just a decision that He made.
Well, I believe the natural disasters are the consequence of a planet falling out of disharmony and disunity.
But they're not.
God and man connection.
But they're not. God decided to curse it. God cursed it. Genesis 3.
Yes, God cursed the land.
Okay, so it's not an ontological necessity. It's something God did.
Yeah, but that cursing wasn't natural disasters. But we'll apply it to natural disasters. The fact is, if you take that to mean that God directly did that, and I can understand why you can interpret it that way, then we'll go on that. But the way I take it is that God he by his cursing, he removed his presence, and the cursing is a result.
Then
of
he's
that.
not he's not omnipotent. He's not omnipresent. Then
Well,
see, this is
you used
I
to be a
love
Christian.
this.
No, you say something.
I
No,
love the merry-go-round that Phil Bros get on. Every time we go to another spot in the merry-go-round, you debunk another one of the omni properties of God. You make it way too easy.
Well, no, do you know what I've noticed you do? You'll ask a rhetorical question, and then before you get my answer, you'll pretend you've got the conclusion. I'll tell you how we'll demonstrate this.
Is God omnipresent?
Well, we'll demonstrate this.
Is God omnipresent?
Write your premises down, and let's see if
is God omnipresent?
Yes, he's omnipresent, but he manifests.
Then he's everywhere.
Okay, but you do recognize there's a difference in manifestation of presence, don't you?
No, you can't manifest your presence if you're omnipresent. You can manifest in other ways. Like you can manifest as a human being. You can manifest as a burning bush. You can manifest, as a floating axe head if you want to, according to some stories. But your presence is still everywhere.
Yes. Well, that's just a claim, but I would say this. I would say when we believe God is omnipresent, it's because we believe God sustains all reality.
So he's not everywhere.
His actual spirit, his actual tangible spirit where you can experience him and relate.
So God's got a tangible spirit?
Well, I believe tangibly, incorporeally, it's not material, but tangibly.
Do you know what tangible means?
Yeah, well, I know technically. I'm using it more colloquially. Here's the thing. It's pretty easy to prove your case. I've got my screen open.
I know it's really easy to prove my case. I know.
Okay, no. Rather than jumping around in circles, this is so easy.
But you're the one going. You're the one going in circles, not me. So my premise is very simple. You cannot be omnibenevolent and all-knowing and all-powerful and cause unnecessary suffering. Natural disasters are unnecessary. By your own words, God didn't have to do that. He didn't have to create the world with the natural disasters. He chose the world with natural disasters, which means he created unnecessary suffering.
Okay, well, I can even steel man this argument for you. I've got it written out. So can you see my screen? It's blank.
Well, no, I can't see your screen.
Conclusion. Okay. Well, I thought I said I shared it. Okay.
I don't know if you know this. We're not in a philosophy classroom. Nobody cares about philosophy here. The deeper you dig into philosophy speak, the dumber you look here. You don't look smart here.
A deductive syllogism will clear up the air, and
it certainly won't.
Circles. Yeah, because it's a direct path to a conclusion. And
your deductive syllogism's only going to reinforce the nonsense that you've already said so far, which is incoherent.
Okay. Well, let's demonstrate that then. Premise 1 will say, if God is omniscient, he would know how to stop all evil. Premise 2.
Nope, that's not my question. I've never once said that God I've never once made the argument that God should stop all evil. I'm talking about one very specific thing that he doesn't need to stop. He created it. He designed it. So again, you're addressing something I'm not talking about.
Well, then you give your premises then, because I honestly cannot see how you're getting from that to a conclusion.
It's not hard. An all-powerful, all-loving.
Let me write this down. Is this premise 1?
An all-powerful, all-loving being does not create unnecessary suffering.
Does not create unnecessary suffering.
Because part of being all good requires that you always do the best possible thing.
Okay, an all-powerful, all-loving being does not create unnecessary suffering. Okay, that's a claim. So what's premise 2?
Premise number 2 is that natural disasters are unnecessary.
Natural disasters are unnecessary suffering.
Premise 3 is that God is the cause of natural disasters.
Okay, premise 3, God causes natural disasters.
Conclusion, God causes unnecessary suffering, which means you've got to abandon one of the omni properties of God. Either he didn't know about it, or he has no control over it, or he's just not all good.
God causes unnecessary suffering. Okay, and that's obviously, unnecessary suffering is normally just termed gratuitous suffering. Okay, so let me look at this. All powerful, all loving being does not. Okay, so premise 2, natural disasters are unnecessary suffering. Okay, Okay, so let's look at unnecessary suffering, right? So I believe we can have necessary evils for a greater good. Okay, so for example, if a doctor cuts off a man's leg, that's an evil. But if he cuts it off to stop gangrene killing him, that's a necessary evil for a greater good.
Right, but
So
let me give you a better example, because I'm not talking about necessary suffering. I'm talking about unnecessary suffering. So if the same doctor who comes in to take care of your gangrene, if he walks in and pokes you in the eyeball and then he performs the surgery, he's not 100% good, is he?
No, you're right. So,
because the poke in the eyeball is not necessary. Okay, I'm saying that the natural disasters are not necessary.
Okay, yes, I knew we were going to go, so I just want to finish my thought. So you accept, though, that there can be necessary evils for a greater good. You accept that, but you're saying in this case, this is not the case, okay?
I've never said that necessary suffering couldn't exist. Certainly, there are cases where suffering is necessary.
Okay, so you do agree. I'm just going down through the principles. You agree with the principle that there are necessary evils for a greater good. But your argument is that natural evils are not necessary evils for a greater good. So that's what your argument is, right?
What I'm saying is that natural disasters aren't necessary.
Okay, yes, I understand. My position is, when God, because you were using modal logic earlier, that obviously gratuitous evil, right, can, in some cases, so some people will argue, yes, every act of evil has to have a direct relation to some greater good, right? I don't take that position. I take the position that there can be acts of gratuitous evil that are necessary, but the world itself ultimately comes to a greater good. Then had he picked a world where every act of evil was not gratuitous, right? So the evil, what can make evil very evil, is the fact that sometimes not all of it is necessary. But the fact is,
I'm waiting for you to tie this into why natural disasters are necessary.
Well, evils from the fall are necessary. I believe natural disasters are just one implementation of that.
But are they necessary?
They're a necessary consequence of a planet the way God designed it, and then the fall.
So, yes, they're a consequence of the way God designed it.
Yes.
Could God have designed it to not have the natural disasters?
Well, had he designed the planet differently, there would have been a different type of evil. And
that's not answering my question. It's a yes or no. Could God have designed the planet so that it did not have natural disasters?
Perhaps, but then there would have been a different type of evil that's equivalent to the natural disaster.
Why?
Because however he designed the planet, once that planet had a crash...
That's still his decision.
Yes, but what you're saying is there could have been a planet that wouldn't have brought about a different type of evil that's less evil than the evil we've got here, but you don't have any evidence for that.
But no. You're the one making the positive claim that if natural disasters wouldn't exist, God would have to invent another evil. Well, he would have to invent another method of making people suffer gratuitously. Not only does that not help your argument, it makes God sound even worse. Now you're making God sound like an evil, vindictive bully that is required to fulfill like an unnecessary suffering quota.
Well, you're making a positive claim when you say it is the case. If I say it's not the case, yours is equally a positive claim. You're the one who said you could disprove Christianity 100%.
No. So follow me so far. If God could not create the planet, right, without the natural disasters, then he's just not all powerful. You got to you have to get rid of one of the omni properties.
Well, let me ask you this thing. Are you saying he could have created a planet that there would be no consequences for the evil, for the fall? That there wouldn't be any consequences had there been a fall? So first of all, he could. But second of all, that's not my claim. My claim is that there will never be consequences. That is not my claim. My claim is that the consequences he chose were unnecessary. The same reason if my son goes to school and punches somebody in the nose, I could ground him. I could make him go and apologize, or I could punch him in the nose. One of those three consequences is unnecessary. Which one is it? Yeah, but I understand what you're saying.
Answer the question. Which one of those three is unnecessary?
Well, yeah, but you're
answer the question. Which one of those three is unnecessary?
I can't remember the actual options you gave me.
It's obviously the one that causes unnecessary suffering towards my son. If my son does something and I punish him, I'm choosing the consequence. I have control over the consequences. I don't have to make my son suffer in that particular way. Whatever I do to my son as a punishment is my decision. God's not required to have a punishment threshold once Adam and Eve sins.
Yeah, but you're implying, though, because your original argument from the beginning is, has God made the best possible world? Okay, so let's start from the beginning. And I said,
yeah,
yes.
I'd run away with from the actual argument too.
Yeah. So you said, has he made the best possible world? And I said, yes, I'll agree to that. Now what you're stating is, I know this is not the best possible world. I'm stating this, which is a big claim, because I don't think you're in an epistemic position to know if this is the best possible world or not, that if the evils that God's either directly given or permitted would result in a greater possible good or not. I don't think you know. And I don't think any human's in an epistemic position. I don't think you can get more than 50-50 on this one. If I make the claim it's untrue.
Disagree entirely. Listen, you're doing everything but laying down an argument against my argument. You're doing everything but addressing what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that an omnipotent deity could make the world in such a way that it does not have natural disasters and doesn't have an additional quota of evil to meet the same requirement of natural disasters. God doesn't have to do that, does he?
Okay, what you're saying is I'm in an epistemic place to know that
Nope. I'm asking you a logical question. I'm asking you a logical question, not a knowledge question. It's a logical question because all powerful beings aren't required to do anything. That's why this is an omni paradox. Because the minute you say God has to do something, you're admitting that he's not omnipotent. And we go round and round on the omni paradox carousel. Are we on point? Which omni are we at now? Which one? I think we've gone through the omni paradox 5 times.
Well, I don't think you've proven your argument premise is more than 50-50 at all. So I don't know how you got.
Listen, nobody's doing a Bayesian analysis here. This is not a percentage we're doing here. Well, I'm showing you that your worldview entails logical inconsistency. Your worldview entails a contradiction, which means you now have to go back and fix that contradiction. There's a couple ways you can fix the contradiction. You can get rid of one of the omni properties of God, or you can say that maybe God doesn't know something, or like the way he knows things is that he's finding out in real time. Like there's a couple ways to fix it, but you have to fix it one way or another.
No, because when I wrote out the Steelman argument, which you didn't give me, I actually list out that God's omniscient, omnibenevolent, and omnipotent. And then I show.
Then he can't create natural disasters.
Well, how? Like, so if we have the position of a necessary evil for greater good, how do you know?
He'll never get it.
How do you know natural disasters are not necessary evil for greater good?
It's an irrelevant question because because it has nothing to do with whether or not I know that natural disasters can be used to create good. The question is whether or not God could accomplish the good without the natural disasters. Can God accomplish the good that he wants to accomplish without natural disasters?
Well, I don't think either.
It's a yes or no question. Can he accomplish the good that he wants to accomplish without the natural disasters?
Well, if we believe this is the best possible world.
It's a yes or no question. Can God, then he's not all powerful.
Yes, he is, because all powerful means... Okay, then so your argument is this.
Listen, just stop talking. You've cooked yourself so many times. I'm tired of going on the omni paradox carousel. You're boring. The entire audience is bored of this conversation. We're not going to do this 500 more times, okay? You've already demonstrated that the omni God is completely illogical and you're just being obtuse and you don't want to admit it. So I'm going to move on to an actual adult, okay? God is absolutely not sending his best. He's just not doing it. He's not doing it tonight. I was hoping for somebody good to talk to. We can't get it. Derek, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says injecting God to the number 4 is like an IV. Yeah, pretty much, actually. That's a really good joke. I don't know if anyone caught the joke that he did here. He's using Roman numerals in the joke to equal 4. Sorry, I didn't mean to spell it out for you, but that's a good one, Derek. I appreciate that. And Cameron, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I love mathematics and math exercises, and I felt genuinely offended that guests' comments about the beauty of mathematical language. Thank you for being so patient. I don't know if I'm being patient tonight. These guests are on a next level. I can't handle. Maybe I'm just frustrated by the level of stupidity. I got to take some deep breaths, clear my aura. Adele says, Justin, I'd like to buy a four, please. Oh, let me get it for you, Adele. This is a handout of four for you. That's actually a fabulous question that demonstrates the nonsense of his position. Marcus says, I'm planning on joining the Bible study soon. I don't remember what channel it's on to join. Well, the Bible study I think you're referring to is the one I'm doing with Leaving Faith, and it's just her and I in the Bible study. But it's on Leaving Faith page. We're in Genesis right now. We're about halfway through it. So join up on Leaving Faith page, and you can follow along with us. Marcus, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, is there any way you can cover the prophecy where Jesus told the people around him they would be there when he returned? I just had a conversation where the claim was he said that before the resurrection. Oh, that's bullshit. That's specifically referring to Matthew 16, 27 and 28. And typically they don't go to the resurrection. They go to the very next chapter where it talks about Jesus being transfigured. Let me put it up real quick. But in Matthew 16, Jesus talks to his disciples and he says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. Sorry, that text is probably too small for you. There we go. In the glory of his Father. Now my scroll's like scrolling 10 lines at once. And then he will repay everybody for what's been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And they'll say nonsensical things. Well, it was Jesus' second coming. But that's bullshit, because it says there are some standing here who will not taste death, which means there are some who will taste death. Some of them will die before Jesus' second coming, and his disciples certainly didn't die. You could say, well, it's referring to the transfiguration in the next chapter. Well, that's only 6 days later. His disciples didn't die in those next 6 days. So again, that interpretation can't work. But I think the best interpretation, just all you have to do is read the rest of the Bible. He says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he'll repay everybody for what's been done. What does that sound like to you? It's identical to Matthew 25. It's identical to what Jesus says he's going to do when he comes to judge the nations. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, so on and so forth. Matthew 16 is about Jesus' second coming. If you can't see that, then you're living in a different planet, or you just haven't read the book. Typically, it's kind of a combination of both, actually. But good question. And Cameron says, thought onion was the best thing to go with the steak. And little did I know, it's grilled Christians. You're the Gordon Ramsay of deconstruction. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that. And I think the grill's fired up at this point. We're on high. And I am the cheese. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, have you ever read the Chumash, Rashi's commentary? I haven't actually read all of Rashi's commentary. I just read it in bits and pieces. Your arguments against all the messianic verses in Tanakh show up in Rashi's commentary, exactly how you put it. Yeah, here's the thing. I haven't read much of the Jewish commentators. I read it as I'm going through individual passages, but here's what I know. I studied the Old Testament in Bible college and seminary specifically. And I studied the ancient Near East. So it only makes sense that the Jewish commentators are reading the book the same way I'm reading the book, because I'm reading it through an ancient Near Eastern lens, through the manners and customs and beliefs of the ancient Jewish people. But yeah, I haven't found too many instances where Rashi and I don't agree. I'm sure there are some though. Funk's sent out 5 DZ memberships. Big W, Funk. I super appreciate that. And Rico, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $40 super chat. Says, I'm a pure atheist. Never been in any God, never believed in any God, and never will. I've never read one word of the Bible or any text. I am the atheist king. I can do anything. Another 10 if you get the reference. Love you, bro. I don't actually get the reference. I apologize. I super appreciate you being here, and I super appreciate you being on the right side of reality, and also for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that, friend. But I apologize. I don't know the reference. You guys may or may not be surprised by this, but I'm rather disconnected from pop culture. And Chip says, why couldn't God have just looked at Adam and Eve, thought for a moment and said, I love you and forgive you. Carry on and let's do better. He could have. He literally could have. He could have done that. If he couldn't have done that, then you're on the omni paradox, and you're admitting that God couldn't do something, and therefore he's not all powerful. So the omni paradox, when I get these people, it just goes round and round and round. And every time they put a Band-Aid on it, I show them how another facet of the omni properties gets debunked. Every time they put a Band-Aid on the omni paradox, let's fix the omniscience paradox. Okay, well, he's not omnipotent. Let's fix the omnipotence paradox. Okay, well, then he's not omniscient. Like, there's no Band-Aid for it, guys. And the cheese coming in again, thank you for the $20 super chat, Fred. He says, the punishments for the fall is so arbitrary. Humans get death, disease, and natural disasters. Satan gets to rule the earth as domain. Isn't that the craziest fucking thing? Control of the entire underworld and free reign to mess with humans. Sounds like a promotion. The punishments that were given to Adam and Eve are arbitrary at best, at absolute best. And Hamburglar, good to see you, Seth. Looking good, buddy. He says, I once had a 3-wheel golf cart, which occasionally became a 2-wheel golf cart when the front wheel fell off. That's exactly what's happening with the omniscience paradox. They keep trying to take their 3-wheel golf cart and make it drivable on 2 wheels, and it's never going to work. Roman says number 4 is pink and smells like chocolate. That's 100%. That's how you can identify a 4 in the wild, friends. And Brad says, I was laughing the whole time with this guy. Big L to Leo, LOL. By the way, new sub for me. Well, thank you, Brad. I appreciate the sub, and I appreciate the super chat. Big W, my friend. And Danger says, can you highlight how Bible supports every stage of abuse? I mean, I can. It'll take a little bit of time to do it. But I mean, Leviticus 25, Exodus 21 supports owning and beating slaves. Deuteronomy 25, Deuteronomy 22 supports the subjugation of women. I mean, we can go on and on. Hell itself is the most horrific doctrine ever invented. God is a complete barbarian that's okay with slaughtering innocent children like the babies in Egypt, or 70,000 people for King David's sin in 2 Samuel 24. Cheap Snack says, ever since I have found your channel, I have been as happy as a rock badger chewing on his cud. Oh shit, I hope that doesn't mean that your happy doesn't exist, because we know rock badgers don't chew cud. But thank you for the 616. Hail Nero, my friend. And Shishi coming in, thank you for the super chat, says, congratulations, full time. Glad you'll entertain us even more. That's the goal. I'm spending my summer time trying to finish the damn book, and then in the fall, I'm cranking it up to a bunch of extra hours streaming. Deep Burrito says, Tamba, his arms wide. I don't know what that means. Who's Tamba, friends? Shit. I again, so many references to like pop culture and whatnot. I have no idea what they are. I apologize. My pop culture cred is not good. Fox says, been rocking hard for Doug in Wales tonight. Listen, get stoned for Doug, friends. He's rock hard for you. Make sure you're never flaccid for him. And Hamath coming in, good to see you, my friend, says, are there any theories about Proto-Semitic religion? Like, what were the original beliefs of the Semitic and Afro-Asiatic people? So kind of. Most people point to the beliefs of the Ugaritic people. So if you look at the Ugaritic pantheon, you might look at the writings of like John Day or Mark S. Smith. They talk about this. You can look up a book on archive.org, like Yahweh and the gods and goddesses of ancient Canaan, I think is the name of the book. You can look at multiple books by Mark S. Smith on the Proto-Israelite religion. Jonathan Tubb, a professor out west somewhere, I forget where he teaches at, wrote a book on the Canaanites, and he touches on their religious belief as well. So those are some sources you can definitely check out. And Rock Hard says, the only aroma better to Doug and Sharon than Casey barbecue is your cooking, Justin. Let's go. Well, thank you, Rock Hard, and we're off to a pretty hot start tonight. John the Baptist says 4 fingers, 4 tires, 4 skins. Praise Doug. I realize now that there is a transcendental 4. It's the only number that's transcendental because it's got to be the foreskin of Jesus that's floating, just the rings around Saturn, if I remember correctly. And Mindforge Manacles says infinity is mathematics, just means a set with a part that's equal in size to the whole. Infinity is coherent. Cantor established this 150 years ago. I agree. And even like popular theistic philosophers like William Lane Craig said that infinities they're not impossible. This is just the case that, it's hard to see them or it's hard to demonstrate them. And Date says demonstrably true is a demonstrable dunce. Yeah. He thought he was going to Phil bro his way to a good argument. He wasn't going to do it, though. Tasha says, my Jamaican side is appreciating Justin's no-nonsense spicy side coming through. Scotch bonnet peppers would go well with this. Oh, I 1,000,000% agree. I would love to see some Scotch bonnet peppers on the grill. Thank you for the super chat, Tasha. And Eli's with us. Good to see Eli. Says, my doctor told me I needed to eat healthier and consume more minerals. So I might as well pray to Doug for some carrots. And keep up the good work, Justin. Eli, keep up the good work with the puns. Those were some slamming puns. I really appreciate that, my friend. All right, I got more super chats, but I'm going to get the next guest in here because I don't want to bog our conversation down with super chats. We've got Christian Stories coming in from TikTok. How you doing, Christian Stories?
Good.
Christian Stories. We talked recently, didn't we?
Yeah.
What did we talk about last time?
I completely destroyed you. I completely spiritually decapitated you. You got destroyed.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Happens all the time.
Yeah.
So, what's your new argument tonight? What's your argument that's going to prove your God is real?
I already did it last time, but I do want to argue, but you were never a Christian.
You're not a Christian right now.
How do you know that?
Prove it.
I believe in Jesus.
That doesn't make you a Christian. You don't believe in Jesus.
Okay. Well, you were never a Christian because you left the faith.
You're not a Christian right now.
It's not about me. You were never a Christian.
No, it is about you. I just made it about you. You're not a Christian right now.
So do you concede that you were never truly saved?
Oh, according to your faith, I was. According to Hebrews chapter 4. See, I get this a lot because you guys haven't read your Bible. The Bible doesn't actually say that once you're a Christian, you can never lose your faith. In fact,
John 6:39 actually.
It doesn't say that at all, dummy.
He will lose none given to him. He will raise them up. He will lose none the Father gives him.
The disciples.
He will lose none the Father gives him.
Okay,
he will raise them up on the last day.
Then Hebrews 6:4 is a contradiction.
Were you given to the Father?
Then
the
Hebrews
Father give you to Jesus?
Then Hebrews 6:4 is a contradiction. I'll read it for you. It says, it is impossible to restore again to repentance those who have once been enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have shared in the Holy Spirit. Hold on.
Thank you. No, that's good.
We need to get 5 in here. We need to get 5 in here. And have tasted the good word of God. Oh, no, we need it all the way through 6. I grabbed 6 in here.
So you just got destroyed. There you go.
Not even close. So it says, it is impossible to restore again to...
John 6:39.
It is impossible to restore again to repentance those who have once been enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have shared in the Holy Spirit.
My point.
Have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the age to come, and then have fallen away.
Thank you.
Since they are crucifying again the Son of God to their own harm and are holding him up to contempt. It actually contradicts your point because
let me explain.
Because Hebrews 6:4 is suggesting that there are people who can participate in the heavenly gift and have the Holy Spirit and be in
it doesn't say that.
And taste the good word of God and the powers of the age to come, and then fall away. So falling away is what happens when you have all those things and then you lose all those things. So that's what
it says taste.
That's what that means. So
stay sealed.
So when you fall away, that means you had something and now you're
running.
And now you no longer have anything. That's what that means. So
demons are
falling away. This is what happened last time you came up. You just came up and crashed out and we didn't actually have a conversation. I actually remember now. Last time you came up, I actually wanted to keep you on topic and you wouldn't stay on topic. And then I ended up just booting you because you can't talk because you're actually not an honest interlocutor. You're just a jackass that doesn't actually know how to have a conversation.
Keep crying. Get ready for eternal torment.
That's the same thing he did last time. He just issued a bunch of threats. Okay, well, we'll move on to an actual adult. God is really not capable of sending good people tonight. He has not been able to send anybody with a coherent message whatsoever. Terry says the Bible is true. It says so in the Bible. Lamau, listen, that's basically the argument that they're giving. That's the level of argument that they've got. And Canbest says, Phil bros, I know they actually are the worst. They're the absolute worst. I would talk to literally just about anybody before I talk to a Phil bro, but they keep thinking they're going to come up and do something. Thank you so much, Bertram, for the superstar or whatever that was. That was amazing. I appreciate that, friend. And also, Mike says pettifogging, keeping this in my tool bag. It's a good one. Pettifogging is a great word. It doesn't get used nearly enough, but that's exactly what Phil bros do. Although that last Phil bro didn't do as much of it. Joanna says, I don't understand how believing that God is always watching you and knows everything you're thinking is somehow comforting. I see it as a major invasion of my privacy. Joanna, I'm with you, actually. That's not a good thing. The Bible paints it like it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's just not. All right, we're going to get Caesar in here. How you doing, Caesar?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, nice to meet you, man. I've been listening. Very interesting, very interesting.
Caesar, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes. Well, I'm recent to actually studying. I have been studying to be a Christian.
So you're not a Christian yet?
I'm here because I have found great value, so I would call myself a Christian.
So you are a Christian?
I would call myself a Christian.
So you're not studying to be a Christian, you're studying as a Christian?
Yeah, it seems to me as what I've read that it's kind of like a lifelong journey. Yeah.
Unless you abandon it. Okay, so what would be the best argument or evidence for Christianity being real?
Okay, I think that in order to make the point clear, we would have to kind of like understand each other a little better. I have a few questions.
No, I think you should just answer my question.
Do you? Yeah. Do you subscribe yourself to
I'm sorry,
the Big Bang?
Is this an answer? Oh, you're asking real questions.
Yeah.
I have no reason to believe that the Big Bang didn't happen.
Okay, and it's a pretty good scientific theory. It is solid. There are several ones because that one is still, it doesn't have enough proof in order to be considered a law.
What do you think a law is?
Where there's enough scientific proof to have consensus.
That's not what a law is.
Then you can define it if you'd like.
The scientific law is describing something that is basically a constant, right? Like gravity is a constant.
Yeah, it's something that has enough evidence that we accept it.
No, that's not what a law is. Nope.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, you can call it a law, but
it's called a scientific theory. So
what do you think the word theory means?
It means there is not enough evidence to submit it, and there are
not even close. Do you think electrical theory is false?
I mean,
do you think electricity is wrong? We don't know that it exists.
No, it depends on how you define it.
What do you think? Do you think electricity is real?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so the fact that we call it electrical theory has nothing to do with whether or not it's true.
Recently, through I believe I don't know if you've heard of this.
Actually, pay attention to my question. Does calling electrical theory make it not true?
Yes. You're correct. Okay. So there has recently been some scientific exploration in. Have you heard about it? The theory that we are in a simulation.
The hypothesis, you mean?
It's been there's evidence that has been found inside of what the mathematics is calling and some of what CERN is doing to suggest that there could be,
prove it,
a different point. No, it's still not proven. Like there's not enough evidence.
You haven't even listed the evidence. You just said there's evidence. What's the evidence?
Well, the evidence is in the mathematical exploration and the experiments that have been made by CERN, where they've been able to reverse gravity. There's like things that are coming into and out of existence, micro black holes and stuff like that. So there's enough of it for investment to go into it. The exploration in black holes and information theory is all exploring that area.
I think you're just using buzzwords, and none of these words have meanings in your sentences.
Here's the thing I'm trying to say. That
are you referring
to a certain point
to antimatter?
To a certain point. No. There to a certain point, there are going to be some leaps that have to be made in order to
Caesar, I have no idea what your actual argument is at this point. What do you
subscribe to this?
Just give me the conclusion, then you can go back and support your conclusion.
Perfect. Do you believe that information?
No, just give me your conclusion, and then you can go back and support the conclusion.
Yeah, but do you believe information is real?
Questions are conclusions. Give me your conclusion.
Yeah, information.
Give me the conclusion of your argument.
That's the conclusion. That's the conclusion.
That's a word. That's not a conclusion.
No, it's real. Information is real, correct?
Information is an abstract concept. We designed
so
we designed the idea of information, Caesar. So again, I'm still waiting for you.
When a group of atoms is arranged in a certain
Caesar, shut up. So I asked you for something very simple, right? I'm asking you to actually give me the conclusion of your argument, because I don't think you know how to provide an argument, right? Like an argument has like supporting premises. Like here are my argument is that whatever, the Big Bang didn't happen. Okay, cool. Go back and give me the premises that lead to the Big Bang not happening. Your argument could be anything. Your conclusion could be anything. But I don't want to go on a rabbit trail for an hour of you asking dumb questions and never actually getting to the argument. So just give me the conclusion of your argument. Then we can go back to the beginning of the argument and lay down the premises that prove your argument true.
Well, I mean, if you don't think that DNA being arranged in a certain way,
he has no argument. Okay, listen, I'm gonna hang up. You're not prepared for this. You need to read your Bible more before you engage in philosophical discourse. It's clear that you're not prepared for any of these discussions. I realize that you're excited because you're like a new Christian, but buddy, you don't have a clue what you're doing. Josh Barber says, the Lord is a psychopathic, senseless fool. And there are a few things that I would agree with more than that. I certainly agree with that. And Godless Doctor, good to see you, my friend, says, Bible God is like a bad office temp. Oh my gosh, I'm going to love this already. It's too bad that Christians don't read their holy book, or they would know this. It really is. It's like, if I've had some bad office temps where they get there, they know they're only there for like one semester, and they're like, I don't want to be here. I'm not going to do any actual work. I'm just going to fuck off and hope this semester passes quickly. That's God. Josh says, guest is spiraling the drain over and over again. Oh yeah, that Phil bro, he was spiraling pretty hard. Bangin' out west says, off topic, but as a bald man myself, those young lads deserved it. Bangin', listen, I appreciate a good joke, but we both know that young lads shouldn't be mauled by she-bears because they make fun of a bald prophet. Apostate Chess, interesting name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I was making a contradiction in the birth narrative video on my channel, and noticed Joseph and Mary seem to start in Bethlehem in Matthew, but go there from Nazareth in Luke. Is that how you read it? That's actually is how I read it. Now you can combine them. There is a way to combine the narratives that make it sound as though they started in Nazareth, went to Bethlehem, then went back to Nazareth. There is a reading you can smush together and get there. I don't think it's a good reading if you're reading carefully, but that's what most Christians are going to give you. I do detail this a little. I've detailed this before somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but just compare the Luke Matthew narrative together, and you'll see how it couldn't have been the case. But Narcissa, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says Deconstruction Zone should be on the Food Network. Thank you so much. I gotta start wearing an apron. I need a Doug cooking apron for these live streams. Day to come in and again says, excuse me, if this is the best possible world, we're cooked. I agree, actually. If this is the best God can do, he's not doing a good job. Stephen says, why doesn't God save us from climate change? That's an interesting point. Christians would just say, well, because it's man-made, like we're wallowing in the result of our own sins. He would say that's what they would say, which is fine. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. It says, not only did Adam not have discernment before the fall, God didn't inform Adam of the ramifications. He also lied. What a petulant, petty tyrant. That's another good point, because Adam and Eve didn't know right from wrong yet. They didn't. So they had no idea that disobedience was wrong. It's crazy that God would punish all humanity for the sins of a couple that didn't know right from wrong yet. And Johanna says, most people are good. Some are bad apples. Yeah, I agree. Like the Christians. I don't want to be held responsible for other people's digressions or crimes. We cover this a lot. The fact that God holds people responsible for other people's crimes in the Bible is horrific. Crash says, what was the last thing God said or did before he went AWOL? Did he just run and hide like a coward? He inspired generations cowardly, lying Christians. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, God did a bunch of stuff according to the Bible and then just fucked off. It's crazy to me. If you want people to believe you're real, you shouldn't just go hide somewhere. Angry Amalekite said, Amalekite Infant, great name, says, what do you call a late afternoon snack consisting of cooked Philbros? Pre-supper. That is, not only is that a new joke I've never heard, that's a magnificent joke. Magnificent joke. I love that. And Dade says, demonstrably true with his garbage epistemology is a scathing indictment of the utter failure of the public school system. Actually, Dade, I'm with you. I appreciate the super chat too. I'm with you. The fact that these Philbros can get up and think that these arguments are good tells you that we haven't taught them proper logic yet. And Adam says, we need to develop an energy drink for drowsy Philbros so they can get some swag in their tag. I was actually informed recently that they talk that way on purpose. They think it's a power move. They feel like talking deep and slow is a power move, but it's really not. All right, we're going to get our next guest in here. Let's get Jordan in the box. Nope, Jordan dropped. That didn't take very long. Okay. Well, we'll get our next guest in here. Looks like Nate's coming in next. Welcome back, Nate.
Hi, thank you, Justin. It been nice talking to. I think it was a couple 3 weeks ago. There are just a couple things I wanted to discuss. Mm-hmm. One is just purely semantic. I think yesterday or the day before, you said the name of Sarah was Zahar in Hebrew, which means seed. And I think it means princess. I was looking at the SBL version. And Sarah is princess. Zara is that's just what this SBL version said. It's again ideological. It doesn't, of course, mean a whole lot if it's just what the words mean. But that's just what my study Bible said. SBL.
What's it spelled with?
The word za, what is it? Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav, Zion. Instead of as shin, it's Zion, which a Zion with a Z. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that just means seed. Zion and sorry, this is so pedantic, but that was just the one thing I just wanted to comment. And the other thing is just if that's okay, again, like, of course, I'd want everyone to just fact check this. I don't want to just be like everyone else and just make assertions. There were just also things I wanted to, this totally, if you're done with, theoretical arguments, I'm totally understanding of that. But there were just things that I've looked into that I'm not saying therefore, like, I certainly don't think that it points to God, but concerning, like, someone brought up Cantor's hierarchy and infinities, like,
wait. I don't know anything about Cantor, so this is not an argument I've ever made.
Something about infinities, like maybe someone in the comments. I might be totally wrong then if I am, and I don't want to, like, just throw you with new information and just be one of those guys. And so if that's something, the only thing that I'm sort of curious about is just about the notion of, certainly mathematics, I wouldn't say proves God. It certainly is just kind of like a red herring, but I am wondering if, like, the idea is that mathematics, not to God or anything transcendent like that, but the idea that it seems like there is, you may have heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and it's an overwhelming concept. But I was just wondering if, like, because most people who talk to you on this show talk about like assertions without evidence, if there were things that you might be interested in that I've heard, I'm not saying it's therefore proving something, but like these things do seem to be like talked about, like the Gödel's incompleteness theorem, how there's things that seem to go beyond sets. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not claiming to be the person who is therefore debunking or something, but I've just been wondering if that makes sense, or if that's just something that is not for this channel.
Can you tell me what Gödel's incompleteness theorem is?
Yeah, just in a nutshell. So it's very, like, the idea is that there are postulates and theorems that people use to, like a postulate is like an assumption, and a theorem that is basically like a theory. And the idea that I think it follows, you may have heard of Bertrand Russell and his Barber paradox, but it's basically the idea that whenever you use a postulate and then come to a theorem requires another postulate, that the postulate itself is not something that is that it's only an assumption. So if the way that mathematics works is that you have assumptions, it leads to theories. Every theory requires a subsequent assumption, which is something that means that purely in its own sphere, it means that you cannot contain mathematics to a set or a word set, meaning that therefore it's not God. But from what I gather, it indicates that mathematics is not something that can only be limited to, it is abstract, and like, the guy who said 4 is, definitely not very self-aware, but the idea that 4, it's not itself, it's not a postulate or a theorem. But when you say like 1 + 1 = 2, that sort of structure that we find in math seems to be something that I'm not, again, saying therefore God. I'm certainly not saying that, but I think it's like a thing that I've seen that seems to be just out of nowhere, but it seems to be like something that's established in like the heavy mathematic people institutions.
I didn't understand a word you just said. None of that was coherent.
I'm so sorry.
Not your fault. You're trying to describe somebody else's theorem.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, thank you for calling me out. Maybe Wikipedia, but yeah, if it made no sense, I totally understand.
I mean, it would be like me trying to explain the quantum eternity theorem to you, right? That is a popular theorem. It's used to disprove the idea that there was nothing before the Big Bang. I couldn't tell you how it works. I just know it exists, right?
Yeah. And I guess, the idea is that if you have, it's purely philosophy. So at this point, it's not something that's quite relevant, and it's not relevant for proving God, or like, it's just not. So that's all. Yeah. Thank you again for calling me out. I definitely
I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying that I think you're trying to do something that you're trying to do the impossible. Like, I couldn't explain a theorem to you that I didn't actually study or didn't originate with me. You know what I mean? Like, these are complicated theorems, and neither one of us are mathematicians. But you're right on seed. I misremembered Sarah's name. It's not spelled. It's spelled with a sheen. It's not spelled with a zion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a very small thing. It's interesting. Like, Korach means like bald or ice, depending on it. Like, where do you get these? Why? Like, but it's just it's interesting at the end of the day. That's all. It
is interesting, though.
Yeah, and I think just talking more about this is again, like, I'm not trying to say like, therefore, because you got Sarah's name wrong, it's therefore, I think it's just interesting. Like, this is what, like, why princess? Like, did it have to do with like when Abraham and Sarah met the Egypt guy briefly in Genesis? Like it, I just think it's sort of, those things are just interesting.
Well, it is an interesting question because I think that these are mythological figures and the names were manufactured, right? So you have to ask yourself what was meant. So princess is one possible translation. Sar in Hebrew that's the masculine form. You just add the hey at the end of it to make it feminine. So Sarah. But Sar in Hebrew could mean all different types of rulers. They could just be like the chief of a group of people. It could be the person ruling a whole city, or it could refer to like a prince. So there's a couple different ways to use it. So princess is one valid way of using it. It's hard to know exactly what the authors intended with that particular name. Abraham's name is easy. Father of many. Boom.
Yes, yeah.
Not a problem, right? That's an easy one.
Yeah. And even if you redefine it like Abram to Abraham, they mean the same thing. That's like the
very
funny
similar.
part. So it's like, yeah, it means the same thing. But Sarai, like why is that a thing? You know, princess, like that doesn't seem to it's just, you know, there was I think cannabis found in one of the ancient temples. So
in Arad.
Who knows what they were smoking, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Listen, man, appreciate you coming back and chatting with me. We've talked a couple of times now. You're always pleasant.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to say, like the whole thing is that I just wish everyone on your channel like would just like accept like, oh, if you're wrong, you're wrong. And so if it's like, you know, it's just such a shame that like most people don't have maturity, like the ability to like, okay, you know, so you have an interpretation, and that interpretation, when you're corrected, you're not going to double down. Like 95% of the people on your show double down every time they're given some criticism.
That is the case.
And it's like, it's so sad. It's like tragic. Like, what is the point of life if you're just going to be dogmatic and just, you know, like intellectual humility doesn't mean like submitting to a higher power. Humility just means humility, and you must acknowledge when you're wrong. And it's like, just, you know, people don't even know what humility means. And but anyway, thank you so much, Justin, and good luck with cooking.
Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. Nate might have been up here. That might be his third time. I don't remember having a bad conversation with Nate yet, but he was right on Sarah's name. I misremembered it. Jennifer says, the faster you talk, the stronger your case. Actually, I talked to Ian about this because he did debate at college. And he says the reason why a lot of them talk so fast is because you want to get as many arguments out within your time limit as you can get out, which makes perfect sense. Acme Hero says, Justin to Phil, bro. I'm going to move on. Okay. Phil, bro is bad. Okay. That is my take on it. And Britt says, is the real not with you right now as you are sitting there living and breathing as pure being? Britt, I don't know what you're asking. But I am living and breathing because I'm a product of the universe. And the universe has created me. All the atoms in the universe that create my body will create something after I die. Johanna says, God is responsible for natural disasters. Why do they always happen in the same places? Oh, I live in a town where there has never been a natural disasters. We must all be saints. This is actually the interesting part. And I've had this discussion, Johanna, with a bunch of people, is the natural disasters are pretty well randomized. Like they kill people indiscriminately. They seem to be a product of the planet and nothing more, right? And if that's the case, God is just indiscriminately killing people. Doesn't make any sense. And Crash says, every Christian caller flip-flops, lies, and dodges questions. I'm thinking they're liars rather than victims of indoctrination. God can't be proud. Actually, you're right. The ones that are flip-flopping and dodging, they're not just honest people who were convinced of the madness. They're just not good people. And they use the religion to justify it. Johanna coming again says, remember they are called natural disasters, not godly disasters. Actually, It's funny, they are natural disasters, but if you did reframe it and said, no, God does cause all of the disasters, I think you make it worse. I don't think it fixes it. It makes the problem worse. Beth says, thank you for helping me answer family with facts. Listen, I appreciate that, Beth. That's my goal. I want people to have answers to these questions. And Carnage Asada, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Phil Bros only persist in such large numbers because it became unfashionable to shove them in lockers. Not only is that the case, but they realize that you can't defend your God using the Bible, so they have to find something else. And if you can't use the Bible, you have to just use word games. And St. Barnabas says Christian pastime equals lying for Jesus. You know that's what they do. They're just sitting around thinking, okay, what kind of nonsense can I say so I don't sound silly when people ask me about my religion? And Brad says, Jezebel for the win. Justice for Jezebel. Dude, Jezebel was a hero. She's not a villain. She's a biblical hero. Kohodo Khan, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Big W, my friend. Thank you so much. That's very generous. Says a local church invited me over to drink magic zombie blood and eat magic zombie flesh. Naturally, I declined because that's weird, right? I later found out everyone just got a bunch of free wine and bread, never using the Bible to meal plan again. That is a really good joke, Kohodo. And if you can look at Christianity, especially Catholicism and Orthodoxy, and not see it as cannibalism, I don't know what else to tell you. It's just cannibalism. It's a weird blood ritual cannibalism. It's incoherent. It doesn't make any sense. Meg says, God just had to do it. God loves us. He had to do it because he loved us, Meg. He has to kill us indiscriminately with natural disasters. Peter says, look at all the fours. Look at all the fours is a new one. There you go. Yeah, looking at fours. Listen, if you find a 4, let me know. JD says colloquial tangibility is crazy work. I thought so too. The minute he said tangible, I was like, oh, this idiot doesn't know how words work. And St. Barnabas, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And Carlos as well sent out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much, Carlos. I really appreciate that. And Barnabas coming in as well with 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Barnabas, huge win, my friend. I appreciate that. And Barnabas says, I was born an atheist and I'll die an atheist. That's what we like to hear. Don't be sucked into the illogical, crazy cults. And Robin says, should have asked him if all natural suffering is necessary. What's the benefit of anyone, if anyone who suffers and dies without anyone knowing? So we did eventually get to the point where we talked about whether or not the natural disasters were necessary. And it seemed to be the case that they weren't necessary. He just couldn't admit it. John says, don't let the Son of Man come in your eyes. It stinks. He said you will see the Son of Man coming. I don't know if he means that you're going to get a shekel shot. It's hard to parse some of those words, but it seems likely that there was a shekel shot in there. That seems like it could have been the case. All right, let's get our next guest in the box. If I remember correctly, I think Casey was coming up next. So we'll get Casey in the guest box. How you doing, Casey?
I'm doing great. Hey, thank you, Justin. First time, short time. My friend just shared with me a couple of minutes ago the live. This is great. I love you so much. First of all, agnostic. I do have a question that the Bible just glazes over, like just completely hand waves. Like I hate this nagging question I've had forever, and the Bible just, like I said, just hand waves and glazes over. How do we go from elemental, just carbon atoms and stuff like that? How do we go from that to life? Like I'm sure you know a way to point me in the direction of learning that, because you seem to be very intelligent.
So the biblical explanation seems to be that the life is in the breath and the air in your lungs. So God breathes into Adam's lungs, and that's what produces the animation. Same with the blood. Leviticus says that life is in the blood. And this taps into an ancient Near Eastern mythology. Like if you read the Enuma Elish and some of the other ancient Near Eastern creation stories, they create mankind out of the dirt of the ground, and then the gods put the wind and the blood of the gods into the dirt, and then it becomes alive. So there's this...
Right, so they're hand-waving it. Oh, I apologize. I didn't know.
Well,
they're hand-waving it then.
I don't know if they're hand-waving it. I just think that their idea of what it meant to be alive was rather simplistic. Like they believe that essentially all the physical components in our body other than the blood, and they didn't know that wind was physical, right? Other than the blood and the spirit, the wind, they just believe that we're just like a meat suit. We're just dust. We're dirt.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, how do you go from, because the sun, you know, like Big Bang and all that, you start with simply elements, the pure periodic table. How do you go from that to life? How do you go from that to a single-celled organism which evolves over trillions of years into what we are now?
Well, it's just called evolution. So, I mean, I think you're
Right.
trying to ask two questions at once. You're trying to say,
Okay.
how did we evolve? But then you're also asking, how did non-living material turn into life?
Yes, that. Yes, that. How did non-living material turn into life?
Well, what do you think life is?
Well, I'm not studied on it enough. I legit don't know. I have no problem admitting I don't know. That's all I'm saying. It's a question I have.
Yeah, I think life is a fuzzy term because we would say, for example, that trees are alive. Like we say, when we say that something is alive, typically in science, it's something that is consuming energy from the environment and it's capable, typically, of reproducing. So, like trees would reproduce via seed, you know, and it's consuming energy from the environment around it. We typically say that is alive. But there are other things we say is alive that's not really alive. Like the Bible describes God as being alive, but he doesn't consume any energy from the environment and he certainly doesn't reproduce, it seems like. So saying something is alive just seems like a fuzzy term.
No, I get that. That's why I'm saying the Bible just hand waves it. I'm trying to say, like, let's go backwards from how do we bridge the gap from elements, like you take and I know this is like a very egregious oversimplification. I get that. You take a petri dish full of carbon atoms, again, over egregious simplification. How do you go from petri dish of carbon atoms to life? That's my thing. And like I said, the Bible just seems to hand wave it all the time.
Well, carbon atoms are not alive. Like just like an atom is not alive, right? So the thing that makes something that gets you towards alive is just if it's reproducing and if it's consuming from its environment. So like the simplest cell, you know, the simplest cell is capable of reproducing itself, and it's feeding off of the environment that it's in.
Right. Somebody in the TikTok chat said abiogenesis. Now, so again, I don't know some of these things. I don't know some of these terms. What is abiogenesis?
Well, abiogenesis is a scientific theory of how the first so-called life arose out of non-living material. There's a couple ways that it's been theorized, but I mean, there's one, like the Miller-Urey experiment is usually the starting point for explaining how non-living matter becomes what we call living matter.
What was that? Sorry, what was that? You just said?
The Miller-Urey experiment.
Miller-Urey. Okay. Ooh, cool. All right, I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna look into that.
But like we know that the building blocks of life do self-assemble. So like if you look, we've discovered on meteorites some of those building blocks, like amino acids, water. So like the necessary components for life seem to self-assemble.
Well, that's cool. So that kind of answers the question a little bit. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. All right, so I need to look into the Miller-Urey. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now, somebody recently said that we found RNA on meteors. I don't know. I don't think that's the case. I think somebody was stating that wrong. Let me see.
Oh, that would be cool. That would be neat.
Let me see if that was a new development that I just missed. Let's see. Oh, well, actually, let's see. There is an article on this that's recently from Science Alert. It says scientists discover RNA. Oh, there we go. I think it's a misreading. It says RNA component buried on the dust of an asteroid. So I think somebody misread the title of the article because RNA's got many components.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, cool. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I appreciate it. I'll look into that Miller thing, and
okay.
Again, I like the live. It's fun.
Well, thanks for coming up. It was good to hear from you, Casey.
Yep.
Cheers. I probably should have directed him to like Planet Peterson and Forrest. I wish Forrest was more active doing live streams on TikTok. YouTube really. He's on the call-in shows. He's on the Atheist Experience and The Line. That'd be a great place for him to call in and experiment with some of this. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats. We're going to guest in here. Jennifer says, I am the Lizard King. I can do anything. Oh, Jim Morrison. Oh, of course. Sorry. I just, my cool cred has now been diminished because I should actually know some lines from the Doors. Big fan of the Doors. Cutlery says, can you tell us about Satan in the Bible? I mean, I can. I don't know what you want to know. If you be more specific, I'm sure I can tell you what you want to know. But Satan is essentially the henchman of God in the Bible. Boop and Boom says, can you ask Phil Bros, was God surprised? Actually, they're going to say no. They're going to say God can't be surprised, despite the fact that the Bible clearly depicts him as being surprised. Quadrupleplex. Thank you for the $5 super chat, friend. It says, can you explain why you don't like philosophy and why it can't really prove anything? Why do people think philosophy can prove physical existence of God? So I don't like philosophy because it's boring. All right. In order to do philosophy, you and the audience have to know a whole bunch of words, and you have to know how to use normal words in non-normal fashion. Right. And so it doesn't mean anything. Like when we talk about being pure act, that means something in English. In philosophy speak, it means something completely different, right? So it's just boring for the audience. It's like I don't go into somebody's room and expect them to know a bunch of electrical engineering terms. It's irrelevant. If I walked into somebody's room and started rambling off electrical engineering things, they'd be bored to tears. What the fuck is this guy talking about? And that's why no one likes philosophy around here. You can get to the conclusion you want to get to by using normal words. You don't have to do the philosophabble. Farrell says, more proof that Doug is better than Yahweh. The existence of Fruity Pebbles. His LGBTQIA plus progeny. I agree, actually. Fruity Pebbles are the progeny of Doug and Sharon Stone. And Small Johnson, great to see you, friend. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And the Nightman Cometh says, thank Doug, it's Friday. Justin, barbecue always tastes better on a Friday. Well, thank you, Nightman Cometh. I appreciate that. And we got the grill cranked up. The coals are hot. And Tudor says, as Pride Month comes to a close, let us remember Eve and Jesus for their gender pioneering achievements in biology. Actually, Jesus being trans is definitely seems to be the case. I mean, we can make a logical argument that Jesus was trans. And Erzmont, my friend, good to see you, says, this is one for the scowl of confusion given to Simulation Caesar. Yeah, I appreciate the $5 scowl. And holy shit, I thought he was going to go on the Ramble Railroad all the way to Simulation Theory Town, but he held off. But somebody will do it, I'm sure. Jimmy says, they always confuse theory and theoretical. Jimmy, that's actually a really good point. They think when you call something a theory, it means it's theoretical. But that's not really what theory means. Theory is just an explanation for something. TG says that conversation is why I despise the Matrix now. Actually, I agree. I love the movie. I can't stand the Matrix hypotheses that are coming in. And Doug says Doug's namesake is in the house and ready for some good cooking. Well, Doug Brown, I'm glad you're here. And not only do you carry on Doug's namesake, Doug is in fact browned. And Johanna says, I'm starting the Church of Common Sense, and I'm inviting you to join. No hierarchy, no giving people Sundays, and all you need is a functioning brain. Listen, I appreciate that, Johanna. I will join you in the Church of Common Sense. I'm wholeheartedly ready to put my hat in the ring for membership. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We're going to get good play on words, exegesis. Exegesis? Hello? Do you have a mic hooked up? Says you're on a MacBook Air using the built-in microphone. I'm going to select your earbuds. See if that works. Exegesis.
Hello?
Now we can hear you. There
I'm
we
here.
go. Yeah, we're good. We're good to go now.
I
Just need the right
I
hardware.
am over 18, and I still believe that no one in their right mind would name their kid Abihu. And I also believe that if you, Justin, love the name Abihu so goddamn much, you should name your own kid Abihu. And not only that, you should have another kid and call him Enkidu, so at least they can have each other when they're tortured by the children with normal parents. Okay? Okay? And have a daughter, and you can call her Abishag. That should make her popular. Huh, Justin? Justin?
I don't think anyone knows what you're talking about, by the way.
Knock, knock.
Are you like all here? Are you okay?
I am. I'm okay.
You're not a Christian.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Abby.
Abby who?
You're obsessed. You're obsessed. I'm kidding around. Hey, Justin, I just want to say congratulations, and I just want you to ask these guys one question.
Mm-hmm.
When they talk about objective morals, I want to know where the comprehensive list is, because when a Christian says that morality is objective, what it seems to me they mean is that you are commanded to do what God wants, and He's going to tell you exactly what that is on an ad hoc basis. You know what I mean?
That is the case.
Yeah. So I want to know, they should either point out the objective list or shut the fuck up.
Right.
That's my opinion.
I'm with you.
I also I also have an argument that most self-professed Christians are going to hell because they're supposed to believe that they're going to heaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I believed I was going to heaven, I would be happy as a kid with a new puppy and sincerely sorry that other people didn't share my joy. And the fact that they can come on here and curse you out and get so angry and get so triggered, they should be thrilled as can be that they're going to be in paradise. Although the Bible's description of paradise seems to be worshiping God all day and night. So
I don't like the sound of that.
I don't know. I don't like the sound of that either.
I mean, it's a fair point. When I was a Christian, when I was a true believer, I didn't spend a lot of time like being upset that people didn't believe what I believed. In fact, I felt a burning desire to help them, not to harm them.
Right. Exactly. The last question I have, do you think there's an argument to be made that Christians shouldn't be involving themselves in politics at all?
Well, so the Anabaptists, the Mennonites, and the Amish would agree with that. So they don't run for office. They don't join the military. They're complete pacifists. Because one of the reasons is because if you join the government, there are lots of occasions where you have to go along with things that you don't agree with. Because it's not ruled by a single individual, it's ruled by a secular entity. And if you're part of the government and the government tells you to do something that's not Christ-like, you have to do it or you have to leave. So part of the early tenets in the Reformation for the Anabaptist movement, I don't know if you've read the Schleitheim Confessions or the seven tenets, but one of them is no government.
Right. Well, there's the things like they complain about taxes, but there's, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, which seems to be a direct admonishment to go ahead and pay your damn taxes and not complain about it. And that seems to be one of the right wing Christians' favorite, whipping boy. Just things like that. It just seems like, and don't involve yourself in worldly affairs because this world is dirty rags, and the real world is to come. It just seems to me like, why are they involving themselves so much in the secular world when the real point is what they're going to get after?
Right. Yeah, I'll end on this note. I'll show you the 7 tenets of the early Anabaptist confession. The first tenet was baptism, and then shunning, or they call it the ban, and then breaking of bread. So this is community purity is what that's about. Breaking of bread together, so the Eucharist, separation from evil, how pastors are elected, not participating in war. They call it the sword. And then the last tenet is called the oath. And this prohibits them from serving in government. It says no oath should be taken because Jesus prohibited the taking of oaths and swearing. Teaching rather complete honesty. Testifying or affirming is not the same thing as swearing. When blah blah blah. And then they have a whole diatribe elsewhere on how this last tenet prohibits them from serving in government.
That's great. That's such great information. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you so much. What do you know? What Doug's favorite funk band is?
No.
Sly and the Family Stone.
Wait, say that again?
Sly and the Family Stone.
I know that's play on words, but I don't know the reference.
Oh, it's a funk band. It's Doug's favorite funk band.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Oh, you got to listen to Sly and the Family Stone. It's got to be Doug's favorite funk band.
Okay, I will definitely look it up.
Thank you so much, Justin. Appreciate
Good to hear from you, Exegesis. Well, it's a good name. Exegesis is a good name. I suspected that they. I think I talked to Exegesis once before, but yeah, I suspected they were one of us. They weren't an actual Christian. But Evan Rock is with us, another prophet of Doug's. Evan says, "Hail Doug, who never stubs the toes of his pebbles." He wouldn't. Doug would never cause you to stub your toes. You put your foot on Doug. You don't stub your toe against Doug. Griffin says, "Where do I need to subscribe? Is it through YouTube or Patreon? Love your content." Well, Griffin, you could subscribe either location and you'll get a link to the deconstruction cheat sheet. Patreon or YouTube is just fine. We've got people subscribed on TikTok as well. You can subscribe on TikTok and get access to the cheat sheet as well. And Helpin' Mega says, "Thanks, Doug, for an actual Friday night barbecue." I agree. Thank you, Doug. Hail Doug, the Rock of Salvation. And Reluctant Atheist, good to see you tonight. It says Colossians 2:8, "Watch out. You are not carried away by the philosophy of men," paraphrased. Philbro types love the philosophy of men, just don't mention the Bible. This is such a good point. I've never thought about this in conjunction with our debates, because you're right. The philosophy of men can easily take you away from the actual Christian doctrine. Most philosophers we talk to on here, the God of their philosophical pursuit is not the God of the Bible. They're not the same thing. Pork Rimmon says, "Doug hath laid upon the unbeliever a brain of sand, whereon no thought may find foundation." That's a good hymn, a good saying, a good verse for the book of Doug. We should add that to the book of Doug. And OC says, "God, please save the 10,000 kids that starve to death daily." Nah, bro, got to help the pastor find his kids. Yep, all loving being there. Rock hard for Doug. That's the craziest thing. People say, well, I know God's real because he helped me do X, Y, and Z. That's bullshit. If God will help you with this mundane bullshit, but he won't help the children dying of bone cancer or starving to death every year, he doesn't exist. Fierce Interaction says, "Join just in time to watch Justin kick a Christian throwing hellfire threats. Now I find out I'm living in a simulation. Love Fridays." Listen, Fridays are crazy, Fierce. But we're doing the thing. We're doing the thing. I appreciate the super chat, friend. Let's get our next guest in the box. I think Jordan was waiting next. Welcome in, Jordan.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Just trying to get done with this work day.
I feel you. So,
but you're making it very entertaining.
I appreciate that. Jordan, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 18 and I am a believer.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The Christian God, Jesus.
Cool. What would be the best argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for proof, you're not going to get it. But I was wanting to know if I could just ask you some questions. I'm trying to get to know your stance a little bit more. Like, what's your argument against creation, as in like design.
We have no
Like if
evidence
somebody
of
came
it.
up here and said the fact that everything that that reality and everything looks like it's beautifully designed, and it has to be a designer in order for something to be in existence.
It falls about pretty quick. Why would God design human beings so that children are born with bone cancer?
I mean, you studied. Isn't the Christian answer for that is the sin? Like we're living in a fallen world, not created for us.
I know the answer to it, but the answer is going to cook you worse than the first argument. So that if you think that God did God have to create babies with bone cancer?
God have to create babies with bone cancer?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think I stand on where
you don't
kind of
know?
like in the book of Job. I mean, yeah, that is my stance. I stand on the book of Job where God says, you have no idea what I deal with and how I've created and how I'm in the universe together.
Do all knowing beings have to do anything?
In my human finite brain, that's like, I get mad at God going, why does this person die of cancer? Why does a child die of cancer? Why do people get raped? Why do people have car accidents and pass away because somebody was drinking and driving? Like, I don't have the answers for those. I mean, I've shaken my fist to God about it many, many times, but just because I don't understand him doesn't mean I can disprove him.
Fair enough. So you don't understand. There's a logical issue in your worldview that you don't have an answer for. So you don't know why God would create babies with bone cancer, but you do believe that it's a bad thing.
I don't think God when you say God created babies with bone cancer, it seems like you come off saying like God put that cancer in them.
I didn't say
think what
that.
you're really trying to say. That's what I know.
God created humans in a way in which they would get bone cancer.
Yeah.
And God knew that was going to happen, right?
I think through the fall of Earth. Yes.
No. God knew it was going to happen, right?
Yes, I believe God knew that.
That's not my question. All I'm asking you, there we go. All I need to know is if he knew it. Okay. Now, could he have created humans and biology and the rest of the world? Could he have done it in a way in which babies aren't born with bone cancer?
Didn't he do that in the Garden of Eden?
I'm asking you, could he?
I'm saying he did in the Garden of Eden.
This would go way easier if you just say yes or no. Could he do it?
I mean, I don't know.
The answer is yes. Yes, he could, or else he's not omnipotent. So God could create a world without babies being born with bone cancer, correct?
You can also say that God could create a world without
God could
storms.
create a world without babies and bone cancer, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, which means he chose the world with baby bone cancer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now did he need to choose the world with baby bone cancer?
God, I'm not going to answer that.
Well, it's either yes or no.
No, because you're asking me to put myself in God's shoes and make a God decision.
Nope.
Essentially, you're asking me if I can build a better world than God did.
The answer is quite easy.
No,
it's not even close to what I'm asking. According to God's properties, because you believe in a God that's omnipotent, if your God's omnipotent, then he didn't need to design the world this way. He chose to design the world this way. That's what it means to be omnipotent. You don't have to do anything. Like, Jordan, if you have all the power in the world, there's nothing you can't do. You could fly. You can shoot lasers with your eyes. There's nothing you cannot do, right? You can literally change the earth and make it flat, right? If you have all of those powers, can I force you to do something?
Could you force me to do something?
Right.
If I submit to you.
That's not my question. I said, can I force you to do something?
Yes.
How?
You forced me to submit to you.
Wrong. I can't force you to submit to me. That's a choice you would have to make.
You don't think choices can be forcefully put on someone?
How? How would I force you to submit to me?
You threaten me with something.
But your submission,
and I have to.
Your submission is still your choice. You're all powerful, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't have to
But
submit. You chose to submit.
okay, so you can still force me to choose to submit.
I can't force you to make that decision. Only you can make that decision.
So is your argument of this that only like all decisions made are through consciousness and nothing can be forcefully submitted?
Not even close. My argument is easy.
Sorry, I'm trying to track where you're going. Sorry.
All powerful beings don't have to do anything. They choose to do what they want because they're all powerful.
Correct.
They can do anything.
Okay.
There's nothing they can't do, which means if they do something, definitionally speaking, it was a decision.
Correct. Okay, I'm tracking now.
Okay. So God, if he's all powerful, that means creating the world with baby bone cancer wasn't something he had to do. It was something he chose to do.
He chose it as a punishment in our sinful world.
I agree. In your worldview, God chose the world with baby bone cancer as a punishment for what Adam and Eve did. And this is why your God is illogical, because your God can't cause unnecessary suffering.
Well, who says it's unnecessary?
What's it necessary for?
I mean, it could be necessary for a lot of things. It
like
could
what?
be necessary for the growth of strength of parents, for the belief of people, for
I'm sorry.
Understand. I mean,
do you think you need bone cancer for your parents to be good parents?
I didn't say that.
Well,
I said
it's not necessary then.
I mean, I look at it like this. So you bring up this example.
Let's not get. Hold on. Jordan, stop. You're going to get lost in the weeds. You're going to get lost in the weeds. Before we can go any further, you have to understand what the word necessary means. What does the word necessary mean?
Yeah. It means it has to happen. Like
there you go. There's no other way it could be. Okay. So if God wants to strengthen your parents, you're saying the only way he can do it is through giving children bone cancer.
Maybe it's the only way it would actually like grab a person's heart. Like God knows everything about a person. Nothing else could convince them.
Convince them of what?
Would draw the person to needing strength.
Okay,
to need strength and to rely on God for strength.
So if you're a parent and you have one child and that child dies of bone cancer, how does that make you a better parent?
It doesn't. I never said it makes you a better parent, but I did have a child.
But it does.
My child did die.
I'm sorry to hear that. But if you only have one child and your child dies, how does that make you a better parent if you never have more kids?
It doesn't. I'm not saying it makes me a better parent. I'm saying it makes me a stronger individual. It allows me to rely on God more than myself and my own strength and my own understanding.
What are you relying on him for?
I'm relying on him for peace and strength.
You can't get that without God. I've got it. I don't have God.
I mean, you can get a substitute of it. You can get a make-believe of it. But not
God's only method of teaching you how to rely on him is by executing innocent babies?
I didn't say it's his only method. I said that is a method that could be used.
Well, if it's not his only method, then it means it's not necessary, right? So if God has other means to do it that doesn't have the same amount of suffering, then that means he chose the amount that is barbaric, right? If God could do it by any other means,
no.
then the baby bone cancer is not required.
What I'm saying is, individually speaking, there could be no other way. But overall speaking, as humanity, God reveals himself and God also does things to different people, and people suffer differently because each person has an individual walk and relationship of trying to understand who God is. And if God uses something to get our attention, not saying that God is causing our children to die, because that sucks, man. Losing a child is something I hope no one ever has to experience.
No, Jordan.
But for my personal...
No, Jordan, in your worldview, God is causing the specific child to get bone cancer because you said he's using it because the individual, like you're saying, it's not overall, it's for the individual. Like God knows that one particular individual wouldn't learn what they need to learn without it, which means God is specifically picking children. He's handpicking children to give bone cancer to.
I mean, again, I'm not saying I'm not standing up here and claiming to say I know exactly why God does the things he does. I'm claiming up here and saying that certain suffering is necessary and that we live in a world of suffering, and suffering can
You,
cause us to grow, can cause us to be stronger, can cause us to gain wisdom, and can cause us to grow
listen, you
closer
can
to
say it all you
Christ as
want. The
well.
more you repeat it, it doesn't fix the problem. The problem is it's not necessary unless it's the only possible method. And when you have an
And
all
maybe it was
and
the
when you have an
only
all
possible
powerful
method
when you
for
have an
me.
all powerful God who literally designed humans, it can't be the only possible method. God designed us.
It's what you're not hearing me say is it may have been the only possible way for a individual, but for humanity, like everybody doesn't experience the loss of a child. If God was this truly evil person that everyone wants to claim him to be, then yeah, he could just be killing off everybody.
Did
But
God knit you in
everybody
your
is
mother's womb,
specifically
Jordan?
different. I do believe that God knitted me in my
Okay,
mother's
so
womb.
did God design you? Did he give you the gifts that you would need in life?
I mean, he had to give me something because my sister died and I lived. So
Right. So God is determining human beings' characteristics, personality traits, and things like that, right, prior to their birth, just like he did
I mean,
with
I think
David.
I don't know if you would say personality traits. I think we kind of get those through, I think our essence of our soul, like God knits that.
So God is literally capable of designing us
A
so that
racist baby. Like that's something that happens. That's something we learn.
so God literally is designing us in a way in which we need baby bone cancer then, because if he has the ability to design human beings so we don't need baby bone cancer, then it's still not necessary.
I think again, we live in a fallen world. Like I was listening to you earlier talking about.
The fallen world
I was
doesn't
listening to you
fix it.
earlier talking about Earth.
The fallen world would never fix
Hang
it.
on. I was listening to you earlier about the guy who was talking about natural disasters and like God created this earth for us. And I actually had a question I wanted to ask you because you said you studied the Bible.
Yeah.
Do you believe that earth was made for humans?
Yeah.
Like is that kind of what is that that's that when you were a Christian, you believe that earth was made for humans?
Yeah.
Where does that happen in the Bible? Because I never read anywhere where the earth was made for.
Because there's no other reason for Earth to exist.
I've read that I read that God created the planets and God created, and then Satan betrays him and he is sent to earth. And then God created us in the garden and we were supposed to be with him, but we looked at God and basically gave him the middle finger. And God said, okay, you can go be on earth now. But I've never read anywhere that said God created humans for this earth. Like, this planet was designed. There's nowhere in the Bible that says earth was designed for us. It says God created it, but it doesn't say he made it for us.
Sure, then what's his other purpose for it?
Why it was designed, I mean, it was a planet. Maybe he was just creating. I'm not God. I can't answer for
So
him.
God
But
is
your
arbitrarily
answer to the gentleman,
so God arbitrarily created the earth.
I think it's needed for the universe to exist. I think the things that hold this universe together are finite.
This is a crazy
And I
pivot.
think if things are off, I'm not trying to pivot. I was just asking, I wanted to bring that point up earlier because I was listening. I wanted to talk about it, and it was just kind of interesting because you were standing on the fact that God created this earth for mankind, because you were talking about natural disasters and baby cancer and all this other stuff. Like why? Like we weren't made for this planet.
No,
There's nowhere in the Bible that says
if you
we were
haven't
made
all
for this
just Jordan,
planet.
stop talking. If you have an all-knowing God and he knew humans would be on the planet, then he knew the planet was going to be for humans. Like none of this, none of what you're saying matters unless you don't believe in an all-knowing God.
I think when we think of all-knowing God, I don't think most people understand the depth of all-knowing. They think that it flirts with the line of predestination. I think it more sits around the fact of probability because God lives outside of time. He is past, present, and future.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So he knows the future because he can be there, but he also
He created
understands that
it.
it's every single plausible chance that could ever be made. Like people's understanding of all knowing is lacking.
No, I disagree. All-knowing means you know all things.
Okay.
That's all that means. You don't need
You
don't need a dictionary for that. You don't need a philosophical syllogism for it. Knowing all things just means you know all things. Basic words.
Yeah, but how do you know? do you know
Doesn't matter.
things? Like
No one cares.
So you're predestination?
No, I didn't say that. All I'm saying is that all knowing means you know all things. That's all that means.
But does all knowing dictate the future?
It can if you believe in a God that knew how everything would happen before he set all things in motion, right? So when God created, before he spoke, he knew exactly what was going to happen the moment he spoke. He could have chosen one of 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 different recipes. He chose the recipe that would play out in this exact world. He knew that if he picked recipe A, it would result in Jordan getting on a live stream in 2025, talking to a guy named Justin. He knew that was the inevitable result of the thing he did. Since it's an inevitable result of a thing that he did, that means everything that happens is an inevitable consequence of what God did.
All right, pause for me. I want to keep tracking with you. So we're going to back up just a little bit so you can explain it more in depth. You believe that God created the timeline that I'm in. He chose this timeline for me.
Yeah, so if God knows all things, God knows all possible timelines. He knows an infinity number of timelines, right? So
I'm tracking.
Before he created, he knew every possible timeline, and he made a decision and said, this is the timeline. This is the thing that I'm going to do. And then he spoke and he did the thing, which means
that's where you lose me. That's where that right there. Let's break that down a little bit more, because you said that he chose this timeline. How does he choose this timeline? By us having free will and us making
we didn't exist yet.
Decisions.
So
what do you mean we didn't exist yet?
Before God spoke, right? Before he put anything into motion, he knew exactly what was going to happen. And he said, I could make parameter A slightly different. I could make parameter B slightly different. I could make parameter C slightly different, right? I could make David with slightly different characteristics. I could make Justin with slightly characteristics, but he didn't. He said, this is the timeline. This is the recipe. Go, which means everything that happens plays out exactly the way it was going to play out.
All right, so help me understand this, because I mean that's the point of you doing TikTok lives and deconstructing and like helping people walk through this. So help me understand, because I'm still not tracking, because in my ideology and how I see things, you are basically saying things of that, God existed in past, present, and future, and he designed and he chose this timeline, which flirts with predestination, that no matter what, I was going to be on this, live chat tonight with you. Like there was no other alternate fact. So you stand on predestination.
You can call it whatever you want. Everything that happens because God kicked it into motion on a timeline that he wanted to happen. He could have picked any timeline. He could have made the timeline completely different. He didn't. He chose this timeline, which means we're doing the timeline that he chose.
So this is where I think I stand different when I talk about all knowing. And then when I said that I think most people's ideology, or at least mankind's understanding of all knowing, is a little lacking, because in your idea of all knowing, it stands on this premise of a predestination that God chose this time.
Nope.
Hang on.
Let me finish, please. Jordan, I'm not going to let you straw man my position.
I'm not trying to straw man.
Being all-knowing doesn't mean predestination.
That's what you said that you stood on.
That's bullshit. That's not my position. Being all-knowing just means that you know all things. For example, I could be all-knowing, right? God could give me the gift right now of being all-knowing, and then I would know all things. That doesn't mean I predestined anything. Predestination is not an inevitable consequence of all-knowingness. It's an inevitable consequence of all-knowingness combined with being the guy who created the timeline. That's what gets you to predestinationism.
Sir, I'm trying to ask a question. I'm trying to learn from you, and you're just kind of like yelling at me now. Like I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to understand your point. And just because I ask questions doesn't mean I'm saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to understand where you stand on this matter. That's it. I apologize if it comes off that I'm fighting with you. But I'm really trying to understand your point.
Fair enough. I'll apologize myself.
Again, when I asked a minute ago, when I said you're flirting with predestination because God chose this timeline, I thought you said yes, which would then make your premise that yes, this was kind of predestined.
Yes,
So I'm sorry if I
it
got
is
that wrong.
predestined.
So all knowing has a fact of a little bit of predestination.
No,
Is that a premise?
you
Okay,
can
okay.
be
So help me understand
you can
this.
be all knowing and not predestined shit.
But do you think God predestined anything?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you think God that predestined this, and I think that's where because I'm trying to
No,
explain to you where
I know
I
he
sit.
did. It's definitionally true. God did
I know.
predestine it. Not only is it definitionally true, but he says in the Bible. He says it in the Bible. It's in there. He says he predestined people, right? He creates you with the gifts that you have. He makes you seeing or blind. He makes those decisions for you.
So I mean, he can predestine like the way we were created, but does that also mean he has to predestine our choices? Because it sounded earlier that my choice to get on this live was inevitable. Like no matter what I did, it was going to happen.
Everything you do right now is predetermined by your God.
Now, see, and can I explain kind of where I sit on this of what I think where all knowing sits? Because like I said, multiple times, I have a different understanding or a different belief in all knowing, and you can tell me where I falter in it.
Go ahead.
So for me, all knowing is much more than just this idea of predestination or set in motion or this idea that God said, all right, timeline A, that's the one that I'm picking. But all knowing is actually so much more than that in the fact of because God lives outside of time, I contemplated whether I was going to I contemplated whether I was going to send a request to come up here and join you. Now, I think that because God sees the future, God knows the future of what I am, if I am going to click to join this live or if I'm not going to click this join live. It is almost like the ultimate math equation that you could ever fathom, where God knows every single possible outcome to our free will choices. So it's not that it's predestined, but because he lives outside of future, because he truly is all knowing, that God knows no matter what, everybody's existence, every human, every choice you're going to make, whether you wake up and roll on the left side of your bed or the right side of your bed, whether you have eggs and bacon or eggs and steak for breakfast, no matter what it is, no matter the free will choice you make, God knows the future of it, of every single plausible outcome there could ever be. Now, how does that break down for you?
You're missing the component where God decided the timeline where that would happen, right? Before God, hold on,
that.
Jordan, before God created anything, right? He could have created a timeline in which you, Jordan, never become a Christian. Like he could have said, listen, if I just tweak one thing, right? If I just make it so that gravity is 1/1,000,000% different, and that's going to affect a billion other things, right? And it might affect the fact that Jordan never becomes a Christian. That's something that could happen, right? God knew every parameter of everything he was going to make before he made it. And then he made it anyways, which means everything that happened the way God was okay with it happening. He knew you would do this. He could have created a timeline where I'm a Christian and you're an atheist. That was a timeline he could have made. He didn't make that timeline.
All right, so again, I apologize. You called me ignorant, but help me understand more of this. Where do you find the fact that God created this timeline? Like I see your facts in that God created us and he created our nature.
Did God not create everything?
I believe God created everything, but how does he create the timeline in which we live in? He created the universe, but the timeline is what I'm lacking because my idea of time
is something
that we measure.
We'll try this again. Okay. If I have 5 slides and I have 1 ball and I choose which slide I'm going to put my ball down. Now listen, I don't know as a human, I don't know which bump on which slide it's going to hit and know exactly where that ball is going to land when it reaches the bottom of the slide, right? I don't know that because I'm not all-knowing. God does. So God knows if he chooses slide number 5, he knows exactly where that ball is going to end up. And he still chose slide number 5, which means God wanted the ball to end up where it is, or else he would have chose another slide.
All right, so that's helping me understand your argument a whole lot better. So you have 5 slides, and you are taking a ball and you're dropping it down the 5th slide. Now, you said that you don't know how it ends up or all the bumps that it's going to take, but you know exactly where it's going to end.
No, I don't.
It's
God
gonna
does.
But if you were all knowing, if you were all knowing,
Right.
then you would know that where it ended.
Yeah.
And so you chose to put it into effect. Now, in this analogy, do you think it supports the timeline creation that like, I mean, I imagine you do. Like, is there? I just feel like there might be some lacking points in it of
the slide
the bumps
is
that goes down.
the slides are possible worlds, right? So God doesn't have 5 slides. God has infinity slides. He's got infinity possible worlds he could have created. The world that we ended up with in your worldview is the one that he chose. And because God chose that worldview, that means he chose the world where Jordan would be here with me on a live stream.
Yeah, but is my argument of all knowing still not stand the fact of what you just said in your analogy of the fact that God knew, like, yes, God knows the end of it, but at the same time, he knows every plausible choices I will ever make.
I know, and he chose it.
He chose my choice.
He chose the world. He built the recipe that ended in you coming on this channel. That's the world he chose. He could have chose a different one.
So it had nothing to do with my free will.
You only have an illusion of free will, and the Bible tells you don't have free will.
Can you show me the scripture where it says? Because I know you study the Bible.
Ephesians chapter 1, verse 4.
Can you? I don't have a Bible in front of me, sir. Can you read it for me, please?
I got you. I got you.
Thank you so much.
Ephesians 1. Let me zoom in a little bit, make the text bigger for everyone. There we go. Ephesians 1. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who has blessed us in Christ with every spiritual blessing in heavenly places, just as he chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world to be holy and blameless before him in love. He destined us for adoption as his children through Jesus Christ, according to the good pleasure of his will. What the so-called Christian is selected by God before the foundation of the world.
Is that not just a Bible verse about humanity? And like the fact that because before then it was all about Israelites, but now it's about everybody in the world. So isn't that Bible verse just pointing out to blessed be everybody?
No, it's Christians.
But it's not. It's Gentiles.
It's not Gentiles. It's Christians.
But they were Gentiles, were they not? Isn't this written to the Gentiles?
Some of them were Gentiles. Some of them were Jewish. He's referring to Christians.
Yeah, that blessed. That I've always read that as blessed as we as humans, in a sense. Like it's not just the specific people who. I know, but it's not. It doesn't say that it's just specific Christians, but it's blessed us as people who are now Christians.
It doesn't say people. Who are the people that are adopted to be children of God through Christ Jesus? Who are those people?
Everyone outside of the Israelites?
Nope. It's the Christians.
So when Jesus says, I came for everybody and not just the Israelites, and he talks about his parables of, I had a party and I invited, my friends and they said no, so now I'm inviting everybody else. Is that not everyone else? Not necessarily Christians, but it's the Gentiles, the Jews, the Romans. Like he's inviting everybody into heaven. Is that not what that Bible verse is talking about? Is humans?
And we call them Christians.
Oh, we call them Christians now, but back then they didn't call them Christians.
No, but they are Christians. Like the people are still going to hell. There are people who are not going to heaven. The people who are going to heaven in our worldview are the Christians. Those are the people that God chose before the foundation of the world.
Not the Israelites.
No.
So all the Old Testament about being God's chosen people and all that's just hogwash. after that Bible verse after
They
Ephesians?
are God's chosen people, and the Christians are God's chosen elect who have been grafted into Israel. They were chosen before the foundation of the world.
So we don't actually. So would you say your stance is? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Would you say your stance is that God has determined who and who doesn't gets to spend an eternity in His presence?
Yeah.
And you don't think there's no way to falter from that?
I don't even know what you mean by falter.
I guess you think there's no plausible outcome, no matter what. God infinitely made people to go to hell.
Yeah, he says so. Romans chapter 9, he tells you that. He predestined people to go to hell. They're called vessels of wrath.
Can you bring that up for me if you don't mind?
Yeah, we'll read that after we also read Revelation. In Revelation 13, 7 and 8, during the war, it says, it was allowed to wage war on the saints to conquer them. It was given authority, this is the beast, given authority over every tribe and people and language and nation. All the inhabitants of the earth will worship it. Everyone's whose name has not been written from the foundation of the world in the book of life. So just like Ephesians, the people who are in the book of life, their names were written there before the foundation of the world.
For the foundation of the... Oh, sorry, I was reading that.
Oh, sorry, I moved too fast. Yeah, it's Revelation 13, 7 and 8.
Revelation 13, 7 through 8. I'm going to look that up later. Let me write that down real quick. If you don't mind.
That's fine.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you right now. I think you're having reception cut in and out. No, maybe. Jordan, I think we lost you, buddy.
For some reason, I just couldn't hear you, but it's connected to something else. I'm back now.
Well, we're back now. All right, so Romans 9, let's end on Romans 9 because this reaffirms everything we're saying. Romans 9, start in like 10 or 11, right? Talks about Jacob and Esau. It says, even before they had been born or had done anything good or bad, so that God's purpose of election might continue, not by works, but by his call, she was told that the elder shall serve the younger. As it is written, I have loved Jacob, but Esau I have hated. What then are we to say? Is there injustice on God's part? By no means, for he says to Moses, I have mercy on whom I have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So it depends not on human will or exertion, but on God who shows mercy. So this idea of who's going where is God's decision. He chooses who he shows mercy on, which is why in verse 19 it says, you'll say to me then, why then does he still find fault? For who can resist his will? But who indeed are you, a human, to argue with God? Will what is molded say to the one who molds it, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out of the same lump one object for special use and another for ordinary use? What if God, desiring to show his wrath and to make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? Right?
And you believe the objects of wrath that are made for destruction are certain humans?
Yeah, the non-Christians, the evil ones, theoretically.
Fair enough. I mean, if that's what you believe, I mean, I don't know if there's much like you've gone to Bible college. I don't know if there's much if convincing that you would want from me about who the objects of wrath are. I don't think I would see them as humans.
What are they?
I think the object I think when I'm not going to sit here and claim to know what they are. I just never viewed them as humans. I can further study and see what they are.
Well, the
I
whole
think
chapter
it's
is talking about
interesting though when
humans. The whole chapter is God picking and choosing humans. Why would I think that now suddenly he's talking about household pottery?
fair point. When it comes to is there any argument in the stance of there are certain people who have predestination, and because it says in that Romans that some people are built for special and some people aren't. Like when you think of the story of the Old Testament and you think of Noah, like no matter what, Noah was gonna go to Nineveh. Like that was kind of the whole plan.
Jonah.
Like Jonah's. Sorry,
Mhm.
Jonah.
Mhm.
Yeah, you like the story behind it is no matter what, Jonah was going to go to Nineveh, and there's certain people in the Bible and certain people that have to do certain things so that the will of God would be laid out in order. So it would always be the directed path that yes, there are some people who are going to be predestined to do something, but can there not be in God's reality also people who aren't as special as Romans says that kind of have free will to make choices?
That's what I'm saying. The free will that you're referring to appears to be only an illusion. Like you're making that decision because God put you on the timeline where you would make that decision.
Is God put you on the timeline where you would make that decision?
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of free will is completely gone. So you think that Adam and Eve didn't have free will, that Adam and Eve had to eat the fruit. There was no other path.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. If God's slain Jesus, if God killed Jesus before the foundation of the world, then he knew that Adam and Eve were going to sin. He wasn't caught off guard.
In my view, he knew the probability of most likely how it was going to play out, and through that he knew because he knows the end. But I still don't know if I
Jesus
subscribe to the predestined thing
Jesus
yet.
was killed for a probability.
Jesus was killed to forgive the sins.
No, was he killed for a probability or for what God knew?
I would sit here and say that God, you get into the semantics of like Satan. Did God know Satan was going to betray him?
He must.
Or did God know every single outcome of what Satan could and couldn't have done?
Well, he's either all knowing or he's not. If he's not all knowing, then just admit that he's not all knowing, and then we can say 1 John chapter 3 is wrong.
Well, and I go back to the point of all knowing, of where I still don't know if you've gotten me away from my understanding
No,
of it.
all knowing means you know all things. There's not a single thing that you don't know.
Yes, but he knows all probability of
No,
all
no,
things. Is
I
still
didn't
where
say anything
stand
about
on.
probabilities. I said he either knows everything or he doesn't.
Would it stand on the point that you believe he knows all things because he stands outside of time and he knows how this all ends?
It doesn't matter how he knows it. It only matters that he does. He either does or he doesn't know all things.
Gotcha.
If he doesn't know
And
all
because
things, then that means there's a piece of scripture that's wrong.
I believe that God knows all things.
Okay. That means then he knew before Satan fell that Satan was going to fall. He knew before Adam and Eve ate the fruit that they would eat the fruit. That's why the Bible says that he had Jesus slain and the elect chosen before the foundation of the world. He wouldn't kill Jesus if he didn't know he needed to.
True. But Jesus as himself, like he had to sacrifice himself because of the fulfillment of the covenant, because the Israelites left him.
Well, he didn't have to. Again, that goes back to the omni paradox. If he's all powerful, he don't have to do anything. He only chooses to do things.
Well, if he chooses to create a universe where he has to kill himself, then he chose to live within those bounds of the universe that he created.
No, he doesn't have to
Is
do
that
it. He
not
chose to do
correct?
it.
But if he chooses to live in the bounds of the universe he created, then he still chose to do it. Is that not correct?
It's a choice, not a requirement.
But if he that's what I'm saying. If he chooses
Mm-hmm.
to live by a requirement, is that still not a choice of all power?
It's a choice, but he could choose not to. That's what it means to be all powerful. God could choose not to do that.
That's fine, but I'm not. I don't want to argue semantics on what God chose and what He didn't choose. I am simply saying that if God chose to live in the universe of which the rules He set up, how does that make Him less all powerful? He is choosing to live in that. How does that make Him less all powerful?
I never said that it did make him or less all powerful. I don't know where you're going with this.
So, okay, so do you agree that God can choose to live in a
What
realm?
I'm saying is that
laws that He put into.
what I'm saying is that God's no, because you're missing. I'm trying to address your point because you missed what I said. Okay, your original point was that God had to kill Jesus, right? And now you have accidentally come into agreement with me, and you don't know it yet, right? Because if God chose the timeline where He kills Jesus, then it's still a decision. He didn't have to do it.
But we talked earlier about specific people for specific persons that God could choose for those, but also for other people to be left alone, like in Romans, where it states.
But
Do we
God
not?
didn't have to kill Jesus. He could have just forgave them.
I mean, yes, but He chose not to do that.
Right.
He chose to live by the rules of the universe and the system He put in place. And I don't understand how that makes Him
means
less powerful.
the slaughtering of Jesus was a choice, not a necessity.
So, but how does that make Him? How does that make Him less all powerful?
I didn't say that it did. I don't know why you're confusing this argument. God making choices has nothing to do with Him not being all powerful. I'm saying if God is required to do something, right? If He does not have the choice, then He's not all powerful. You're agreeing with me that what God did was His decision, which means it's a decision. He's not required to do it.
Yes, I agree that God makes decisions, but I also sit on the stance that God also agrees to live by those decisions.
I never said He would go back on His decisions. No one's questioning that. All I'm saying is God chose to kill Jesus. That was His decision. He didn't have to do it. No one forced Him to do it. He chose to do it.
So do you sit on the premise that God can redo things, that because you said that God's set on this decision, can God redo decisions?
According to the Bible, God can't change His mind, and according to being omniscient, God can't change His mind either.
Don't we see God change His mind in the Old Testament per se?
I love it. You finally found an easy contradiction. Number 23:19, Numbers 23:19, and 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 29 clearly states that God cannot tell a lie and God cannot change His mind. We see Him doing exactly that in Genesis 6 and in Exodus 32. In Exodus 32, it literally says that God changed His mind about the disaster that He was going to bring upon the Israelites.
I mean, in the verse where it says that God cannot change His mind, where's that at in the Bible?
Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29. I'll pull it up. Says, God is not a human being that He should lie, or a mortal that He should change His mind. He has promised, and will He not do it? He has spoken, and will He not fulfill it? And then 1 Samuel.
And is that Bible verse right there? Is that specifically talking about a certain event, or do you think that's just talking about God's nature in general?
It's clearly about God's nature, right? It's saying God's not a human being that He would tell a lie, right? God can't tell lies because He's not a human being.
I mean, I understand if you take it, if you just read that verse right there by himself, then yes, that's how it's read. But is this saying, is this like, this is Numbers 19. So this is obviously, or this is Numbers 23, verse 19. So this is obviously in the middle of a greater point, because I imagine as you learned when you study at Old Testament, it's a very poetic writing where it has a start, it meets in the middle, and then it comes back kind of to the start at the end. So what is like you're standing with this Bible verse saying that this just means that no matter what, in every aspect of life and every aspect of reality, God cannot change his mind. But is this not for a specific person? Is this not for a actual thing that's a standalone that God does not
It's a really
matter,
obvious
or
statement
this
about God's
thing?
nature.
So you just throw everything I say right out the window?
Yeah,
Like
because none
I
of it actually
agree.
addresses the
Yes, if
passage,
you,
right? Nothing you said
I
addresses the fact that the author of this text is making a definitive statement about God's nature.
that it's kind of hard to argue without a Bible in front of me, because like I want to ask you to do things, but at the same time, it's like, you know, it gets to a point where it's just back and forth and back and forth, and nothing
Yeah.
really gets done.
He says it again in 1 Samuel 15. He says, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he is not a mortal that he should change his mind. He's saying, listen, the God of Israel is not a mortal. He doesn't do what mortals do. He doesn't change his mind. He doesn't tell lies.
But again, I don't see the hard evidence where this specifically is talking about in general, or if he's talking about a specific event. So if like if I
Buddy,
said this,
all-knowing beings can't change
if
their
I said
mind.
Justin,
Jordan,
if I
all-knowing,
said
Jordan,
if hang on,
Jordan, you're missing the plot.
can
All-knowing
I
beings
ask you a question?
all-knowing beings cannot change their mind.
How come?
It's definitionally true.
How come? If he's all powerful, he can't change his mind. If he's
No, no,
all
no.
powerful and all knowing, he can change it.
Nope.
Just because it doesn't make it
You're
finite. Why?
on the wrong definitional argument right now. So if you already know what you're going to do, you know you're going to do it, right? Because God's all knowing. He knows what he's going to do. God's not confused about what he's going to do. If God knows he's going to do something, then he can't then unknow it and know something else.
Can he not know the probability of all his choices as well?
Probabilities doesn't matter. If he's all knowing and he knows what he's going to do already, then he can't change his mind about what he's going to do because he knows he's going to do it.
I mean, that stands like it sounds to me that argument stands on like, you know, could God make a stone that he couldn't move?
No, it's
Like
just
it sounds like it
buddy,
sounds like it sits on that logic.
It's just definitionally true. If you know you're going to do it and you can't be wrong about what you know, then you can't change your mind and do something else. This is not a tough one.
So you're saying, so put that down in like one easy premise for me, if you don't mind. That
I don't know if I can make it any easier. If you already know what you're going to do and you can't be wrong about what you know, right? God can't be wrong about what he knows, okay? So if God already knows what he's going to do and he can't be wrong about what he knows, that means he can't then change his mind.
But if he's all powerful, could he not?
No. This is, we're not in the omni paradox right now.
He's all powerful.
Just pay attention. We're not in
I don't want to get into the omni.
We're not in the omni paradox right now, Jordan. Focus on the actual argument at hand before we move forward. If you already know what you're going to do and you cannot be wrong about what you know, then definitionally speaking, you can't change your mind and do something else, correct?
I don't know. I don't know if that is correct.
That is it's just definitionally correct. It's logically and definitionally correct.
I mean, you just
You're breaking up, Jordan. No one can hear you. Jordan, you're breaking up. No one can hear you.
Thank you so much for having.
Right. Listen, you're breaking up, but it sounds like you're getting ready to take off, and that's fine. Jordan, appreciate you spending so much time with us. Come back when you get reception again, okay? MZ came in hot, left kind of cold.
That was harder than it should have been.
That was like pulling teeth. That was like herding cats into a bag.
I came up originally to ask him a question.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
He said that it's okay. You were cooking anyway, so I didn't want to interrupt. But yeah, he said that cancer is necessary. But why? The question that I would have said, or asked him at least, is why does God give some specific types of cells the ability to get cancer in the same human body, and other types of cells are unable to get cancer? That is number one. Number two, why do children get brain cancer more than adults?
Oh shit! I didn't know that. Children are more prone to brain cancer.
Some types of brain cancer are even 50 to 100 times more likely to happen in children.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. God, listen, if I know anything about the biblical God, he hates babies.
And a quarter of all of children who get cancer get brain cancer.
Buddy, that's harsh. The Bible God is the most ridiculous invention ever. Completely nonsensical. It's crazy. But I'm going to read.
I think you should ask them. You should ask, like, the next time you run this argument, you should ask them, why do neurons, for example, why do they not get cancer? But then, like, your bones do.
Yeah.
Why would one type of cell not and the other type do?
That's a good point. And you know, there are, obviously, you know as well, there's animals that don't get cancer at all, basically.
And by the way, there's a type of cancer that gets cancer.
There's a type of cancer that gets cancer?
Teratoma.
Holy shit. That's crazy. That's like, what do you call it? I can't remember the name for the repeating pattern that always makes the ellipse the perfect number. That's basically just
the golden ratio.
Yeah, it's like the golden ratio. There's a name for the Fibonacci sequence.
Oh yeah.
Cancer that gets cancer is like the Fibonacci sequence of cancer, basically.
It is pretty funny.
That's crazy. Well, thanks for the information, Ems. Hang out with me and cook for a while. I'm going to read a couple super chats and we'll get our next guest pulled in. Chip, my friend, says homeschooled, red state failed science education on full display. Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been to the red states and it's not a pretty situation. There's a reason why some of the stereotypes stick around. And half my family's from the hollers of the Appalachia. So I'm putting my own family in that category. Phil, thank you for the super chat. Says Doug is God. Is the devil paper? Omni scissors. Well, I had some conversation about this. This is just a mistake. Whoever made the game Paper Rock Scissors didn't have the power of Doug in them, and they're wrong. Doug could never be defeated by paper. In fact, if you just put paper on Doug, it makes Doug even more cozy, and he'll take a nap. Doug loves paper. I have no idea. Obviously, the inventor of the game just was a heathen who hated Doug. And Griffin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I think I've missed the response to my super chat earlier. My bad. It's okay. Listen, when we get these long conversations, it's hard to figure out what order the super chats are coming in at and whatever. But says, I was wondering how to subscribe. Also, you mentioned some sources for Ugaritic literature. Could you list those again? Okay, so you can subscribe on YouTube by clicking the join button, or you can go to my link tree and click on Patreon and join in the Patreon. As for literature on the Ugaritic material, I would point you to the works of Mark S. Smith. I would start by reading the Baal cycle. So there's a 2-volume series by Mark Smith on the Baal cycle. Others have done it, but I think Mark's is the best. I'm biased. I could be wrong. I would read that. I think that's a really good start in Ugaritic literature. Then I would also get a book by John S. Day. I do have most of these books listed in the cheat sheet under resources. I need to add more to them. So let's see, on the archaeology, let's see, and the history of Israel. There we go. Do I have them listed? Some of them should be in there. The Origins of Biblical Monotheism by Mark Smith is a good one. Yahweh and the Gods and Goddesses of Canaan. That's by John Day. That's a good one. The Early History of God, Yahweh and the Other Deities in Ancient Israel. Actually, I forget who did that one, though. That's a good one. I would also get a free copy, PDF edition of the Ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament. That'll have some Ugaritic material. And then I would also invite you to read the works of William Devers. He's an archaeologist, but he writes about some of the archaeology as it relates to the Ugaritic material. And then if you can afford it, get a copy of the Context of Scripture. It's a 4-volume series. If you get it in print, it's stupid expensive. Even in electronic format, I think I paid like $400 for mine back in the day when it was available still in print. It might not be available in print anymore, but there is a 4th edition to it now. I've got the first 3 volumes, and I just recently bought the 4th. I haven't actually read it, but those are good resources. Hardwork says, right before you boot someone, you should ask them if they will invite Doug into their heart. If they won't, immediately boot them. I love this idea, and I'm surprised it hasn't come up before. This is actually a really good idea. Every time someone leaves, I'm going to be like, I'll pray to Doug for you, or I'll ask him to invite Doug into the heart. Or if it turned out that Doug is true, would you believe him? We're going to do some of that nonsense. Maybe Sadie says their power speech sounds like stroke recovery. Actually, yeah, referring to the Phil Bros, I think you're 100% right on that. Yeah, most of them don't sound like they're power speaking. They sound like they've bumped their head or had some medical emergency. Cameron says God sends the exact ingredients needed to cook. Actually, that's the case. Cameron, that's the point we're making. If God made the recipe, chose the recipe, and the recipe resulted in what it resulted in, then God is responsible for everything the recipe did. Narcissa, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the 1999 friend. He says, nice that Nate brought some word salad to the cookout. You know what? Nate's been polite. I think sometimes he tries to be passive aggressive ever so slightly. That could just be my reading of it because I've talked to so many passive aggressive people. I could be wrong, but every once in a while I feel a slight twinge of passive aggressive, but word salad for sure. Either way, I like Nate. I think he's a decent individual, unlike many of the people up here. Jack, thank you for the 1999 super thanks. You said you're amazing, but you are actually amazing, Jack. It's support like you that keeps the stream going. And Joshua says, spit it out, Nate. Phil Bro, run on. I know. Listen, this is my biggest complaint with the Phil Bro nonsense. Is not just that they use words crazy, but that they use so many of them without getting to the point. Dr. Pizza says, in the words of Planet Peterson, that was very photosynthesis. I've heard him say that, and it's one of my favorite things he says. It's really a good one. And Josh Barber says, how did you get the beans above the Frank? I know that movie reference. That's a millennial movie reference. I actually know that one. That's from the Ben Stiller movie, Something About Mary. That's a good one. Cameron says, is 8-hour Justin more spicy? I like it. Listen, when I get into the 7th and 8th hour, you will see more spice. I'm tired. I'll be cranky at that point. You're going to see it. Satcom says, for $10, I appreciate that. I saw an Instagram reel of a YouTube National Socialist who left that life by finding God. Glad he changed, but that makes me cringe. Same conflict about Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, higher power tactics. What do you think of this? Okay, so I believe, and this is why Doug got invented, right? I initially invented Doug by saying that God, Jesus, is basically a placebo effect, right? And Jesus, religion, whatever it is just a placebo effect. That's all it really is, right? So whether the placebo effect is helping you to kick drugs, or whether it's helping you to change your worldview, or whether it's helping you to, like, I don't know, run faster, it's still all the same thing. It's just a placebo effect. Kyle K, thank you for the super chat. Says, go look up the Great Libsyn earthquake on November 1st for one of God's magnificent creations. I know, isn't it crazy? And your insurance company refers to these as acts of God, which is funny because we know it's an act of nature, but your insurance is like, fuck that. That's an act of God. We got no control over that. We're not going to pay that out. Santabark says, if God isn't responsible for natural disasters, why do we call these events acts of God? I was just saying that, right? Checkmate atheist. It's funny because normal people will say it's an act of God when they don't want to pay you your money. But any other time, it's obviously nature. Guitar Sniper, thank you for the 2,000 yen. Says God loves everyone equally, but he also has chosen people. Make it make sense. That's the crazy thing, that God loves everybody, but he also only chose some people to be vessels of honor. He chose others to be vessels of wrath because he loves you all equally. He didn't just choose it, he predestined it. And Daniel says, Gödel 101, a system that can do arithmetic cannot prove or disprove anything. Teach me how to duck. Well, I appreciate you coming up and clearing up this argument by Gödel. I've never heard of it. This is not an argument I'm aware of. So I appreciate the assist. And Adam says, got my wisdom teeth out today. Stoned for Doug. I'm glad to hear it. First of all, I'm glad you got your wisdom teeth pulled out. You didn't need them. They're not doing you any favors. They're just crowding your mouth. Secondly, Doug approves. Take the gas. And Larry says, if a widow who has sons, no need for Boaz, is raped by an unmarried man, has a sin been committed, a crime? Well, Larry, that's a good question, because in the Bible, unless you're graping a married woman or a betrothed woman, technically all you have to do to make it right is to marry the woman, right? There's no punishment for you. Like even look at, for example, when Abnom graped his sister Tamar. He wasn't punished. His brother Absalom later got revenge for it, but he wasn't punished. David didn't punish him because he didn't clearly commit a crime, it seems. And Brianna says, I've never been religious, but after watching your videos, I've been inspired to read and study the Bible and all of its crazy teachings. Love your vids. Brianna, I'm glad I can inspire you to read this atrocious book so you can combat the religious nonsense that we're all living with. And Kyle, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, my mom died of bone marrow cancer, and it certainly didn't make me a stronger person because of it. Kyle, first of all, I'm super sorry for your loss. And I lost my father to cancer as well. It sucks. Not a big fan. Did it make me stronger? No, it didn't. I can't think of how that would make my life better. It's ridiculous. A couple more. Retired bomb text with us tonight. It says, nothing turns me away from religion more than hearing people that practice it turn into the nastiest people on the planet. That's actually a good point, because like, listen, if in fact the Holy Spirit was living in these people, empowering them to be different than normal people, we would expect them to behave differently, but they don't. Rainbow Ash says, for the chef hat and Doug apron fundraiser. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're going to get it going. TG says, the real original sin was Adam throwing Eve under the bus like a jerk. The woman you gave me, that orangutan tang looked pretty good in hindsight. Yeah, so Adam really comes out looking bad in this story. I agree with you. Adam, the first thing he did when he was presented with a moral quandary is blame the woman. That's crazy work, Adam. Grow a sack, buddy. Barnabas says, when you have to solve the riddle to find God. That's actually what's happened with philosophy. Philosophy is endless puzzles and riddles trying to get to your already held conclusion. Bryce Aroni, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, best world, if this is the best God can do, I'm not impressed. This is not good work. In any kind of decent run universe, this guy would have been out on his all-powerful ass a long time ago. I agree. It's hard to convince a normal person that this is the best when God clearly tells you what the best is. The best in Revelation 21 is no more sorrow, no more suffering, no more death. That's the best. If that wasn't the best, that wouldn't be his end goal. Bryce coming in again. Thank you, friend. He says, results like these do not belong on the resume of a supreme being. This is the type of shit I expect from an office temp with a bad attitude. George Carlin. I've not heard that one from George, but I love it already. That's a really good one. And I wholeheartedly agree. These are not results you would expect from an omnipotent. Remember, There's nothing he can't do, an omnipotent deity. Z-Corp says, find peace in prayer. Why you against that? Because God's not real and because religion hurts people. I think that's pretty obvious from what we're doing here. Vicious says, I love what you're doing. Man, keep cooking these delusional zealots. Question, have you ever done props? I actually do have some props. In fact, I've done some live streams, it's been a long time, where I did a bunch of props where I made the claim that I'm the Messiah, and then I did all kinds of magic tricks to prove that I'm the Messiah. It's a really fun live stream. I'll do it again soon. Rock hard for Doug, my friend. Great to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. It says, hear me out. We witnessed to the hipsters because they love underground rock. Praise Doug and Sharon Stone. I'm with you, actually. If we're going to get anybody, it seems like they're primed. It's in their best interest. They're already into rock and roll. And in fact, if you look at the demographic information, you can't see it, but if you look at the demographic and analytics of my channel, the number one interest, okay? The number one interest that YouTube thinks my audience likes, it's rock music. I'm not fucking joking. If you go into my analytics, number one interest of my audience is rock music, obviously proves it's from Doug. Jahir, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, is it true that you have a degree in biblical studies? It's true. I've got a bachelor's degree and a MDiv. And it says, and also, have you gone to seminary? Yes, I got my MDiv from a seminary. I would like to know also, would you debate Cliff? I'll debate Cliff any day of the week. I think Cliff is a joke. That's why he only debates clowns at college campuses and not people that are actually qualified. So yeah, bring him in. Dakota, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that, friend. And Dakota coming in a second time says, hey, Justin, I'm a new member of your channel. I just want to say I really enjoy your content. Keep up the good work, brother. Well, Dakota, I appreciate you being a member, and supporting the channel through memberships is what keeps the channel alive and kicking. I really appreciate that. And TG says, Justin, if God created man to tend the herder, I think you mean the garden, then why didn't God like Cain's offering besides the barbecue smell? Hail, Doug, you're totally awesome. TG, great question. I've actually had this before. So my understanding is that there's two things happening. All right, all of the first couple chapters of Genesis is riffing on narratives that are already in Babylon and Assyria, right? Everything there. Like mankind in the Babylonian creation epic is there to take care of the earth and do the dirty work for the gods. When Adam is created and placed in the garden in Genesis 2, it says he was there to slave or serve in the garden, right? So he's there to do God's dirty work, right? Now you might conclude then that God is okay with farming or with grain offerings and things like that. And that's only partially true. The reason why this falls apart in the story of Cain and Abel is because in the story of Cain and Abel, one of those sons represents the Hebrew way of life, and one of those sons represents the Babylonian way of life. And there's a great many disputations in ancient Babylonia. There's 7 famous ones. One of them is the disputation between what is greater, the herdsman or the farmer, right? Or there's another disputation between the grain and the cattle or something of that nature. I forget that. But anyways, we've got these disputations in Babylon where they are debating what is the best way of life. Is it as a herdsman or a farmer? Is it building cities and making grain, or is it a nomadic herding lifestyle? And almost universally, these Babylonian and Assyrian wisdom literature always ends that the preferred thing, the best thing is to settle and make cities and do grain and farm. And so we've got this really interesting literature of Cain and Abel that's combating that idea, that's saying, no, it's better to be a nomadic herdsman. It also is riffing on this idea that the southern kingdom is being represented in one way and the northern kingdom is represented in another way, because Judah was primarily a place for nomadic herdsmen initially, and the northern kingdoms were already settled, much like Babylon and Assyria. So hope that's helpful. Jay says, did you ever struggle with the threat of damnation? Not really, not so much. Hell to me, because I grew up Catholic, was always a suggestion because there's always purgatory. And GL, thank you for the $50 super chat. Big W. Super appreciate you supporting the channel. Says, heard you're full time now. Congrats. This isn't my first fruits, but hopefully it helps keep your chariot afloat. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, GL. Every super chat really helps. Every membership, every super chat. And it's super appreciated. Every super chat is appreciated. And Marduk, thank you for the $5 super chat. And last one, John the Baptist, my good friend, thank you so much, says, I've just had a divine revelation that the divine revelation that M and the Cookie Monster are the same person. What say you, Cookie Monster?
Cookies.
It's true. The divine revelation is true, which means it must be from Doug. It has to be. All right, we're going to get Jesus in the guest box. Didn't expect Jesus to show up tonight, but we've got him with us. How you doing, Jesus? 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 Jesus might have been waiting too long. All right, we're going to boot Jesus. We'll move on to our next guest, which surprisingly is the same name spelled differently. We got Josh. How you doing, Josh?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Josh, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 18, but I do not believe in the Bible.
Do you believe in something else?
I do believe in God.
Sure. What kind of God?
I believe in God. It's that simple, God.
Yeah, but what are God's properties for you?
For me, okay, so this is going to be something you may not understand.
Yeah,
so
I'm not bright. You have to dumb it down for me.
I'm not saying that. The Bible, obviously, that's very stupid.
We agree there. We're on one point of agreement. Yeah, talking donkeys and floating axe heads are stupid.
Right. I get that very much. But the thing is that, okay, so I am very much in science. And so you obviously have like the Big Bang Theory and, string theory and all that kind of stuff. But who did that? Who did it?
Who did what?
The Big Bang Theory, all that kind of stuff. What happened before
I mean, which
that?
scientist created the Big Bang hypothesis?
No. How did the Big Bang Theory happen?
It's just an endless cycle of causes and effects.
Something happened.
Yeah, I know. There's an endless cycle of something happening.
I get it, but there is no explanation of the Big Bang Theory.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, there is.
How?
Do you know what black hole bounce is?
Yes, I understand that.
What's black hole bounce?
Black hole balance?
No, bounce.
I can't hear you. Go ahead.
Black hole bounce.
Are you saying balance or bounce?
Bounce.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah, black hole bounce stipulates that when a black hole, rather than collapsing because of singularity, it actually reacts. It spews out material rather than collapsing in, right? So black hole bounce is a reasonable explanation for why the universe began expanding when it was in a state of singularity.
Right, a theory. I get you. But I still do feel that due to things that happen, due to everything in this universe, not just that, but okay, string theory, this, that, and the other.
What problem does a God solve?
I see. I don't even look at that way either. Like, I'm not sitting there and saying, oh, okay, my God all of a sudden solved my cancer. Oh, this. No, that's so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking dumb.
Did your God create everything? Or is he just part of it?
Just like, who knows? There could be many gods.
Shit. Listen, I agree. If there's one God, there's got to be multiple.
Right. It very, very well could be.
So
who knows?
But why would I posit the existence of a God? Like what would be the evidence that would lead me to believe that there is a God other than liking the idea?
Just due to the fact that we live here on Earth, there's a universe, and the simple fact that Stephen Hawking sat there and due towards the end of his life, he sat there and was like, oh my goodness. He sat there and believed in God there at the end.
No, he certainly didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Okay. All right.
I don't know where you heard that, but that's not the case.
Yeah. Okay.
He died an atheist, my friend.
He came to God with it.
He certainly did not.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you. But that's just how I feel.
His last book, he says there's no God. Like he wrote in his final book.
That's just how I feel. Like I said.
Well, I feel like he's an atheist.
Okay. That's all you.
Okay. Anything else?
I still feel that there's got to be something that creates this.
Why?
Got to be something.
I don't believe it was created. I think the universe always existed.
Well.
And before he goes, do you mind if I ask what science are you in?
Actually, Ems, could you have a little bit of conversation with Josh for me? I've got to use the little boys' room, and this would be a great way to do it, so we don't have to have a dead conversation.
Yeah, so Josh.
Okay, go ahead.
What science are you in?
Different ones. I mean, it all depends. I'm not exactly in a certain science. I just like to study stuff.
Like the way you said it, I had an impression that you had a degree or you were a scientist.
Oh, no. I study. But yeah, physics, if you want to go that way, physics.
So you prefer physics?
Yes, physics, definitely.
And back on topic, why do you think there is a God? Like, what is you like? Instead of like without saying that there must be one, why can you give me an argument that would lead me to the conclusion that there is one?
Why do I think that? It's just sitting there and thinking that the fact that there are sometimes things that aren't explainable. And maybe that's due to the fact that maybe human beings can't explain it yet. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Do you think that is that if something is unexplainable, then it must be a conscious being that has designed us and designed the universe?
Yeah, but like I said,
how does that follow?
Hold on, but like I said, there was a point where, okay, we believe the universe is a matrix, but now they're sitting there and saying the universe is a painting.
Sure, but I'm asking you, granted that there are stuff that we do not, or we are unable to explain, how does that follow then? That it is a conscious being that created the universe?
A conscious being? Because we do not know. We do not know whatsoever.
Yeah, but how does that follow? For example, I do not know. Does that mean that there's a gigantic toddler, for example, that pointed out the universe?
Okay, so here's a perfect point. Here's a very
But that was a yes or no question.
No.
Okay.
I guess maybe I didn't understand him because I was trying to go to a certain way. Because here I was trying to create a very perfect point. Because this whole universe, right? Maybe we only know so much, but yet there's only Earth that has humans. Why is it only Earth?
Right. But M's question was kind of important, right? He's saying if there's something you don't know, how do you know what to fill in that gap? Like, how do you decide what to put in that gap? Because you could very well just put a baby farting the universe into that gap, right? So why is a baby farting the universe not a good answer, but a God speaking a universe or whatever a good answer?
Not quite sure.
Right. So if there's a gap in the knowledge, like you've got lots of choices. You could put lots of stuff there. You could say, well, it could just be a naturalistic phenomenon that we don't know about yet. That's certainly possible. And it seems to fit our data. Like every time we learn about something new, it seems to better explain the universe, and it's never a God that is in the explanation, right?
I mean, yeah, correct.
And you could posit, and this is one of my favorites, you could posit that there was some sort of a supernatural force, but it's not a God. Like it could be some sort of Buddhist concept where there's a supernatural force, but it's not a God. It's not a creator entity. It's just a supernatural force that physics can't explain.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. That is correct. Because, like I said, right now, still going by theories, but then eventually theories become concepts, this, that, and the other, but okay.
Right. So I guess what we're saying then is like you found a gap in our human knowledge, and you said, I'm going to put God in the gap. We're trying to figure out what's the argument that leads you to fill that particular gap with God as opposed to anything else.
Yeah, I get you.
Like, I get it. God is an appealing answer to the problem because you're just saying, it's like when you're playing like Madden NFL and like you get to create your own player, like, fuck, I'm going to give him 100% of everything. He's going to have every ability, right? It's the same way when we're inventing answers for these problems. It's really tempting to invent the thing that has all the abilities, right? Because then it just answers all the problems. But it's to me, it's just wishful thinking.
Right. I guess I get you. It's just that there's just so much stuff. But like I said before, I just like the Bible and all that stuff. That's just a fucking joke. Like a fucking.
Yeah, we agree with you there, actually. I mean, I could be like, if we found out, like, let's say science found out beyond, like, with firm confidence that there once was nothing, right? If that's something that we found out, then we might say, I don't know, maybe there's some weird supernatural force that brought something from nothing. We could make that position. But even if that were true, there's still other possibilities. That's not the only possibility. Right? So like with our current understanding of physics, we would say you can't get something from nothing, right? But if there actually was nothing, then there's no like laws of physics. There's no structure for how anything behaves. It's possible that something did come from nothing because there's nothing dictating, there's nothing that would require that it couldn't.
Well, but see, that's what that's what I understand is that it was a big ass explosion and boom, that's what created it.
Right, but I'm saying in our worldview, like I don't want to speak for M's, but I know in my worldview, the Big Bang wasn't something from nothing.
Okay, so what was before the Big Bang theory?
Well, there's a couple theories. I mean, you can go to like a quantum field or a quantum foam theory. I like the Big Bang Big Crunch theory by Roger Penrose and Sean Carroll and others, where they posit that the universe is in an infinite number of cycles of big bangs and big crunches. Right now we're in a bang, but eventually the acceleration is going to slow down to the point where it's not accelerating, and then it's going to start decelerating, and then gravity will pull everything back in, and it will crunch, and then we'll have another black hole bounce, and we'll have another big bang.
Okay, so there lies the question. They sit there and say black holes are points of entry.
What entry? What do you mean?
Like sitting there, okay, so it used to say that, okay, black holes were stars that blacked out this, that, and the other. But now they're sitting there and saying that black holes they're not exactly vast areas of stuff being sucked in, but yet it's something to where actually things can be moved into and go somewhere else.
I mean, portals?
It's not necessarily that, but something.
I don't know anything about black holes being tunnels. I understand.
No, I'm not saying that whatsoever. It's something that the scientists are kind of explaining, something like that.
I mean, there have been like hypotheses that black holes could connect like two different points in space, or even two different points in time. But this is like science fiction. This isn't real science. I think they typically used to call them wormholes back in the day, right?
Yeah, like back like 15 years ago.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know. Very confusing. But I don't know. It's just stuff like that. That it's just all that science and stuff like that, and it just makes me think that, oh, buddy, you know, all that stuff going on, this, that, and the other. Like, who knows? I don't know. It's just my thought process.
I mean, these are fair thoughts, and I get it. We have a lot of unanswered questions about the universe. I would just suggest maybe be comfortable with saying, I don't know. Right?
Right. I get you.
That's like, because once you add a God into the equation, now you have to add in all kinds of entailments. Like, okay, if God is part of the equation, why did he create us? Now you have to start inventing God's mind. You have to start inventing reasons why God would even create us. But if God is perfect, like if he's a perfect being, then like he's not lonely, right?
Well, that's the question. Is there another one? Is there like, okay, so way back in time, like, okay, so that's the biggest thing that I've learned, because like I grew up in a religious family, this, that, and the other, and I never felt right with it. Never ever felt right. So I knew right away that fucking Holy Bible and shit like that was never ever well.
Right, but even if there's one God or multiple gods, right? What would be a reason why a God would want to create this mess? What's the reason?
To create human beings, because where else do you find human beings? You don't find them anywhere else.
Right, no, but why would he want that?
To create life.
So is he bored? Why does he want to create life?
That's something maybe way beyond our minds that we can't answer. I don't know. I honestly do not know.
Right. Yeah. So once you start probing, like, so once you say, here's something I don't know, let's put God in that thing that I don't know. Right. Well, if you just ask a couple more questions about the Band-Aid of God, you get to even more I don't knows. Right. So if you solve your initial I don't know with a bunch of other I don't knows, it might not be a great solution.
Yeah, I get you there.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
I think that's why some of the early scientists, we'll say like Einstein, were okay with the idea of like more of a deistic God. A deistic God is like an entity that is more of a spiritual force than anything. It just kind of poof, kicked things into motion and then fucked off, right? Because now you don't have to explain why God did anything. You're like, fuck, it's like a force of nature.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Josh, hey, thanks for coming up and chat with us. I know these are difficult topics, and you've been very kind. So,
and before he leaves, Josh, when you see that we do not see humans elsewhere, I mean, we haven't really looked. Maybe there's a human on Neptune.
How would there be a human on Neptune?
It is possible.
It's gas.
Again, we haven't looked.
That's a gas planet.
I know it is a ice giant, but also, in general, it could be on a moon. It could be anywhere.
Well, okay, maybe one of the moons, but like,
Yeah, we haven't looked.
yeah, it's a gas planet.
But I'm saying we haven't looked. That is my point. We haven't actually looked.
Right.
Yeah, but that far away from the sun, how are they going to get any heat or anything? They're not going to be able to survive. They'd be too cold.
My point is, again, we haven't looked. It could be on any of the other planets in the solar system, or on, for example, in another star in the galaxy. We haven't looked. That is entirely the point. We haven't looked.
Right.
I mean, yeah, okay, you guys are, hey, you know.
Oh, listen, Josh, thanks for coming up, buddy.
Yeah, no problem.
Cheers. I feel bad that we took the wind out of him because I think he was a nice guy. But I mean, that's the nature of these conversations, right? I do remember like my final couple months of being an agnostic theist. I do remember having a difficult conversation with a buddy of mine that was full-blown atheist. And this guy was like super genius smart. And then another coworker of mine who was also an atheist, and they were kind of pointing out some of the problems with my viewpoints, with these ideas that I held on to. I remember, like, I was a lot like Josh. I was willing to come to the table and be like, "Oh yeah, those are actually really good points." But I remember later on that night when I was at my hotel, because we were on the road, I was at my hotel sitting there thinking, I'm like, "Fuck, they got me." They got me. They're right. Maybe Sadie says, my kid had to die to teach me a lesson is insane. Actually, that is insane. What lesson did the kid learn? Weird. PFOS says, why do some Christians sound like battered housewives? It's upsetting to hear people talk like this. So this is a good point, PF. And this is why I used to run a live stream. I need to do it in soon, where the claim is that Christianity is Stockholm Syndrome. Because that's what it is. Christianity is just Stockholm Syndrome. That's it. Jennifer says, who's the clay to say to the potter? Yes, Romans 9. That's what we're reading from. Yeah, you nailed it. Josh says, God knew Jordan would come here being a jackass. Actually, that is the case. God didn't just know it, he predestined it. And Smallest says, what's so great about heaven? Given unlimited foot rubs to God, Jesus clones, unlimited TEDx Heaven Talks by Matthew, author, about drawing in the suckers, flying around with wings made of foreskin. Listen, I'm in for foreskin wings. The other stuff, not so much. But you're right. The idea of heaven, the concept that you would just do something for all of eternity, eventually you'll get bored. Eventually. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know. You know what I mean? But eventually you're going to get bored. Just like being all-knowing. Being an all-knowing being sucks ass. Why would you want to know every single thing that's going to happen? Boring. Teresa says, I'm so happy with your apology when faced with losing your temper. So many bad discussions with some of the words, in my opinion, can cause that. Well done. Teresa, sometimes I have to calm down. You know, I get heated just like anybody else, right? But my goal is to not bite people's heads off unless they really deserve it. So if I'm doing the opposite of that, I'm okay getting corrected on it, but it does happen sometimes. J.A. Cobb says, finally got some cash to give. Shout out to the Discord. Best people this side of the internet. Well, Cobb, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Hail Nero, thank you for the 616. And I agree. Guys, if you're not in the Discord yet, go to the link tree in my profile. Join the Discord. It's amazing. Full of great people in there. And Chip says, as a dentist, I know that pulling teeth is way easier than arguing with theists, Justin. Stay hard and stand firm on the rock, Doug. Chip, I didn't know you were a dentist, but now I've got lots of questions about your name. Is Chip your real name? Because it reminds me of a chipped tooth and also the cup that had a chip in it from the Disney movie Beauty and the Beast. But I think Chip didn't have any real teeth. Anyways, Chip, I got questions now. Walking Dad, good to see you tonight, my friend, says, it ain't what you don't know that gets you in trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. Listen, somebody recently recommended that I pick up Letters from Earth by Mark Twain. I did pick it up. I promise I'm going to be reading it ASAP. Thank you for the suggestion. And thank you for the Twain quotes. I love some good Twain quotes. Design says, can you create a giant switchboard behind your head to help callers keep track of their logical short circuits? I need to create a wheel of omniparadox. I need to create an omniparadox wheel and just keep moving like the pin every time we get to a different leg of the omniparadox. That way the guest can track which leg they're currently debunking from their worldview. Cameron says, thank you for the $20 super chat, by the way. Says, it's honestly frustrating how some people just don't get it. They refuse to change their minds. On the bright side, I love it when missteps, when Ems steps in as backup just in case. That kind of support is everything. I agree. I love having Ems here to support. I've got so many good, intelligent, well-read, well-educated friends that support the stream. Makes my job way easier.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ems is invaluable. We got an Ems bat signal now as an emoji. It's if you're subscribed, you got it.
I saw that.
I made it myself, Ems.
It is really good.
Peter says, questions to Catholics. At what point does the bread stop being Jesus? Are you folks going home and pooping out Jesus? Transubstantiation is wild to eat it because it's the body of Jesus. But if that's the case, if it's that sacred, what's the difference between throwing that shit up and throwing in the fully digested, the stuff that comes out the other end, right? It's like, where do you draw that line? It's goofy. Jared, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. It says, t-shirt idea, image of Jesus on the cross, but instead of him quoting Psalms, he's quoting modern song lyrics. Hello from the other side. You didn't have to cut me off. Just examples. This is a really good idea, actually. Jared, join our Discord. Send me these ideas so we can catalog these ideas. I'd love to see you over there. Space Lord, my friend, good to see you again. Says, appealing to the book of Job is just a bad idea. Every time I talk to a Christian and they turn to the book of Job, sometimes I get excited when apologists say dumb things. When they turn to the book of Job, I legitimately start feeling bad for them. I'm like, oh my God, they're going to get cooked so hard. They picked the worst book to ever turn to as a Christian. Adam said, shout out from Poland, watching with a friend. Well, Adam, thank you for the shout out. Thank you for watching the channel. And thank you for sharing with a friend. And Chris says, Justin, you are too young, but before you were born, Doug put a holy band together, Sly and the Family Stone. Praise his stoniness. Chris, I'm sorry I don't know about this. I will bone up on Sly and the Family Stone. And Ohm's Outlaw, great name, by the way, says, apparently babies are just the pawns of God, tools he uses to teach us how loving. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, he killed all the firstborn in Egypt just to prove a point, just to prove how powerful he is. Because if you're really powerful, you get to kill your creation, especially the babies. Sam says, is free will and determination a true dichotomy? Sorry if that's misspelled. The Kraken has gotten me. Well, first of all, big thumbs up for the Kraken. I haven't poured mine yet, but there will be Kraken tonight. And is it a true dichotomy? I think it depends on what type of a God you believe in, right? If you believe in the omni God, it's a true dichotomy, right? In order to get away from that, you have to abandon at least one of the omni properties. And Phil Fun says, I never drive in live, only red light and super chat. Thank you so much, Phil. And that's the way to do it, right? If you're going to touch your phone while you're driving, do it while you're at a stop or while you're pulled over or something of that nature. Don't do it while you're driving. Please don't do it while you're driving. And we're going to do 3 more. Erzmont, my friend, says, Philbro Christians make me want to worship Satan out of spite. Actually, I'm with you. I hate the Philbro argument so much. They're just so boring. Listen, if we weren't in front of an audience, sure. If we're sitting at a coffee shop, let's have it, right? We're in front of an audience. No one gives a shit about that. TC said, did the Bible have to be written in metaphor? I don't think it was, right? I think there are some metaphors in the Bible, certainly, but the Bible itself doesn't appear to be a singular metaphor. If it is, then Jesus didn't die for shit. Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I super, super appreciate that. And here comes our friend ST Sizzle to cry again about getting cooked. He'll never get over it. He's going to cry for literally ever about this. He says, did the imaginary God cook you on Tim Pool? No, because nobody cooked me on the Tim Pool show. I came in with 2 days to prepare, and I proved all of their talking points to be wrong. And it's okay if it was over your head. You can cry about it forever. You're going to cry forever that I cooked you, and we know that you got cooked. Look up the ST Sizzle video on Deconstruction Zone, and you can watch that clown. You can watch this clown getting cooked on my channel, which is why he's here now, a year later, still crying about it. All right, let's get our next guest in here. It looks like our next guest is going to be Jared. How you doing, Jared?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Jared, have we talked before?
I've never seen you or heard of you before.
That's fine. I talked to a Jared quite recently. I just didn't remember if it was you or somebody else.
No, sir, it was not me.
Fair enough. So, Jared, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I'm 30 years old, and I don't believe in some kind of a God. I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ.
Fair enough. What'd be the best argument or evidence for the Lord Jesus Christ being God?
When has science ever been able to prove him wrong?
When has science ever proven that there's not a magic farting unicorn sitting on Jupiter?
No, that's not what I asked.
Well, Jared, I'm using a question to demonstrate the stupidity of your question, right? So if I said, if science hasn't disproven my theory that there's a magic unicorn on Jupiter, does that mean that there's a magic unicorn on Jupiter?
Sir, you're not answering my
Jared,
question.
this is the answer to your question. If you pay attention, you'll catch it, okay? So you asked me if science has disproved God, and I'm demonstrating to you that that's a meaningless thing. First of all, I can disprove your God easily, but the generic idea of any God, right? The goal of science is not to prove that God doesn't exist. That being said, if science doesn't disprove something, that doesn't mean that it's true by default. Science hasn't disproven that there's not a teapot floating around in orbit from Jupiter. That doesn't mean that there's a teapot floating around orbiting Jupiter.
Do you realize how much that your argument doesn't mean anything?
It's okay if it was over your head.
No. I understood exactly what you said, but what you said does not make sense.
What do you think I said? Strong steel man my argument. What do you think I said?
This is what I'm trying to say.
No. What did I say, Jared?
You said steel man or strong man, whatever you wanted to say about
steel man. My argument means repeat my argument back to me.
As hell.
Is he muffled for you guys? I can hear him.
As hell, yeah.
Really, Jared? Can you talk closer to your microphone?
I mean, I'm pretty close to it. I'm like maybe 6 inches away.
Oh, everyone's saying you're really quiet and muffled. Interesting.
Can you hear me fine?
See, I can hear you, but the audience are saying they can't hear you. Maybe just speak like 2 inches from your microphone.
Can you hear me fine now?
Actually, that's better, yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Listen, I got 2 youngins. They done lost my headphones, and it might be the speakers of my phone. Because I'm talking straight into my phone right now.
Cool.
But what I'm trying to say is, there has been scientists for years that have tried to prove the Bible wrong. And whenever I talk about the Bible,
who did?
I'm talking about the King James Version.
Who tried to prove the Bible wrong?
Scientists.
Name one.
I don't listen.
But how do you know? How do you know there are scientists trying to prove the King James Bible wrong?
Because I've read the stories. But here's my thing.
Who told you the story?
I've read the stories.
From who?
But I don't. Huh?
From who?
See, and this is where you're gonna defend yourself no matter what.
I'm not defending myself. I'm asking you to explain what you're saying is true. You're saying that you've read about scientists trying to disprove the King James Bible and God in general. I'm just trying to figure out who's saying it.
Is the Battle of Jericho true?
Oh, I'm sure there were many battles of Jericho. So if you read the writings of William Devers and Israel Finkelstein, the people doing the archaeology, it's clear that there were multiple battles at Jericho over the centuries.
No, there were scientists that tried to prove the battle that is in the Bible false.
That's not true. Name
Whenever
them. Who's the scientist?
I don't care who they are. The only thing I know.
How do you know that they did it?
Because I read upon.
By the way, I
didn't care enough.
I can disprove the King James Bible real fast. That's not even hard.
And let's hear it.
Okay. Have you read Deuteronomy 8:9 before?
Yes.
Sure, right. It says, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness, thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. What do you know about brass?
About brass?
Yeah.
I know nothing about brass.
Yeah. Do you know that they didn't have the capability of making or even digging brass? Because you don't dig for brass, by the way.
Okay, so
the word's supposed to be copper.
Do you want my argument on that at all, or no?
Sure. Yeah. Tell me how brass is made.
No, that's not my argument.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking me what is brass and how do you make it or how do you dig it?
Mm-hmm.
And my argument is, if you truly believe in the Word of God or Jesus, as I like to state, how do you explain a burning bush?
We're talking about brass right now, buddy. So can you dig brass? Yes or no?
It's the same thing.
It's not.
Can a bush just spontaneously burst into fire?
Buddy, you need to focus. We're talking about whether or not you can dig brass. Burning bushes has nothing to do with digging brass.
And you're trying to tell me that you can't dig brass, but I'm also asking you, can a bush just spontaneously burst into fire?
Yes, bushes have spontaneously combusted. In fact, a lot of things on the planet Earth have spontaneously combusted before.
Okay, so if you're going to try to lead me down some straw man fact, let's go back to the question that I asked. Who was able to prove that the Battle of Jericho never existed?
It's almost like you didn't hear anything I said. Okay, just keep in mind, the topic we're talking about is whether or not the King James Bible said something untrue. That's what I'm talking about right now. And it says that they're digging brass. What do you think brass is? What do you think it is?
I mean, I've held a brass hammer in my hand before.
And what's it made out of?
Brass.
No. It's a combination of different metals. You have to manually combine copper and zinc. You dig for copper, and then you take zinc and you smelt them and you make brass. You can't dig for brass. You have to make brass. The King James translators goofed.
I don't believe that.
That's literally the case. You don't have to believe it. Nope. It's 100% true.
No, and I'll give you the reason that I don't believe it.
Did Adam and Eve, were they the first humans created?
Yes.
Were there any humans before Adam and Eve?
No.
What does the word replenish mean?
What do you...
You'll find out if you answer it. What does the word replenish mean?
It means there once was, and then you replenish to make more.
Yeah, you got it. Now read Genesis 1:28 in your 1611 King James Bible for me. In fact, I'll get my 1611 out just to follow along.
I don't have mine in front of me, but if you want to read it to me, I will effectively follow or listen.
It says, God blessed them and said to them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. Did God say to replenish the earth? Is that what he said? Or did he say fill the earth?
I do believe that you're mistaking that verse.
What does replenish mean?
I do believe that you're mistaking that verse.
What does the word
That
replenish
verse,
mean?
no. That verse
He's stumbling
came
all over
after.
himself.
I'm sorry that I'm having a hard time thinking. That verse came after Adam and Eve not even Adam and Eve. That verse came after Eve ate from the forbidden fruit.
Nope, that's chapter 3. We're in chapter 128.
No. No.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Want me to show you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Genesis 3 is the fall. Genesis 3 verse 1 states, "Now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, 'Did God say you shall not eat from any tree in the garden?'" And then you know what happens. That's in Genesis 3. I was quoting Genesis 1:28, the first chapter.
Okay, and you are trying to say that Genesis 3 was before that?
No. I'm saying Genesis 1 chronologically came before Genesis 3 chronologically.
Right, but you also have to look at the way that the Bible was written.
I have.
But see, here's the problem. The Lord says that any man that readeth my Bible shall not see confusion.
It sounds to me like it's a lie then, because you're very confused about it. We're in Genesis 1:28 still. 1:28 is a command to Adam and Eve right after he makes them. He says, "Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth." That word doesn't fit the context because they're the only humans that have ever been on the earth. Thou doth not readeth much.
No, what I'm trying to figure out is how to explain this to you.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me more lies. I'm waiting for it.
That's literally what I'm trying to figure out because, and I'll tell you what. This is my first thing that I ask people that. Actually, this is my second. I'll go to my first. The first thing that I ask people that say they're atheist, and honestly, this is just a fallacy. This is just a try to believe on my side or try to believe in something at all. Because until you're able to open your eyes up even a little bit.
You're not addressing anything I said, by the way. You're just complaining. You're just complaining that I'm closed-minded. I want you to address the argument and not what you think about me. Because I can say the same thing about you. I can say, listen, Jared, you're closed-minded. You won't accept the truth. The only reason why you disagree with me is because you're closed-minded. That's not an argument. I care about the actual arguments. I care about what's true. Okay, so if you're going to get up here and say that I just don't agree with you because I'm closed-minded, you're wasting my time and everyone else's time.
No, because I have a finish to mine. What would be the finish to your point?
It's easy. The King James Bible mistranslates things, and it does it lots of times. I can keep going. You want to see more?
No, you just went ahead and pivoted. What I'm saying is...
That's not a pivot. That was the thing you brought up. You brought up the King James Bible was never debunked, and I said, bullshit.
No, actually, by scientists, it's never been debunked.
Yes, it has. I'm doing it right now. And scientists aren't in the business of debunking the King James Bible. That's not their job. That's not what they're attempting to do.
There's literally been scientists that have made it their goal to debunk the King James Bible.
Name one.
And have not been able to do it.
Name one. Because I'm doing it right in front of your face, and I'm not a scientist.
I don't care what their names are. They have went out. They've set out to. There are scientists that have went out
Cool story,
And-
bro.
Okay, you want to interrupt or you want to listen?
You're lying. Don't lie to me. Just saying things are true because you read them in a book somewhere doesn't make them true. If you can't tell me which scientist attempted to do it, you're just making shit up.
Tell me that there are not artifacts dated back to the same time as in when Jesus parted the Red Sea. At the
Jesus
bottom
parted
of
the Red Sea. Sorry, go ahead. This is funny there. It says
No,
Yahweh
there-
did it, but whatever.
No, there have been scientists that have tried to prove that wrong.
Prove
that
what
said
wrong?
that Jesus did not part that sea. And whenever
Name
they
one.
tried to prove it wrong,
Who
and
did?
then they do. Again, I don't care
What's
what their
the
names
proof that it
are.
happened?
The artifacts at the bottom of the Red Sea.
Name one.
Because whenever can you not keep your mouth shut long enough to just let me go across
The problem is everyone knows what you're about to say. Like in your mind, you're about to say something novel. We've heard it a billion times. You're going to say there were chariot wheels found at the bottom of the Red Sea, which is a false claim by a guy named Ron Wyatt, who's not an actual archaeologist. He's a professional liar. Because if there was chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea, they would have found them. Ocean X literally just mapped the bottom of the Red Sea.
Ocean X used what to map, used whatever they had to map the bottom of the Red Sea.
Yeah.
There were people that actually dove down there.
Name one.
Again, what does it matter what their names are?
Because you're making it up. The guy who claimed to have done it is named Ron Wyatt, and he's not an archaeologist. He's a liar. He didn't bring anything up. The way you do archaeology is you go down, you find an artifact, you bring it back up, you submit it either to the government to inspect or to an organization. They will submit it to the appropriate archaeologist to inspect. There will be peer-reviewed papers written about it, and everybody will get to study the sample. Where I went to seminary at, we had a library of ancient artifacts that our seminary had possession of. They were our artifacts, and guess what? We wrote about them. People wrote about these artifacts. Everybody could come see it. Ron Wyatt's so-called discoveries have never been pulled up. They don't exist. They're not anywhere.
I'm sorry, I'm biting my tongue right now. Just trying to be cordial, trying to get along. There has actually been more than just whoever you just said.
There's not.
There's been more. Yes, there has.
There's not a single scientist that has ever claimed that there were chariot wheels or any Egyptian artifacts in the bottom of the Red Sea.
I'm not saying chariot wheels. I am saying that there are people that have tried to prove the parting of the Red Sea wrong.
Who?
I don't care what that's the.
It sounds like a trust me, bro. Then,
and that is that I'll take that blame. That is on me. That's my fault. I will own that. And that's why I'm having trouble arguing this, because I don't know how to argue it, because I wasn't.
You heard a thing and you believed it because you're willing to believe these claims, right? Somebody you trusted told you this, and you think it must be true because somebody you trusted told it to you.
Nobody told me. I read it
Yeah, where do you read it at?
online.
Yeah, on a website, exactly. Yeah, some goofy website.
Sorry, I just got tagged in something. Justin is smart. He knows his stuff. Well, I'm going to tell you right now. Sorry, I usually don't do this, but Gypsy Angel.
Gypsy, he didn't like that.
No.
Want to see?
Actually,
You want to see other problems in the Bible, where the Bible says things that aren't true?
Let's hear it.
Go to Mark chapter 1. I mean, I'll read it for you. You don't have to go there if you don't have a Bible on you. But in Mark chapter 1, it says, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. The voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his path. Okay. Who said, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way? Where does that quote come from?
Who said it would be God?
No. Which prophet?
Well, I haven't studied that verse, so I don't know.
It's Malachi chapter 3, verse 1. But Mark goofs. He makes a blunder. He attributes the quotation to Isaiah.
You want to keep going with what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Mark says something untrue. Mark says that Isaiah said something when Isaiah didn't say it. Malachi said it.
But in the beginning of this, you said Malachi was the one saying it.
No. We're reading from Mark. Mark is quoting from Malachi, saying that Isaiah said it. In Mark chapter 1, says, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. That's not from Isaiah. That's from Malachi. He goofed.
Let's see. Me personally, I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
I don't believe that there is a goof.
Okay, well, who said it?
Malachi said it.
Then he's wrong because Mark says Isaiah said it.
Nope.
Did Isaiah say it or did Malachi say it?
Malachi said it.
Okay, well, Mark said Isaiah said it. So Mark was wrong.
Then where is Malachi coming from?
Malachi is coming from Malachi. Mark said that Isaiah said it, but Isaiah didn't said it. Malachi said it. If I said, Jared told me to go to the store, but in fact, you didn't say it, your cousin said it, that means I'm saying something wrong. I'm attributing something to you that was actually somebody else's saying. That means I'm wrong about something, right? So if Mark is quoting Malachi saying that Isaiah said it, Mark is saying something untrue. You see the problem? Oh, he dropped. He must have saw the problem. Well, I've been excited to get a King James onlyist in the box. It's been a minute since I got a KJVO person. There's some of my favorite people to cook. Even when I was a Christian, I would go out of my way to cook King James onlyists. This is my favorite thing to do. If you could bring me one person ever, like if I had to choose between one person to debate for the rest of my life, I would debate King James onlyist Christians. They're the most deluded Christians on the planet and the least informed Christians. Craziest. Anyways, well, we learned that the Bible's wrong and the King James Bible especially is wrong. And we're going to read a couple super chats and get our next guest into the box. Larry Beck coming in again. Thank you for the 666. Hail the Dark Lord. Says, God is all-knowing except when he doesn't know things, right? I can't tell you how many times people have said, well, he's limited. He is all-knowing, but he limited what he knows. Okay, well, if he limited what he knows, then he's still not all-knowing. He doesn't know all things. It doesn't matter how you get there. If he doesn't know all things, he does not know all things. Kyle K says, and also in Cain, in Leviticus 2, God changes his mind and decides, Genesis, you're referring to probably, it says, decides to accept flour offering. Hope I got that right. Which would be a grain, right? I think you're referring to Leviticus 5, verse 11. In Leviticus 5:11, God accepts as a sacrifice for sin an offering of 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a purification offering for sin. That's probably what you're referring to. But yeah, so that's the funny thing is God does accept grain offerings, right? Which is why you have to contend with this idea. Well, if God's okay with grain offerings, he commands it, then why was he mad at Cain for bringing an offering of grain? It's because it's a sub-commentary. It's a commentary. It's a social commentary. It's I don't think it's meant to be taken beyond that. And Miss Non Sequitur, it says, can't do much, but congrats on going full time. Listen, even a 2-hour super chat, it's everything. It's everything, guys. Thank you so much for every time you super chat. Every single super chat is meaningful to me. I never think that a $2 super chat is less valuable than a $20 super chat. I just love that you guys are here supporting me and supporting the cause. And E Boogie, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, tomorrow my trans brother is marrying his trans fiance. Oh, I love this already. It's a Ren Fair wedding, and I have Gandalf's sword. Hail Doug, hail Nero, much love, fam. Well, I love that you have Gandalf's sword. I don't know exactly what Ren Fair means, but big W to your brother. Big W for making trans rights real. Hopefully Trump doesn't ruin it for us, but big W to your brother. Tell him I said congratulations. And Josh says, Dunning-Kruger idiocy. I still feel that this guest sucks, and his childish arguments demonstrate his lack of knowledge of reality in over his head. Yeah, actually, the last two guests, man, really in over their heads. Jared came in really confident. Like, that guy came in really confident. He did not leave the same way he came in. Smolla says, Justin, they used to call them wormholes back in the day. Oh, well, fuck off, Justin. I'm a happy believe Star Trek Deep Space Nine is the future. Smolla, I'm sorry. Thank you for the 616. But yeah, the wormhole notion was popular back during the Star Trek days. I get it. I don't think we're there anymore. I watched a couple episodes. Not a huge fan of the Star Trek. Now that I'm older, I might enjoy it more for nostalgia purposes, but I haven't really revisited the series. But Kyle, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, do you believe in aliens? I mean, have you ever seen how many galaxies are out there? There might be some little planet out there where more little sentient beings are talking. Okay, Kyle, if your definition of alien is any life outside of the planet Earth, 1,000,000%, 1,000,000%, there has to be life on another planet. Now, the level of development and the level of cognition, I don't know, right? But given the sheer odds and the size of the universe, I think it's impossible, literally impossible, that there's not more life out there. There has to be. And Johanna says, I'm very content saying I don't know. Definitely don't leave sleep over it. Actually, I'm with you. The only question that kind of drives me batty is, why is there something rather than nothing? That's a weird, it's a weird phenomenon, right? I mean, obviously the only answer is that there's never been nothing, but why? Why is that the case, right? Eric says, you can't judge God because God is unknowable. Cool. So what does the book do? It lets me know God. That's actually a really good point. Every time Christians get up here and say that you can't know anything about God, you can at least say, well, I know what the Bible says about God. And I don't know, 313, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, hey, Justin, I know everyone here is rock hard for Doug, but I think it would be great if you use the Emperor of Man instead of Doug one of these days. Wait, who's the Emperor of Man? I have to look this reference up. Emperor of Man. Emperor of Mankind. Oh, interesting. Emperor of Mankind, Warhammer 40K wiki fandom. Again, I'm not up to speed with these things. I don't know anything about video games or modern movies or anything like that. Okay, so Warhammer 40,000 is what I need to learn about. I appreciate the reference. Big W, by the way, then. Big W for Emperor of Man. I'll shout out the Emperor of Man, no problem. And Boogie says, trying to send you Christians to roast. We'll see. Boogie, find them. Send them to live stream. Send them my way. We'll cook them. And Germ sending out 5 DZ memberships. Thank you so much, Germs. I really appreciate that, friend. And also, Canbest coming back again. Canbest, thank you for the $27.99, my good friend. Says, oh boy, buckle up with Jared. Okay, so you've seen Jared before. Yeah. Listen, I thought we'd have a longer conversation. It was interesting, at least, to say the least. St. Brush says, spontaneously, God God's mighty theologian Bubba. Yeah, that was the bubble level theology we were looking for. And Josh says, guest is a brass hole. Yeah, actually, I approve this message. Josh says, half past the monkey's brass, quarter to his ball. Now we got word games galore. I appreciate this. I do appreciate this. And hot take Andy says, Doug says after 20 minutes, the chat should be able to kick the caller for $20. It works on other debate channels. Praise Doug. Okay, so hot take. We've mulled around the idea of kicking guests. The problem is we get too many kicks and then we run out of guests, right? So I might reinstate like a price to kick a guest, but it's going to be expensive. It's going to be like $200 because we find a lot of guests are willing to throw $100 to kick guests out. And then you end up with no one to talk to, and then you don't have a stream. You know what I mean? But I get it. Like if you have a guest that's super irritating and they're going on way too long, maybe we'll set a threshold for kicking a guest. I just don't know what it's going to be yet. And Afro said, Jared didn't get cooked. He spontaneously combusted. Actually, that seems to be the case. That's why he ran away. He spontaneously combusted. And Smolla coming in again. Thank you, Smolla. He says, changing careers can be jarring. You may miss electrical engineering. Actually, I will. It says, please create for Doug a walking, talking robotic throne. Maybe you hook him up with AI and he eventually reads your super chats. Listen, Smolla, I didn't consider this, but this is an amazing idea. I can 3D print and make a robotic Doug that talks and reads super chats. This is something I have the ability to do. I'm going to make it a reality now that you've mentioned it. Smolla, this is one of the most amazing ideas ever.
You have to.
I have to now.
It could be your first video for the construction zone.
Yeah, I did take out the rights for a new channel for this purpose.
And by the way, the kicking thing, instead of having it be like one person just sending a specific amount of money, it could be like a threshold of people sending a specific number of money.
Oh.
For example, like 20 people sending $10 instead of one person sending 200.
That's a good idea.
It'd be
like a vote.
A Jubilee type thing.
I do like this year of Jubilee business. Okay, this is a really good idea. So yeah, that actually does make it a little more democratic where one person can't control the flow of guests. If you make it so that multiple people have to give a particular amount, that means you're basically voting with your dollars, like, and everybody gets to participate. This is actually a pretty decent idea. Okay, Ems, shoot me a message in Discord offline. Let's talk about this. We'll discuss a little bit what we can do about this. This is a good idea, though. Do. Shane West says, currently deconstructing, the one thing that's hardest to kick is fear. I get it. Here's what I can tell you. During your deconstruction, the pillars start falling down, right? Like one shoe drops, another shoe drops, another shoe drops, right? At first you have fear because you think, what if I'm wrong? Now, eventually, so many pillars will fall over, so many shoes will drop that you are 100% convinced that it's just not true. Once you're 100% convinced that it's not true, you're not going to fear hell anymore. Like being afraid of hell means that there's still part of you that is possibly still 1 foot in, right? But once you get past that, you'll be fine. It just takes time. Don't worry, Shane, you'll get there. I know you'll get there. We all were there once. And Jim says the TikTok viewers need to get those likes over 250K. Right now, the likes on TikTok are low. They're at like 1 something K. I see 0.1 million. The YouTube's been throttling me for quite some time. Although I think a lot of people came from TikTok over to YouTube. I mean, TikTok's been throttling me probably because we're dual streaming. A lot of people came over to YouTube from TikTok. But Yoda says, is the channel DZ Debates run by you too? It is. So DZ Debates is where I run the stream, only horizontal. Deconstruction Zone is my main channel. It's going to be debates, educational content, interviews. It's going to be everything, but it also has my vertical streams, which is what you're watching right now. The other channel is just going to be horizontal debates and horizontal debate clips. It's just for debates. I'm not going to be posting my interviews or educational content over there. Khan says, Christians' conspiracies, fear-mongering about the New World Order is hilarious, considering the power churches have held for centuries and how they've abused it. So this is a really good point. Like, they're saying, well, we have to prevent the New World Order, so on and so forth. For what? To prevent bad shit from happening? You guys are doing it. You're the one causing the bad shit. We need a rapture and get you fuckers out of here. And Space Lord says, I read the book about Stockholm Syndrome, hated it at first, love the end. Amazing joke, Space Lord. Amazing joke. Oh, we're getting so many good jokes in our streams lately. And Rez, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, I learned more science watching Stargate SG-1 growing up than I did in my Christian school, where the word evolution was never mentioned. Abolish religious schools. This is my biggest complaint about what the Department of Education is doing, is they're ruining schools with this theistic creationist nonsense. I went to a Catholic school. We still learned about evolution. And Carnage coming back again. Thank you so much, Carnage, for the additional super chat. He says, you're obviously too much of a scaredy cat to debate my toothless uncle. He would destroy you, seeing as he's unemployed and has nothing but time to his perfect arguments. To perfect his arguments, fight him 1v1 or admit your cowardice. Listen, I am terrified. I'm shaking in my sneakers of your uncle in his boots with one tooth that can cook me. But Carnage, I will give it my best shot. I'm sure your uncle will cook me, but invite him up. Send him my way, and we'll see what he can do. All right, we got 3 more super chats, friends. Whipalicious says, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Yeah, from Voltaire, obviously. Your work is so important, Justin. Praise Doug. Rock hard. This is when people ask me, why are you doing this? If you don't believe, why are you doing this? I'm doing this because the people who believe this nonsense can do atrocities, and they are doing atrocities, and they're justifying it with the religion. Take away the religion, they lose the justification. And Eris says, had 2 co-workers debating that the Bible mistranslated rib bone for the Eve creation, and it should be the penis bone that we as mammals don't have. Okay, so this is not true. In fact, this was originally published in the Biblical Archaeology Review. I wrote an article on it when it first came out. I deduced it as a very spurious translation. It was sensational, but even the Biblical Archaeology Review, they revoked the article. They published it initially, and then they revoked it because so many other scholars were like, no, this is not well supported. This is not good scholarship. So they actually pulled it. So I agree. I know the argument from Zelah, if I remember correctly, the word Zelah referring to the rib, but in this case, it does not refer to the schlong. That just wasn't an idiom that they would have used. But it is a tantalizing argument. Send me a message on Discord. I will send you the article that I wrote explaining why this is a spurious translation and isn't a good one. And Atlas Die, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, you mentioned to pick up a Doug while I was on a hike a bit ago. I go on many hikes and I love rocks. So I have countless Dougs everywhere. Doug's eyes are on me always. And remember, if you ever need a Doug to be present with you and have his face shine upon you, all you need are some googly eyes. Go out and get yourself some googly eyes, friends. Put them on Doug, and Doug is there. The presence of Doug is with you. And remember, because in biblical Hebrew, the presence is just the face. When it talks about the presence of God, it usually refers to the face of God. So all you need are some googly eyes and a rock, and the presence of God is with you, friends. All right, we're going to get, I think Jesus and Bobby came back. I think we had to drop them earlier because their equipment wasn't working. Welcome in, Jesus.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, good. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Jesus, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm over 18 and I do believe what Jesus was talking about, yes.
Cool. So you think Jesus is God?
No.
Okay, so
well, he is a God, but he's not the God of the Christians. He's the savior of the Christians.
He's a God.
He is the son of the Father, yeah.
Right. He's like one of the angels. He's like a son of God.
He's a God. He's not an angel.
Well, the angels in the Hebrew Bible are referred to as sons of God, what I'm saying.
Oh, but he's a God. He's not an angel. But I just wanted to ask you something real quick. You told that guy, Jordan, that the God of Israel doesn't tell lies.
Go ahead. And
is that true?
Go ahead and just calm down for a second. So I'm trying to figure out
Jordan, that the God of Israel doesn't tell lies.
Yeah,
but that's a lie.
And I'm talking to
Can
you.
I show you that that's a lie.
I know it's a lie.
Oh, so you're saying that the God of Israel does lie?
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he does. Okay.
Which means the Bible contradicts itself. I know. So,
well, which Bible are you talking about?
The Bible we are reading that contains the Old Testament according to the Masoretic text.
Do you know about the first Christian Bible?
This guy's crazy.
We have no idea. Bible? I'm just asking.
We have no evidence that there is a first Christian Bible. You're referring to...
What about the Marcionite Bible?
The Marcionite Bible is not complete.
It was complete before the Catholics erased it.
We don't have it.
We don't have it because the Catholics erased it.
Well, then how do you know what's in it?
Because of word of mouth, right? So wasn't in that Bible Jesus against the Old Testament God?
Who's reconstructed it? Quote from it.
Do you need a reconstruction?
Quote it. Quote it. Quote from it.
Quote it? Okay.
Yeah.
Who did Jesus tell us to be afraid
You're
of?
telling me that the Marcionite Bible says something different from the regular Bible.
Do you know about the Marcionite Bible? Did it exist at one point?
I'm asking you to quote it for me.
Quote it for you. Okay. He told us to be afraid of Yahweh, right? Didn't he tell us to fear the one that has authority after we're killed?
Verse and chapter.
Well, it's all inside of Luke.
So the Gospel of Luke.
No, not the whole Gospel of Luke, because they took the Gospel of the Lord and extended it into the Gospel of Luke and all the other Gospels.
No, I'm asking.
Was there a Marcionite Bible?
I'm asking you.
At least admit that.
I'm asking you
to at least admit that there
I'm asking
was a
you
Marcionite
to
Bible.
quote from the Marcionite Bible. Is what I'm asking.
Do you at least admit that there was one at one point?
I would admit that Marcion had a collection of texts. I don't think he actually collected the entire
church.
I don't think he actually collected the entire Bible.
They had what was considered their Bible. True or false?
Could not care less.
Okay, well,
I'm asking you
talking
to
about Christianity. So
I'm asking
really
you
thing to know?
I'm asking you to quote from
and
it.
in that Bible, was Jesus
whether or not they had
from the Old Testament God.
We have no idea
your whole argument
because
right now
Jesus
Christianity is that the Old Testament God.
But shut the fuck up, okay? You're saying that the Marcionite Bible says something. Fucking focus, okay? If the Marcionite Bible says something, I need you to find me in the Marcionite Bible where it says it. Or else all you're doing is flapping your lips, making baseless claims. So tell me, do you have a copy of the Marcionite Bible and can tell me what it says?
Okay, go. The only people that might have a copy are the Vatican in their library.
Not a question I asked. I said, do you have a copy and can you tell me what it says?
I can tell you what the church fathers said about them.
I'm asking you to tell me.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's all you needed to say. Okay. So now if you're going to say that the Marcionite Bible says something, you have to quote it. By your own admission, you don't have a copy of the Marcionite Bible. It also happens to be that I don't care. I don't care if Marcion disagreed with other people in the early church. I don't believe if Marcion had his rendition of the Bible. None of that matters to me. We're talking about whether or not the book is true, not whether or not your particular variant is the best interpretation or the best variant of it. I want to know if it's true. Do you have an argument for that?
Did Jesus exist? Like, do you believe he was a person on earth at one point?
I have no reason to doubt it.
Okay, so then there's writings about him after that. So if these ones came before the one that we have now and they were erased, is that not an important thing to know?
No one's asking if it's important to know the manuscript evidence.
That was erased.
This is
the evidence that was erased from history by the Catholic Church.
Nobody
who gave us their edition that made Jesus the God of
Jesus. Nobody gives a fuck about your conspiracy theory. We don't care about these conspiracy theories. They're meaningless. We don't care. We want to know the evidence or the argument for your God being real. I don't do conspiracy theories. That's not what we're doing here. I don't care about this. You can take this to Jared. You could take this to somebody who talks about these conspiracy theories. We don't do conspiracy theories here. Do you understand? We're not debating.
The Marcionites exist.
We're not debating conspiracy theories. We're debating your God, whether or not your God is real. Do you grasp the difference?
Did Jesus exist? I'm telling
you. Okay, listen, I'm just going to cut you because you're obviously too stupid to grasp what's happening here. Go take your Catholic conspiracy theory somewhere else. We don't care. Space Lord said replenish means plenish again. Duh, Justin. Obviously replenish means plenish again. I was baffled after I read him the replenish contradiction that he didn't just like go silent. I thought he was going to go silent. He actually tried to address it. It wasn't good. William said, "Silly rabbit, KJV is for kids." Actually, that is the case. And thank you for being a member of the Kraken crew and my conscience. Been a Kraken elite member for 5 months. Thank you so much, Conscience. He says, "Caller, here's the problem, Justin. You won't just agree to my fairy tale. Congrats on full time, brother. Keep cooking." Well, thank you, my Conscience, for being here. And we really appreciate you being a member of the channel for so long. And Dan says, "This guest is the definition of incredulous. I have to give him props for getting up there. Not easy to do. Hopefully you planted a seed. The soil is barren but dry. Hopefully it takes." That's actually the goal here. Like, I know these Christians aren't going to convert in the middle of my live stream, but I know I'm going to plant a seed they'll think about later. And My Conscious just sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone membership. Thank you so much, My Conscious. And thank you for the super chat. It says, "Just saying hello. Hi, hope you're doing well. Hope everyone in chat is doing well. Take care and be safe." Well, My Conscious, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. And thank you for being a supporting, long-time supporting member of the channel. And Phil Bro Nonsense says, "Great show, Justin. In Doug's name, keep us entertained. Keep cooking." Phil Bro, I'm trying to do my best. And as long as we don't get more Philbros, we'll keep it going, you know? Holofurfy in the house. Great to see you. Thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ Debates memberships. That's so generous. We've got 20 more people that now have memberships and access to the cheat sheet. Big W, Holofurfy. I really appreciate that. And Dr. Joe's with us tonight. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Says, "Whoa, guests need some distress tolerance skills." Actually, that's actually a really good point. There's a lot of people that haven't learned how to manage stress. I don't know what causes that. I think it's because they grew up in an environment that normalized it, right? My ex-wife was Arab, and every time someone got mad, she was Egyptian. Every time someone got mad, they'd be like, "Well, that's just how Arabs are." Like, no. That's not how Arabs are. You've allowed them to be that way. Don't let them be that way, and they won't be that way. Dex says, "Do you know how the origins of depictions of angels with feathered wings and halos over their heads? Thanks for all the work you do." Okay, so Dex, you're asking, what is the origin of angels being pictured with wings? And the typical origin is because, like, we see them in the clouds, like the cherubim in Ezekiel and elsewhere, and they're floating among the clouds, right? And there are occasions where they do have wings. I'm certainly thinking of the cherubim that are on the Ark of the Covenant with wings. And there are other instances where the cherubim have wings. I think even in Ezekiel, does Ezekiel mention that they have wings? Let me double check. But there are a number of instances where we have these angelic-like figures that do end up with wings. Let me see. Yeah, Ezekiel 1:6. Each had 4 faces, and each of them had 4 wings and whatnot. And the general consensus is, like, listen, if they're floating up in the clouds, they need wings. They can't just hover, right? And Penelope, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, "As a child, my 5-day-a-week brainwashing made me terrified of hell and kept me awake at night." I'm sorry to hear that. "Today, I have zero fear because I realize it's all a lie. Thanks for helping me make a better world." Penelope, I'm glad for that. And listen, I'm with you. Like, I'm so deconstructed. I'm so out of it. I don't spend 1 second worrying about hell. Nothing, because it's not real. It's all fake. North Texas Fossils, great name, by the way. Do you have a channel? I'd love to learn about North Texas Fossils if you have a YouTube channel. It says, "Did God not want Adam and Eve to learn good versus evil because it meant humans would be able to set morals and rules without God, namely the priests?" Polemic against Hammurabi. So this is such a good take. So I think one of the polemics in Genesis specifically is explaining how mankind came to be moral agents. And in the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's kind of explained that it's learned through the process of coming to age. It's learned, for example, so Enkidu in the Epic of Gilgamesh is out in the wild, living like an animal, eating like animals, grazing, and then he gets introduced to a harlot from the city. The harlot then has sex with him. I forget how long it was, so many days and nights. And then his eyes are opened and he leaves the wild and matures by entering into the city. So there's this ancient idea that human beings would be wild, feral creatures, and it's the civilized life of the city and sacred prostitution that brings people to this area of knowledge and good and evil and whatnot, right? The Hebrews were like, no, that's not how it is. God doesn't want you to have sex with harlots. He just bestows the information upon you. You know what I mean? That seems to be the argument that's being had. And Aaron, my friend, thank you for sending out 20 more DZ memberships. Thank you so much, my friend. That's super, super generous. I really appreciate that, my friend. And last super chat from Black Rose Gallery says, I have a tattoo shop. Big W for that. I'm always playing your lives while I'm tattooing. Thanks for the entertainment and socking it to them. Well, thank you for playing me in the background, because somebody's going to be listening. They're like, oh, who's this guy, right? So thank you for the free advertising, and thank you for supporting the channel, and big W for being a tattoo artist. It's hard work. It's the type of work I could never do. I simply don't have that skill set. Welcome in, Bobby.
Hey there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Pretty good. Hope you're doing well as good. Yeah?
Doing well.
As good. Sorry, it's a bit late.
I know
I
what
hope
you meant.
you're doing
Yeah.
well as well, man.
And thanks for asking. Bobby, are you at least 18 and are you a believer of some kind of a God?
Yes and yes. So I'm Christian.
Cool. Okay, so what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, for me, it would probably be the practice of Christianity within individual practice and as in a larger community is more beneficial than any other doctrine. So, for example,
like what?
Compared to secular nations and secular atheists at an individual level, there's many studies that affirm that Christians have better outcomes for mental health, physical health, income within the same class bracket, if that's the right terminology. The divorce rates are lower. Fertility rates
not among Protestants. So,
there's some argument
so
there.
Just so we're clear, Protestant Christians have the same divorce rate as non-Christians.
Okay, maybe I'd focus more. When you say Protestant,
so
I'm not.
So only the Catholics got it right.
I'd also argue probably Eastern Orthodoxy, and Western Orthodox as well.
Oh, so Christianity only works if you're Orthodox or Catholic.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Christianity only works if you're Orthodox or Catholic.
Well, no, I'd say I'm being a bit broad, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, the outcomes, whether you're Christian or secular or atheist, whatever you want to call it, you're much more likely to have positive outcomes as a Christian.
What do you think a positive outcome is? Because in other countries that are not Christianized, they live longer. They have a longer life expectancy.
Well, I could give you a few. I could give you two, the two biggest that I believe. So one is divorce rates among couples who have children are much lower.
They're actually lower for Muslims. Muslims have the lowest divorce rate. So should we be Muslim?
Yes, but I mean, I'm comparing. No, and I'll tell you why. Because, well, can we backpedal to that? Because I think that's a bit more complicated to address.
I don't think it's complicated at all.
I think it's very complicated.
We're honing in.
Can I at least make the point?
We're honing.
And then I promise.
Yeah. We're honing in on one specific attribute, like one specific benefit. It just happens that specific benefit isn't actually unique to Christianity.
I do have a plethora of benefits. What I suspect are the two most easy and most studies are divorce rates in comparing Christians to secular people.
What about Muslims?
People. And yeah, okay, I'll get to that. But
when you compare them only to atheists, you're not making an argument for your God. You're making an argument for whether or not you should have placebo effects, right? Because if you're saying Christianity is real, because Christians get divorced less or Christians have more children. Well, listen, that doesn't work because among the Muslims, they get divorced less and they have more children. So that's not a great argument.
But would you prefer to live in a majority Christian country or Muslim country? Because now we're talking about a different context now.
Well, I personally would prefer to live in a majority Christian country versus a majority Muslim country. But of the three options, I'd rather live in a secular country.
Okay.
Which is why they're constantly the happiest people on earth.
I don't think they're the most happiest people on earth.
Just look at the happiness index.
Look at the fertility rate.
So what? We already discussed the fertility rate's irrelevant because Muslims have a higher fertility rate, and it only works for Catholic and Orthodox. It doesn't work for Protestants. Right. The majority of Christians in the state are like at least half of them are Protestant.
Yeah, but if we're going to talk about the fertility rate, there's one thing that
these are bad
secularists
arguments.
Can't really address. Well, okay, the fertility rate for secularists is declining.
So what?
Meaning that if you wanted to put it in simple terms, secularism is dying.
No.
And the only people having children are
That's not what that means. It's funny because if secular people are actually not having as many children as Christian, it's weird that secularism keeps growing. It's weird that atheism keeps growing. It's almost like it doesn't really matter that much.
I think Christianity is growing, but I'm pretty certain that secularism is declining.
Not in America.
In terms of population.
It's declining in
you
America.
Could say in terms of culture, but not in terms of population.
Well, listen,
so
if the world population increase is a meaningful metric, then the Muslims beat you. They're growing faster.
Yes, but then
Bobby, these are bad arguments. You have to see this.
No, but but let me if you're going to tie in Muslims into it, you'll have to
Why wouldn't
contextualize which one would be better.
This is not an argument about just Christianity versus atheism. This is an argument about whether or not your religion is true. You have to compare it to all other options.
Okay. If I want to, let's say this, if I want to make a free and just country, right? So if we look at all the Western countries where you're allowed to sit here and have this sort of a debate, nearly all of them, including the ones that are majoritively secular, which is a lot of the, let's say, Netherlands, Czech Republic, a lot of the
the ones that are actually happy, right?
They're all built. Their entire ethics and law system was built on English common law or Christian ethics.
False.
And nope, that is not false.
False.
Nope.
Prove it.
Definitely not.
Prove it.
What do you mean? You prove it.
You don't even know what Christian ethics are.
Okay, hold on.
What? Name one uniquely Christian ethic that you can't find outside of Christianity.
I don't think that you can find out of Christianity.
Are you aware that all of the so-called Christian ethics, the 10 Commandments, so on and so, all that stuff existed outside of Christianity? Christianity didn't make that shit up.
Yes, correct. But I'm telling you that there is no country that has freedoms that you subscribe. Let's say, hold on,
Japan's not free?
There's no free. Yeah, but their population is dying so much that they need to import foreigners who will have children.
I don't think they're dying.
They are. I mean, okay, if you disagree with me, I wouldn't mind if you looked at the fertility rates in Japan. They will be
the fertility rates are irrelevant.
Why are they irrelevant?
Because the Muslims are doing it better. You can't just keep pointing to fertility rates as if they matter and then ignore it when they Bobby, stop. Shut up. Shut up. I'm not finished. Okay, Bobby, stop. You can't appeal to fertility rates and then only compare it to atheists. You have to compare it to all the other options. Either it matters overall or it doesn't matter.
Right. Okay. I'm telling you that the fertility rate is one component of many different positive outcomes that you get out of Christianity as a whole and not secularism. If you want to tie in Islam, you also have to take in what comes with Islam.
Good.
Which is the loss of your freedom.
Then you also have to take in the horrific shit that comes with Christianity. You have to take in the Crusades. You have to take into account that they were burning people at the stake. You have to take into account that they were. You have to take into account that they were literally hunting down and killing Anabaptists.
Right. Can we go through each one of those?
Sure,
So the
whatever you
Crusades.
want.
What do you think the Crusades were about?
The Crusades were quite seriously an incursion of two different armies. It was the Turkish invasion of the West, and then we responded by invading back into the Holy Land and trying to take back the Holy Land. And the war drug on for so long that the people who went on these wars, some of them were actually pilgrimages, they ran out of things to do. And so they were just terrorizing some of the locals because they had nothing else to do, and they were on poor supplies. A lot of the people that actually went on these marches all the way ran out of supplies halfway and had to pillage in the villages to survive.
Yeah, but your premise that Christianity has got anything to do with that. Those practices, let's say pillaging, rape,
It does.
etc., those are clearly against Christian ethics.
No, listen, Bobby.
The Crusades were a genuine. Hold on.
And so,
Let me
so is having Bobby. So is
counter.
having children. Jesus says it's better be a eunuch for the sake of the gospel. Matthew 19. Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 7 that you should live as though the end of the world is coming, and you shouldn't have children either. He says it's better to not be married. So if you're saying that it's what's in the Bible, not what you actually do, I agree. The Bible doesn't support giving birth.
Okay, so first of all, my view is that the Crusades were a genuine response to violent Islamic expansion.
That ended in a non-response. It ended in the raping and pillaging of people that had nothing to do with it.
Which has nothing to do with Christian ethics.
It doesn't matter.
You can have an army,
it doesn't matter.
You can have an army that doesn't subscribe.
Bobby, it doesn't fucking matter. We're not talking about Christian ethics. We're talking about the results of Christianity. The results of Christianity is what you brought up, not me. You're saying the result of Christianity being the birth rates is superior to others, and therefore we should support Christianity. But the birth rate is not a Christian tenet. It is the opposite of what the Bible tells you to do. So you have to pick one. So Bobby, you have to pick one. No, I'm not taking it out of I'm not taking it out of context.
Right.
You're taking it out of context. So you can't respond while I'm talking. So
you're filibustering. You
just shut the fuck up. So you have to pick one. We're either talking about the effects of Christianity, or we're talking about the teachings of Christianity. One of the two. You have to pick one. Because if we're talking about the teaching of Christianity, not the effect of Christianity, they're different topics. Do you understand that the effect of Christianity and the teaching of Christianity are two different things?
Right. Can you stop muting me and let me respond?
It's a yes or no question. Do you understand that the effect...
It's not a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question. Do you understand that the effect... Do you understand, yes or no, that the effect of Christianity is different than the teaching of Christianity?
No.
Okay, then you're wrong.
How am I wrong? Because you won't let me explain that you're taking that
because
out of
in your worldview, the effect of Christianity is having more children. But Christianity teaches you that it's better to not have children because the present form of the world is coming to an end. And you're wrong. I'm going to read you the passages, and I'm going to show you.
I know what passage you're going
I'm going to show you to your face.
I'm going to show you. To forsake women.
I'm going to show you to your face that you're wrong. You can cry about it all you want. Matthew 19, the disciples said to him, after talking about the law of divorce, right? Saying that you can't divorce unless someone commits adultery, says the disciples said to him, if such is the case of a man and with his wife, it is better not to marry. But he said to them, not everyone can accept this teaching, but only those to whom it is given. For there are eunuchs who have been so from birth, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom. Let anyone accept this who can. So Jesus is saying, let anyone who accept being a eunuch for the gospel accept it. That's exactly what he says. I didn't interpret it wrong. That's just what it says. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, he tells you it's better to remain single. It is good for a man not to touch a woman, but because of the cases of sexual... Oh, sorry, I scrolled too far. Hold on. I got to decrease my scroll amount. But because of the case of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife and each woman her own husband. The husband should give to his wife what is due her, and likewise the wife to the husband. For wife, and so we get the body, blah, 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 blah. And then he is to the unmarried. Hold on. To the unmarried and the widows, I say that it is good for them to remain unmarried. He said, it is good for the unmarried to remain unmarried as I am. But if they are not practicing self-control, they should marry. For it is better to marry than to be a flame of passion. So, or a flame with passion. So Paul is saying the optimal scenario is to remain single for the sake of the gospel as I am. That's what he's saying. That's the optimal thing. Why would he say something like that? Well, he tells you why he would say something like that later on in the same chapter. To the unmarried widows, he talks about living, even if you're married, as though you're not married. It says, those who deal with the world as though those who deal with the world as though they had no dealings with it. That's the end of the diatribe of behave as though you're not married. Behave as though you're not in business. For the present form of this world is passing away. He's saying the reason why even if you're married, you should live as though you're not married, meaning not having children. If you're not married, don't get married. Why would he say this? Because the present form of the world is passing away. That's the justification for his teaching. Do you see now?
Right. Can you give me 30 seconds to respond to all of that without muting me?
Sure.
Right. Okay. Within context, what it's telling you is within the confines of marriage, where lust isn't the epitome of your relationship, only in that case it's better to stay unmarried because of sexual ethics which are ingrained in Christianity.
Quote that for me. Quote the verse where it says that.
It was part of what you said.
No, it wasn't.
Repeat what you said about.
Quote the verse for me. Open your Bible and quote the verse where it says that.
Well, I don't have the Bible in front of me, but
yeah, you Christians never come prepared.
I could give you things that conflict with that, right?
To the unmarried and the widows, I say it is good for them to remain unmarried. Why is it good for the unmarried to stay unmarried?
Because within the confines of marriage, you should have children because marriage is a sacred
Wrong
covenant.
again. He said, nope, to the unmarried and the widows, I say it's good to remain unmarried. Why is it good to remain unmarried?
Because if it opens you to the proclivity of sin. So, for example, people get married
again,
for lustful
that's
reasons.
Wrong. He's saying that if you are burning in lust, then you can get married. He's not talking about that right now. He's saying to people in general, if you're unmarried, it is better. It is good to remain unmarried. Why would it be good to remain unmarried?
Could be many reasons, but I think
well, this one. What would be one reason why Paul would say it's good to stay unmarried?
If you were going to enter the confines of a marriage purely for sexual,
we're not talking about entering marriage. We're talking about staying unmarried. Why is it good to remain unmarried?
Right. It would be good to remain unmarried if you could not handle a marriage.
He didn't say that.
But I think it's pretty obvious because
I don't think it is.
The Bible's clear. Can you just give me a second to respond? The Bible's clear that humans should be fruitful and multiply.
Wrong.
No, it's one of the first passages.
The planet was unpopulated, Bobby. There was no fucking humans on the planet. You had to be fruitful.
What did God say to Adam and Eve?
You had to be fruitful and multiply because there was nobody. It was the beginning. Jesus is at the end now, and Jesus is giving you a different commandment. The world is not beginning now. The world is ending now. And because the world is ending now, there's no point in having children.
Okay. So either me or you have got it wrong here.
You got it wrong, Bobby. Easy.
Okay. So every other Christian on earth must also have it wrong. You must have the correct interpretation.
No. Scholars agree with me at what these passages mean. The problem is Christians.
Do the priests and the martyrs agree with you?
The problem is that people like you, Bobby, haven't read the book. You haven't done it. The other Christians haven't done it. Christians will do anything other than read this book. They'll go to church services. They'll pray. They'll crawl on their hands and their knees. People in the Philippines are crucifying each other. They'll do anything other than read this book, which is why that's all I do. All I do is read this fucking book, and it demolishes every dumb argument you people have, every single one.
Yeah, I think you read it, but you don't really take it in properly.
Then show me in the passage where it doesn't say what I said it said. Because I read it to
whatever.
Paul
I'll
said the
concede
present
that.
form of
Okay,
the
I'll
world is
concede
passing
that.
away.
Right, I'll concede that to you. But even if that's the case, a Christian nation is always superior to any other nation.
How could you possibly know that?
Well,
So
firstly, because we've done
okay,
thousands of
so in the
studies
middle of the
on the
medieval
outcomes
period, when the Christians were hunting each other down, literally drowning each other in rivers, calling it the third baptism, would it be better to be in medieval France than it would have been to be in Japan?
Okay. So that would actually be heretical. You cannot do that.
It doesn't matter if it's heretical. We're talking about being in a Christian nation. Focus up, Bobby. In a Christian nation, in medieval France, in medieval Spain, if you were baptizing adults, they would hunt you down and they would drown you in the river. Sometimes they would burn you at the stake and then they would drown you in a river. Would it be better to live in that country, or would it be better, to live in Russia?
Right. Give me 10 seconds to respond here without interrupting. Okay. Under that same argument, you could make the case as a secularist that eugenics is a good mantra to live. But would that be secular?
I'm not making a secular argument. I'm making an argument about Christianity, and you're running.
That's what you're doing.
I'm not at
That's
all.
what you're doing.
Bobby,
You're telling me.
Bobby, I'm not doing that at all. You're pivoting hard and fucking fast because you can't handle what I'm saying. Your point was that it's better to live in a Christian nation. I'm giving you an example where I don't think that's the case. Medieval Europe was a shit show. They would drown you in the river for practicing something that wasn't sanctioned by the church. If you baptize an adult, they would dunk you in the river and hold you there until you drown to death. Is it better to live there than to live in medieval Russia? Which one?
Right. Are Christians doing that today?
I didn't ask about today. Bobby, I don't know why you can't focus. I asked you, Bobby, I asked you about medieval Europe, specifically France and Spain. When they were drowning people in the river for baptizing each other, would it be better to live there than to live in another country? Say like being a Native American in America. What would be better?
Oh, probably still living in medieval Europe.
Oh, so you'd rather live in the country where they're drowning people in the river then?
I would prefer. Well, I think you're conflating your argument because
I'm not conflating.
Were raping, pillaging, and scalping each other.
Oh,
your argument, your
Bobby,
argument was against Christian ethics.
Bobby, you have literally no idea what percentage of Native Americans were engaging in that type of behavior. Those are stories told about Native Americans, not stories from Native Americans. And you've conveniently actually ignored the entire point, which is that in medieval Europe, it was horrific, and there's 1,000 other places you could have been that were better.
Gee, it was horrific then. If only they'd actually followed Christian ethics.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about living in a Christian country.
Matter?
Bobby,
What?
Bobby, just pay fucking attention.
Right. I am paying attention.
Bobby,
you're not paying attention.
I'm addressing your argument. Your argument was it's better to live in a Christian country. Has nothing to do with what the Bible teaches. No one said it's better to live in a Bible-based country where people does what's only in the Bible. No one said that. You said it's better to live in a Christian country. And I said, we had Christian countries. Here's what happened. There clearly were better places to live rather than these Christian countries. Do you understand that I'm addressing your argument?
Right.
Okay. So in medieval Europe, do you think there were better places to live?
Possibly. Let's take it to the modern day.
There you go. Why? Why does it matter?
Because the modern day has proven that Christianity is the superior.
It certainly has not.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 points. See if you can.
So
see if you can conflict against
Bobby,
any of
I don't know if you've been following
wellness.
for long enough, but the fact of the matter is, what we're experiencing in the modern age is a movement not from Christianity. It's a movement from the Enlightenment era. These are humanist ideas. When Christianity ruled, when we had a theocracy, it was horrific. When Christianity was in charge of making all the laws, things were not good. We had the seculars have to come in and change things. The Christians were justifying slavery.
Okay, so if it's true that secularism is heading towards, let's say, some sort of progression, why are you
Secularism doesn't have a progression.
Why do you need to replace
Secularism doesn't have a progression
with religious immigrants?
We don't.
Who will have religious children? Yes,
we
you
don't.
do, because
No, we
the
don't.
Birth rates
no, we
are
don't.
plummeting.
Birth
They
rates
are.
has nothing to do with Christianity. We already covered it.
I don't care. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so do we have
I'm
to? So
taking
we
it in the context
okay.
of
So then our Protestants
you won't have legs to stand on in 20
Should we
years.
get rid of the Protestants then?
No, because
Okay,
you
well,
all
Protestants
want
have the
to
same problem as
flourish.
secularists.
How are you going to flourish without children?
Bobby, listen to the words coming out of my mouth. We all know your bad talking points. We've already heard them. You're not the first one. Protestants have the same problem. They're just barely above secularism in birth rates. They're not replacing themselves either. The Protestant Christians aren't having enough kids to replace themselves, and they're getting divorced at the same rate as the secular world, which means Protestant Christians are just as bad as seculars. Do you understand why your argument fails?
Did I say that I'm defending Protestants?
But
No.
the majority of Christians are Protestant, Bobby.
Yes, but I'm telling you, the religious ones who are practicing their religion traditionally are not.
No, they wouldn't be. If you're practicing Christianity traditionally, you wouldn't be having children. Even if you just read the writings of the early
all of
church.
them must have it wrong, right?
Yeah, they fucking do, because they don't read the Bible just like you, which is why early Christianity advocated over and over and over again for celibacy. All the earliest Christian doctrines told you not to get married, not to have kids. It was a celibacy that was the supreme doctrine. It wasn't until they figured out that this death cult was not ending soon, Jesus wasn't coming back soon, that they changed their tune and decided to have kids again. All right. Bobby, you're not equipped for this conversation, and you're not capable of having an adult conversation, and you don't see how bad your talking points are. I'm going to move on to another guest who's capable of having an actual conversation. Good luck on your bad talking points. What a numbskull. Flash says, man, I don't know how you do it. I imagine Doug's hell is spending eternity listening to these Christians talking about their imaginary God. Love you and M. Keep cooking, buddy. Hey, thank you, Flash. I appreciate that. It's amazing to me that these people think that America's doing well, therefore Christianity true. Literally the dumbest talking point ever. There couldn't be a dumber talking point. Isaac, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thank you for always slaying the religious dogma. I grew up in fundamentalist Christianity and studied the Bible thoroughly. I thought I was the only one who questioned the more I read. Actually, Isaac, that's common. A lot of people believe, like when they start doubting, that something's wrong with me. Everyone else believes it. Something must be wrong with me. How come it doesn't make sense to me? Right? But that's crazy. I mean, a lot of people doubt it. They're just not at liberty to express it. Eris, thank you for the super chat. It says, after that conversation, Justin nailed Jesus and his poor talking points, and then Jesus was raptured for whining in the chat afterwards. You get those crybabies out of here. Praise Doug. Hail the Stone. Amy, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Marcus coming in again. Thank you so much, Marcus, for the $20 super chat. And Sluicy, thank you for the happy weekend on TikTok. Marcus says, that's a crazy claim. Unaffiliated is the fastest growing demographic in the US. And if you know anything about Americans, you know that's just tepid. New atheists who can't say it out loud, much like the shy Trump voter. Actually, a really good point. There's a lot of agnostic believers or just nuns, right, who don't believe in this nonsense anymore. And it's funny that they're going to attribute the success to America to Christianity when Christianity is literally dying. It's dying. Christianity didn't make America great. That's definitely the case. Joe's crying in the comments now. Joe, what a crybaby. No. I kicked him because he didn't have a good argument and he couldn't actually stay in the conversation and focus on where the conversation was going. He was too hell-bent on repeating his talking points over and over again that he couldn't have a real conversation. You're welcome to come up and try it. I'll cook you next. And Gabriel says, here's my favorite joke. What's the difference between a joke and a rhetorical question? Love the show. Keep cooking. Praise Doug. That is actually a really good one. I'm a little shocked I've never heard it before. That's a really good joke. And as Cher's oldest daughter, friend, good to see you. It says, Justin, an atheist knows none of or off. An atheist knows none off the chat worldly jokes, but knows the Bible in and out. Christian caller knows the world, but not the Bible they claim they live by. That's actually a really good point. So many people are shocked at like the fact that I know the Bible so well. I'm constantly shocked that they don't know any of it. They haven't read the damn thing. They have no idea what's in the book. None. Forrest, if you read the latest Pew Research, Christianity is dying. The fastest growing demographic are the agnostic, the nuns, and the Muslims. Christianity is not going to save you in America. And Kay says, Jesus returned, the second coming. So, Kay, we do hear this from time to time. The second coming is when he rose from the dead. I see what you're saying. Jesus returned. Wait, hold on. I may not understand the joke anymore. Give me a second to think on that. Well, I mean, Jesus didn't return. He was supposed to return. He didn't return. I think
they meant the name of the guest.
Oh, fucking Jesus, the prior guest. Jesus did return. Fair enough. That was his second time up. Thank you, Ems. I was like, I know Kay. Kay's not dumb. I'm just missing the point here. Sorry about that, Kay. Good call, Ems. Yeah, Jesus did come back multiple times. And Draco says, the person who thought up the pet rock must have been an early Doug disciple. All hail Doug and Sharon. Actually, that's the case. I need to email them. I want to see if I can email them and talk about them private labeling Dougs for me. I certainly think this would be a good cause. And Misinterpretations is with us. Thank you for being a 5-month subscriber in Misinterpretations. She says, thank you for all you do. I love listening for hours to re-indoctrinate myself. I hope you don't get indoctrinated. I hope you only get indoctrinated by Doug. And Jason says, Marcion. I know, no. I was cooked by Marcion, guys. And Walking Bone, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says this one goes out to Patsy Cline in Vertical YouTube for bitching about donating to our favorite entertainment and source of knowledge. Yeah, I'm actually surprised by the amount of people that complain that people in these live streams are getting supported. Like, why are you complaining? Do you not know what pastors are doing? Missionaries? Yeah, get out of here. Mike says, the shut the F up are real tonight. Furthermore, praise like I know I'm getting tired. I've had so many dumb, belligerent guests tonight. I'm losing my patience. I'm at like the end of my patience rope. Yeah.
I mean, you haven't been getting any quality guests, so.
No, they've been ridiculous. And Nightman Cometh says, the self-righteousness of Christians never cease to amaze me. I agree, Nightman, but don't worry. They're not real Christians, right? That's not a real product of Christianity. And Berserk says, Bob making IP dogshit arguments he made against you. That's exactly what it is. Bob's only repeating the same dogshit arguments that Inspiring Philosophy tried on the Tim Pool podcast, and they don't work. They didn't work there. They don't work here. They're bad talking points. They're not good talking points. It's a cope. If you can't demonstrate Christianity to be true, if the only argument you have is, well, people who live in Christian countries have good outcomes, that's not an argument for why it's true. That's just an argument for placebo effects at most. And Flanker says, most of the progress we have made in the last 200 years has been in spite of religion and Christianity. Thank you, Doug, for the enlightenment. I agree. It's been in spite of Christianity. We had to fight against the Christians to free the slaves. We had to fight against the Christians to get rid of the theocracy. Marcus says, another terrible point. The Crusaders would have certainly disagreed that they were doing what was against Christian ethics. I agree, actually. The Crusaders justified everything they were doing by their religion. In fact, some of them were given authority by the Pope. Mindful Barbarian says, prove your God exists, guest. Nothing else matters. I agree, Mindful. The guest thinks that living in a Christian country that has decent outcomes makes Christianity real, but it simply doesn't. TM says, go get him. I am TM. I'm fired up now. And Mindforge says, God told me to invade Iraq. George Bush. That's such a good point. George Bush literally believed that he needed to invade Iraq because the battle of Gog and Magog needed to happen. He literally thought that invading Iraq and Afghanistan would bring about the battle of Gog and Magog. That's what Christianity brought you. Christianity brings you the Iraq war. And Kevin says, Holy Doug, it's hard to choose between you and Mezzo. Listen, I get it, Kevin. Mezzo's amazing. There's lots of times where I'm like, shit, maybe I should just end my life early and go watch Mezzo. I've had enough, you know what I mean? And my conscience says, why are Christians so obsessed with people's genitals and what they do with them? It's crazy. Actually, that's a very good point. It's also true that the birth rate, if we're talking about the birth rate, it's an irrelevant talking point. The birth rate is not a moral issue, right? So like they're saying that because birth rates are declining, Christianity is better. No, there's a million ways to fix the birth rate. Give people $20,000 to have a baby, they'll start having babies. The declining birth rates in Western world aren't because they're leaving religion. It's because they can't afford it, and there's nothing compelling them to do something stupid like do things they can't afford. Whereas your religion, if you have a religion where your pastor is telling you need to have children, you're going to forget the fact that you're poor and you're going to have more children. Mindful says Christian ethics are henchman ethics. They just accept whatever their bosses tell them is good. I agree. I'm glad I'm not a proud henchman to a pretend God. Mindful, that's it. They don't actually have ethics. They have commands, right? They don't have ethics. And Newsy says, my man still turning and burning. Praise the rock solid foundation upon which we engage in critical thinking and offer a pleasant odor unto Doug. We are going to have a pleasing aroma sacrificed to Doug. We're definitely going to be doing some sacrificial apologetics. And Smola, sorry about that. Thank you again for the super chat, Fred. Says, wondering from both Justin and Ems, I thought belief would decline over time in some proportion to scientific knowledge. How could Islam actually be increasing in popularity? And this is a good question for Ems because I think Ems and I probably
It is
agree.
because they fuck like rabbits.
That's right. Yeah, it's because they just...
Literally, there isn't a lot of conversions. They just, again, like look at the population of Saudi Arabia, look at the population of Egypt, look at the Muslim population in Pakistan and Bangladesh and Indonesia.
Yeah.
It really is just because they sleep a lot and have a lot of children, and those children grow up to be Muslim, or are counted as Muslim, regardless of if they are or if they aren't. For example, I am counted as Muslim. My ID says I'm Muslim.
Yeah, that's true. And if you look at the data for the growth of both Christians and Muslims, a lot of the growth is attributed to reproduction, not conversion. Right. So that's like a pretty damning thing that we can't convince people that these religions are true. We have to do it by having more babies. Let's see. I think I had some statistics on that. Give me a second. I don't have the stat with me, but there is a stat on that. The percentage of people that are in a religion based on conversion versus based on birth. It's a really interesting statistic. All right, let's get in. Our next guest, it looks like Duralizer? Dural? How do I say your name? Dural? Dural? Hello? Dural? Oh, well, Dural's not with us. Okay, well, move on to the next one. Sorry, Dural. You had an opportunity. Maybe you're in the guest box by accident. We'll move on to the next one. Anselm, welcome in.
Hello.
Anselm, you're a little bit quiet. Can you talk closer to the phone?
Okay.
All right, fair enough. Anselm, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I believe in God, yeah.
Cool. And which one?
I think
The God, the creator, the perfect in all his attributes. any freedom, any deficiency and flaws.
Yeah, he's Muslim.
Does he have a name?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Allah, the Creator.
Gotcha. So you're
Allah.
Muslim. Why wouldn't you just say you're Muslim?
Because
You
what is the
didn't
fun in
ask.
that? You have to guess.
You said what you got. You didn't.
Okay. So what be the?
Why you wanna talk about religion if you don't believe
And
in
also, he's
in
far away
religion?
from the mic. I literally cannot hear
You talk
anything.
only about
Yeah.
God.
Can you speak up? No one can hear you,
should talk-
Ansem.
Sorry. You should talk about God, the Creator, and not talk about religion itself.
No, I could care less about
You
your
don't need to.
opinion. No one cares. So, can you get a little
Okay.
closer to the phone? How close to the phone are you? Because you're really quiet.
Okay,
If you
so
have a mic on, just
one
take
second.
it off. Like headphones, if you have headphones
Yeah.
on,
Are you
take them off.
are you using headphones, Ansem?
No, I don't use it. Sorry.
All right, you're a little bit clearer now.
Yeah, I think that is
You
better.
hear me now?
A little bit. We'll see. We'll work through it. So, Ansem, what'd be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Muslim God being real?
Okay. Let me ask you. Do you have a phone?
Sure do.
Okay. So who designed it?
A human being.
Okay, so do you believe that everything that is designed, like a phone and or television, must have designer?
Things that are designed have designers, but I think that in your worldview, you have no way of knowing what's designed because you think everything is designed by God. In my worldview, something that is designed
mention
is
God
something
now.
that we've witnessed that has intelligence designing it. Like, so if I hold up this cap, right, I know this is designed by a human because I know, in fact, that humans design caps. However, if I hold up a handful of dirt, I know that that dirt is not designed.
Okay, so if we accept that the phone, which is a complex, intelligent system,
Are we
must
phones?
have a designer. Yeah, let me continue, please. So yeah, phone, for example, and is a complex system.
So
Must have designer because is a complexity. Then it would be logical to claim that such a complex system, it could come into existence without creator.
I
or
disagree.
without
I think
designer.
it has to have a designer because something we know is not naturally occurring, and because we know how phones come into existence, they come into existence through men. That's why we know that it needs a designer. Just because something is complicated doesn't mean it needs a designer.
Okay, so the phone have complex designer, right?
Buddy,
Design,
we're not
right?
we're not phones.
Okay, I'm asking. The phone is a complex design.
Yes,
and accurate,
but not
correct?
all things that are complicated are designed.
Yes or no? I'm not asking to explain, sir. So the phone is a complex and is really accurate. So any mistakes that doesn't work.
This
right?
literally no, that's wrong. There's lots of mistakes in phones that
us,
it'll still work.
And let us grant that. Why is
No,
the
no,
phone that is
we-
great? Yeah, Senya, what is your name?
when the designer
Anas Salim.
design-
Anas Salim. Just a second. Let me grant that the phone has no problems. Why did humans make a better design than Allah? Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, because Allah fucked up hard.
I didn't say he's Allah. Okay, you don't need to disrespect, man. We discussed. Okay.
Well, listen.
It is not disrespectful.
It's not disrespectful to
asked you.
say the name.
Okay. So who is more complex, the phone or the universe?
The phone or the universe? Could you answer my question before we get into that?
Who is the more complex?
Yeah, Habibi,
The
Anas
phone
Salim.
or the
Ansem,
universe?
pay
For example-
attention. Em asked you a question. I know it's scary to answer questions, but go ahead and answer it.
Scared from what? Nothing. You believe in nothing, so I'm scared
Just
from what?
answer the question.
No. For the purposes of this discussion, me and Justin believe in God.
Okay,
But we do not
I
believe in
need
Allah.
to understand. Who controlling in the sun to sunrise and sunset is specifically that time daily?
Sure.
day.
Let us.
The
It is not the same
sunset
time every
and
day.
sunrise-
Anas Salim. It is not the same time every day, but I'm going to ask you a question. Why does Allah or your Prophet say that the sun again rotates
What are you
around
talking
a
about the
flat
prophet
Earth.
now? I'm talking about God. You don't believe in a prophet.
No, we
You need
believe
to
in
prove
God.
the only.
We believe in
No.
God.
Don't talk about.
No, we believe in
Don't
God.
talk about prophet.
Simmer down, Habibti. It's
no,
okay.
Nasarim.
We're going to talk about your pervert prophet. Don't worry.
Why are you talking about prophet now? Don't talk about
We-
prophet.
and
Talk
It's
about
okay, Habibti. We're
Nasarim.
going to be fine.
And this is why. And this is like, again, this is why I always tell everybody that Muslims are taught to not discuss Islam. They run away from their religion. They are always
Consider
told
me a
by
monarch,
they're told by
okay?
the sheikhs.
Talk only about God.
They're told by the sheikhs.
Talk only
Just a
about God.
second.
Don't talk about anything in the
They're told by
religion.
their
You don't
sheikhs.
believe in religion at all.
Just a second, Nasarim. They're told by their sheikhs to never discuss Islam and to actually just discuss the existence of God.
You didn't prove that. You need to prove that God exists or not. To
We
everything you can
believe in
tell
God.
it's about
Are you deaf?
religion. That's
Are you
wrong.
deaf? We believe in God.
Yeah, I know you don't believe in God. So we
No,
talk
he's-
about.
he- he said we do.
Why are you gonna talk about the religion itself?
He said we
We
do.
do believe in God.
Jackie actually figured out my joke. Good job, Jackie. Good
You're
work.
talking about religion. You mentioned about Prophet Muhammad. Why you were talking about Prophet Muhammad? I'm talking about
Because
God.
we believe in
Because
God,
that's
but
your
I want to know
religion.
why is it Allah?
No, I'm when I talk about God only.
Because you have a
Exactly,
God.
because
We're
you're
talking
scared of
about your
Islam.
God. Why are you so scared of Islam?
Yeah, you don't believe in God. You don't believe in God.
Why are you ashamed of Islam?
Talking about religion.
No. My screen says your God is imaginary. Your God, not my God.
Okay,
Our God is
God,
real.
not
My
religion
God's right
itself.
here. Hold on.
And for the comment that asks why do Muslims not want to talk about their
This
God,
is God.
is because they know it is indefensible.
Why are you
Okay, that's for
not
yourself.
worshiping the one true God, Doug?
For yourself. That's for yourself.
This is the God of
Okay,
everybody.
So, okay, hold on.
You just don't know it
Hold on,
yet.
You disrespect, man. You disrespect. Hold on. So what if I said the phone have no designer? That makes sense.
No, we believe in a designer.
Doug designed
Again, we
it.
believe in a designer. He showed him. He showed you the designer. Now again, why should I believe it's Allah? Go ahead.
Hold on. What if I said I don't believe the designer who designed the phone? Does it make sense?
Exactly, it doesn't make sense. We believe in a designer. Now why is it Allah? Go ahead.
I don't believe. Okay, so you believe the phone have designer?
We believe the universe has a designer. Go ahead.
I don't care about the universe. Why are you running from a question?
We're not running
Yes,
from
the
it. He
phone has a
answered it.
designer and the universe has a designer.
Okay, again. Do you believe that the phone have designer?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
or no? Amazing. What if I said the
everybody-
phone have no designer?
Everybody agrees that phones have designers.
What if I said the phone have no designer? Does it
Then
make sense?
Then you would be stupid.
You stupid.
No, you would be.
I said you would be.
No, you stupid.
No,
If
you.
I said the
You
phone
are.
have no designer.
I'm rubber
it's
and
the
you're
same thing.
glue.
Who is a more complex, the phone or the universe? The moon, the star, or the
The
phone?
universe is more complex.
More
This is
complex.
why it has a creator.
What?
The universe is more complex, which is why it has a creator.
The phone, okay. Who is
Ansem
controlling
has
the
no
phone?
idea what's
The
happening
stars,
right
the
now.
moon, the
He's so lost.
طيب انسم do you speak Arabic?
Oh no. If I say,
بتتكلم
if
عربي.
I said the first, if hold on,
I gotta get some cracking. This is too much.
انت بتتكلم
Okay, your
عربي.
brain. Okay, your brain or the
حبيبي.
phone is more complex.
No, my brain.
You don't have a brain.
No, I said my brain is more complex. I think you're
Okay,
heard of
so
the
who made
brain.
it? Who made it?
God.
You're joking now.
I'm not joking. I'm serious.
So you believe in God?
Doug.
We literally said 20 times we do believe in God.
Ems and I both believe in Doug.
You guys, you silly.
He did. They refuse to defend Allah. Allah's best soldiers are terrified of him.
They are explicitly told not to.
Yeah. Tail between the legs. Well, on to the next one. There's such chicken shits. Dry says, as the Crusader says, Deus Vult, God wills it. Exactly. It was their rallying cry in battle. Yeah, they literally thought they were doing the work of God. That's why the Pope okayed it. He okayed the mission. Mostly Gizzards, my friend. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for gifting out 10 DZ memberships. Super appreciate that. And also, Gizzards, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I swear to Doug that so many of these guests could be rebutted with, sir, this Sure, this is the Wendy's. Actually, I think you might be right there. And again, it says, let it be written, so let it be Doug. And now cheers to that. Thank you for the 666. Hail Doug. Hail Nero. Hail the Dark Lord. Current date and time. That's an interesting name. I like that. Says, I love the co-host soothing voice. Great for naps. I agree. If Ems ever narrated something, I would play it every night to go to sleep. And Tudor says, Bobby doesn't know that Christians invented scalping to be able to count how many Native Americans were killed by the colonists and get a reward. I didn't know that either. That's crazy. I had no idea. Tudor, thank you for letting me know. I'm going to do some research on this. I just assumed that the stories were true. And Asher's oldest daughter, thank you for the super chat. It says, Justin, you missed the Marcian joke. It's from the Brady Bunch. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't. Oh, Marsha with Marcia. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm a dummy. That was good, actually. I should have caught that. It's my bad. I watched the Brady Bunch enough to know that. Thanks for all you do. I was done when God repented. Thank you so much for supporting Asher's oldest daughter. I really appreciate you being here. Super appreciate you joining in the chat. And for being a member as well. You're a subscribing member, so big W for that. We're going to grab another guest here. I think Durrell came back. Durrell was the one that wasn't actually here when we brought him up, right? How you doing, Durrell?
Hello.
Welcome, Darrell.
Hello.
Yep, can you hear me?
Hey. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome in. How you doing?
Hey, Justin.
Durrell, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I'm as old as you. I'm the same age as you.
Sure, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Well, I would say I believe in the God of Spinoza.
So that you believe in Spinoza's God, so like this the naturalistic force?
Yes.
Is it sentient?
To me, I would say no, just us.
Well,
because to me, I understand that God is more of just nature.
Well, Durrell, I hate to break it to you, you're an atheist.
Yes, I understand that.
Right. So we actually agree then.
Yes, but what I just want to talk about is a lot of people used to talk about like heavens and like moral stuff like that. And the way I understand how heaven works is heaven is just a word that people use to look towards the future. Heaven is just the future. That's all. So a lot of people always look forward towards the future. So they always want to go to heaven. So that way I see that's a word that people use to describe a future. And like moral, I understand that moral is more like just kind of like represent like love. When you're loved, you feel moral.
Yeah. Well, heaven in the Bible is the sky.
Yes, I understand that. But to me, I understand that the word like when you read and all the stuff they describe, it's just a place of happiness.
I mean, in the modern world, that is how we interpret heaven. Like we think of heaven as this eternal place of rest.
Yes. So
but I don't think it exists, do you?
No.
Right. Yeah. So we agree, actually.
That is just up to who actually thinks it exists or not. It's more like a subjective idea. Is a person.
Well, listen, Durrell, we're looking for people to debate us that disagree with us, and it sounds like we actually agree, and that makes sense because you're actually really nice and delightful to talk to. It's usually the Christians that are belligerent and frustrating to talk to. So
I was deconstructed a long time ago.
Yeah, congratulations, by the way, on deconstructing.
Yeah, because the more you look into the Bible, the more you want to get out from the Bible.
Right. Yeah. Well, listen, Durrell, thanks for coming up, though.
Your work. That's it.
I appreciate it, man. Big W.
Yeah.
Great to hear from you.
And keep up with the good work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Big W for Durrell and Marduk. Holy shit, Marduk. Marduk's got an amazing idea. Marduk said we need Hebrew hymen chips. Like the pig rind. You ever seen those?
Huh.
Pork rinds?
By the way, yeah. Here we have hymen reconstructive surgery for girls who might have done something before they got married. So they go to OBGYNs and have very expensive surgeries to reconstruct their hymens so that they could at least drop a few drops on their wedding night.
Yeah, because otherwise what happens over there? Do they get stoned?
They don't get stoned, but the husband is usually going to get sus. So there was a story about this happened recently, like last year. A bride on her wedding night was beheaded by her husband, beheaded by her husband because she didn't bleed on her wedding night. And he took her head, he held her head by her hair and went to her family's house and literally just told them to basically take their whore.
That's crazy. I'm not shocked, but that's crazy. That somebody they would feel justified to do that kind of a thing simply because she didn't bleed.
He was a graduate from the Al-Azhar University in the science of fiqh, which is like Islamic jurisprudence, and he was a memorizer of the Quran.
Of course he was. And this is why these religions are toxic. We got to get rid of them, friends. They're garbage. They're toxic. They got to go. And also, it's just factually true that fried pork rinds look what I can only assume is identical to fried foreskins. So I think we need to make this a snack. We got to figure out what. But I didn't hear about that case, Ems. I'm actually a little bit surprised I haven't heard about it. That's crazy. That's wild.
It happens a lot, but not to this extreme. But I'm gonna send you the article about it.
Okay, yeah, send me the article. I'd love to hear it. Let me grab. I got 5 super chats. I'm gonna get the last guest in here. Lord Farquaad says, "Sorry I'm late. Love the new King James Onlyist. Cooked hard." Yeah, actually, I would. You could, guys, if you could see inside of me, you would see me jumping for joy the minute he mentioned the King James Bible. I was so excited to talk to this guy. Just don't get many of them in the wild. And Tanabe, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "My Gemini brother from another mother, my favorite guy." Tanabe, thank you so much. We are Gemini brothers. And I'm actually a true Gemini. I've got a twin brother. Isn't that crazy? But big W, Tanabe. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. And I got your back. Join the Discord and converse with us, friend. And Noah's Lions with us. Great to see you. Says scalping. They got the idea from David Foreskins. I agree. Yeah, that's obviously where it came from. And Evan Rock says a burger walked into a bar and ordered a beer. Bartender said, "We don't serve food here." This is good. I've heard this one, but it's been a long minute since I've heard that one. I do appreciate that joke. That's a good one, Evan. And Snappy Turtle says, "Let's debate deism. Let me on, please." Well, I don't know if you know this, Snappy Turtle, but demanding to be on won't get you on any quicker. You got to wait in line like everybody else. Nobody gets special treatment. Also, I have no idea where in the queue you actually are. What I do know is that Kevin and Wesley have been waiting for a while. I believe Kevin was first. Kevin's actually prepared. He's got his camera on. So I'm going to pull Kevin up. How you doing, Kevin? Your microphone's muted right now. Kevin? I think your hardware selection's not quite right, buddy. If you're talking, no one can hear you, Kevin. Let me see what his audio settings are. His microphone's set to default, but he's got a couple of them plugged in. I'm going to grab your Bluetooth headset and request it. Is that better, Kevin? Kevin, we can't hear you. Your mic's muted. Your hardware's muted. All right. Sorry, Kevin. I'm going to move on. Sorry, your hardware wasn't working. I got to get somebody in here with working hardware. How you doing, Wesley? Wesley, your microphone hardware is muted. It shows in the corner of your screen.
Sorry.
There you go. You're good to go now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Welcome in, buddy.
Hi. Working up the courage to talk to you for a few days now, but I've enjoyed listening to you.
I get
so,
it. I get it. Thanks for watching, Wes. I assume you're a Christian?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Christian, sort of old Earth creationist.
So you agree with like the Catholics and whatnot that the old Earth creationism is likely, and you probably are okay with evolution?
For the most part.
Okay, fair enough. I think that was kind of where I was as a Christian. I read a lot of books from the fundamentalists trying to combat evolution and young Earth, trying to put up young Earth creationism. Even as a Christian, I didn't find them very compelling books. But so I'm glad that like you're okay with science being science. So let's start out where we typically start out, which is, what do you think is the most compelling evidence or argument for God?
I think probably arguments from design. Are you familiar with like Stephen Meyer and intelligent design people?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with the intelligent design arguments. Typically, like the most famous, people will go to like Paley's watchmaker analogy. That's a pretty typical one. I mean, I don't know which one you want to go to, but
I'm personally drawn to the idea of, yeah, I mean, like the watchmaker, like teleological arguments, and I like where like Stephen Meyer goes with his DNA being a code argument, extrapolating from that.
Okay, so the information argument, right? So personally, I think there's a couple problems with the DNA information argument.
Okay.
And I think my favorite way to deal with it may not be everyone's favorite way of dealing with it, but I write code for a living, right? So, for example, there's a couple like no-nos in coding. Like you want to write code that does everything you need it to do in the least amount of lines. That's called efficiency. And then the other thing is you don't want dead code, right? You don't want to write a bunch of code and then later realize you don't need it and then leave it in the program. That's all dead code, right?
Right.
When we look at our DNA, if it was designed, it looks like it was designed by a madman. We've got a ton of dead code and we've got a ton of inefficiencies. Which makes sense if it came about naturally, right? Because the universe doesn't have a goal in mind, right? It doesn't care if DNA is wildly inefficient. It doesn't care about that at all, right? But if it was purposely designed by a creator, now we've got some questions to ask.
Sure. Like as far as, so you're saying there are parts that are not functional? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the percentage has been postulated by different scientists over time, like biologists. I think currently they're suggesting, up to 70% of it is non-functional. And some of it's actually repetitive, which is interesting. But I think one of the biggest, I would say, if we're going to talk about...
It is more like 99%.
Oh, Ems is with. So Ems is a medical doctor, but you can't hear him. Unfortunately,
But,
I can hear him.
The 99% is like it is not entirely junk. Some of it has been shown to act as just transcription factors and areas in which for example, the DNA polymerase or the transcriptase would bind into them, for example. But the vast majority of the 99% is non-coding and junk.
Okay. So my friend Ems, I apologize you can't hear him. I don't have enough technology to make you hear a guest on TikTok yet. Working on that. But he's a med doctor. He's saying that 99% of the DNA is what he considers junk DNA.
It is non-coding.
Interesting.
Non-coding.
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 And by non-coding, do you mean like not the like protein coding regions?
It doesn't code for proteins.
Exactly. It doesn't code for proteins.
What about like regulatory stuff?
That's a good question. I don't know. Wesley, it sounds like you might have a little bit of scientific background.
Just hobby.
Ems, what do you think about that? Does it have any regulatory function?
Some of it does, yes. Like some of it would regulate transcription, and some of it would act as inhibitors of transcriptors, activators or initiators of transcription. Some of them would act as telomeres, for example. But the vast majority of it is non-functional.
Okay. He's saying some of it, yes, does what you're referring to, but the vast majority of it is non-functional. I do think we can hone in on something that we can all agree on as non-functional. So rather than debating the percentage, I think we all agree for the most part. It's not always true. There are functional endogenous retroviruses, but for the most part, endogenous retroviruses are like, we're going to call them more like parasites. They found their way into our DNA. They spliced into the DNA, but typically we don't need them. You can cut all of them out typically, and they wouldn't have an effect. Now, we have discovered there are some retroviruses that we do actually need. Like we've adapted over the course of evolution in unison with the retroviruses, and now they're actually necessary, but most of them aren't necessary. And
right. If I remember correctly, I think some ERVs are antiviral, and then maybe some are like embryonic development that can be useful. Yeah.
So my point with the ERVs is I think ERVs are a really good sign of evolution, but you already agree with evolution. So we have something there that we agree on, that ERVs make a lot of sense in a world where evolution happens to be the case. So perhaps the next question I would move to, right? If you and I both agree that ERVs exist and that they're good evidence for evolution, and you and I both agree that evolution is true, right? The question I would ask is, at what point did humans become human? Like, so when God put his image in mankind, that's your doctrine. I don't think that's what image means, but that's typically the Christian doctrine. At what point did that happen?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Also, Wesley, by the way, you take your time answering the questions. So far, you've been the most delightful guest I've talked to in weeks. So when I get good guests, I typically, you have all the time you need. Don't worry.
Okay. I have a, if what I'm inclined to do is go based on a general outlook of genealogies and maybe like think like 10,000 years, somewhere around there, for like humans at least, or like man in God's image kind of thing.
Sure. So you would then kind of you would adopt evolution, but then you would also marry in the idea of like the 6,000 years, where about 6,000 years ago you got the first man and woman with the image of God in them.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. That's a popular theory. If you've read anything from like Biologos or Reasons to Believe, you'll hear that.
William Lane Craig, yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so you're familiar with the organizations I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I think Biologos is doing really cool stuff. I think they're pushing the boundaries of apologetics. Like if you're ever looking for a good apologetic institute, I would go to Biologos. I actually personally have 2 professors that are part of the organization when I was in school, and they're really smart people.
Nice. That's good.
So that being said, you're already familiar with some of the organizations doing apologetics that are agreeing with the science. So I'm going to bring up something that I brought up with one of my professors who was in Biologos, and I'm not going to name drop who he is because I don't want people to go and attack his work because he does amazing work. But one of my concerns is that say you have the evolution of man, right? How did God decide? Like, what did Adam and Eve have? If we just refer to Adam and Eve as the first people to get the image, what were the qualities of Adam and Eve that their parents lacked?
I've thought about that. I think it's sort of like a consciousness, maybe like morality and rationality.
Yeah, that's actually a really good thought. You can say like they finally reached a point where they were mentally developed, but I would say that kind of betrays Genesis 3, because according to Genesis 3, they didn't know right from wrong yet until they ate from the fruit. That's Genesis 3:22.
That's fair. I'd have to think about that.
Right. Now, I'll give you, I think, the answer I think that best works.
Okay.
So I think I was in a chat forum with some friends on this topic, and someone said it wasn't that they were developed mentally enough, it's that they were developed physically enough that they could, in fact, embody the characteristics that God wanted them to embody, right? So God knew, it's kind of like when you're building a custom motorcycle, even before the motorcycle is completely finished, you recognize that there's a point where you could get on that motorcycle and test drive it.
Yeah.
Right. So to me, I think that's the argument that makes the most sense. Like God went through the process of evolution to develop human beings, to get them to a point where they were physically and mentally capable of handling the download, if you will.
Yeah, I could see.
Now,
maybe
go
what
ahead.
I would do is
Mhm.
separate like rationality and like moral law, like knowledge of moral law.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, I have to tell you why I don't think this is a great argument.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
So the process of using evolution to get to the stage, right? The problem with that is we're assuming that God had one of two options, at least one of two options. So he probably had other options, right? So, but let's use the two options we know of.
Okay.
Option number one is God used evolution. Option number two that God could have done is he could have just spoke Adam and Eve into existence at the moment and not used evolution. Those are two options he could have used. Now, the reason why this is important is because the option, if you believe he used evolution, that means he seemed to have picked the most barbaric method possible of getting where he wanted to go, when he could have just clicked his fingers and got there without all the barbarism. Like he didn't need the millions of years of humans like hunting and preying on each other and dying in the wild and like survival of the fittest and nonsense like that.
I mean, yeah. I think I'm sort of granting that God is sort of omniscient and like predetermines everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I view sort of suffering and everything like that from a perspective of it's all part of like sort of the overarching narrative.
Yeah. So for example, do you believe in the triomni God? Like he's all good, he's all knowing, and he's all powerful?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roughly.
Sure. So this does run into the omni paradox a little bit, which is if he's all good, then it seems to be that he's required, because that's part of the definition of all good, he's required to take the path with the least amount of suffering, right?
For what?
Well, to accomplish his goal, right? If his goal is X, Y,
Sure.
and Z.
Sure, I grant that.
Right. So we're assuming that the goal is whatever the goal is. We don't know what it is, right? But if he has a goal, like if his goal is to make mankind capable of taking the divine image, then if he's all good, then we would assume that part of being all good means that he's doing it the way that causes only necessary suffering and not unnecessary suffering. Kind of like if
Yeah.
you go in to get like your vaccine, right? The needle is necessary. You have to suffer through the needle. But if the
Sure.
doctor comes in, pokes you in the eyeball, and then gives you the vaccine, well, the poke in the eyeball was not necessary. He didn't need that.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm being presumptuous. I think I could figure out where you're going with this.
Mhm.
So my prediction is, and maybe I'm wrong, so you can correct me, but what I'm seeing is because God is, so he's all powerful, right? And an all powerful God, I mean, apart from the fact that an all powerful God wouldn't need to use the means of evolution, right?
Right.
I think, I mean, you can go even further than that. Like, do you know Alex O'Connor?
Yeah, I know. Cosmic Skeptic.
Yeah.
He's
So
way
he-
smarter than
he
I
has-
am.
He has the like gratuitous suffering of like animals and that kind of thing.
I love that argument. I don't use it, but I love it.
I think it's a good argument.
Mhm. I think I've listened to him before. I think I could support his argument from the Bible and make it even better, but we don't know each other yet, unfortunately.
Interesting. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I got excited.
Yeah, he's an incredible thinker. I think I forget how old he is. I think he's like my age.
Yeah, he's
like
young.
26.
Yeah, I'm a boomer, dude.
Well, I don't know. I see the thrust of like moral arguments. The overarching problem though that I have with them is that it's from my perspective, it feels like it's trying to smuggle in sort of like an objective morality.
Well, let me rebut that by suggesting that I don't think this is a moral argument. To me, I think it's a definitional argument, right? So when we're talking about the omni paradox, and I'm touching on the part of the paradox of God being omnibenevolent, meaning all good, then we can just agree on what all good means without having to worry about morality.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So I would suggest that in my worldview, and we can discuss this a little bit, all good means that you don't cause unnecessary suffering, you only cause necessary suffering.
Right. Okay.
Because if you're all good, you pick the best
Wouldn't exist
possible.
if you were all good.
What's that, Ems?
Yeah, I don't think necessary pain would exist if you're all powerful.
Actually, so that's a fair point from Ems. So you can't hear Ems, but Ems is saying it. If there was a God that was all good, there wouldn't be any unnecessary pain at all.
All powerful.
Right.
Yeah. You wouldn't make it necessary.
Yeah. I think maybe there's some like semantic things that I could go down, but generally, yeah.
let me push the argument a little even more, right? Since we're talking about the idea of necessary and unnecessary evil, because it seems like God, the ideal state would be no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more pain, no more death. That's Revelation 21:7 and 8, right? Now, if that's the ideal state, then I think that at a minimum that means that suffering is always going to be less beneficial than non-suffering.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So if God's all powerful and he can instantiate any world, including the world from Revelation 21, where there is no suffering, there's no sorrow, but he instantiated the world where there's a lot of gratuitous suffering via evolution or via the food chain or via natural disasters, I think we have to do one of two things. We either have to get rid of one of the omni properties, or we have to just say that God is illogical. Now, I have a Christian friend on TikTok named Vor. The way he fixes this is by saying that, well, God's not all good. Sometimes he's an asshole. And that's a possibility.
I don't know if have you read any like C.S. Lewis?
So I read C.S. Lewis back when I was in high school. And I read Mere Christianity because everyone was saying how smart he was. I personally did not find C.S. Lewis compelling.
That's fair.
I think there are a lot of good theologians in history that did it better. I would point towards people like Thomas Aquinas.
I'd agree about that. Yeah,
I think he's way better than C.S. Lewis could ever hope to be.
Summa Theologia. Yeah.
And even modern thinkers, think of somebody like Fyodor Dostoevsky. Oh, great book, right? So if you're looking at Dostoevsky, if you're just looking at like some of the basic works, like his magnum opus, The Brothers Karamazov, I think that's better. That's better than most of the theological works out there. He addresses a lot of these points.
Yeah, he's got that interesting what is it, oh gosh. So that one scene when I'm trying to remember the brothers' names.
There's Aisha.
Aisha is the youngest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
what?
The atheist one, the middle one.
Yeah, I always forget their names. I have a bookmark. So the original copy that I bought on Amazon, and they actually sent me a bookmark that had all the names of the characters in it. So you didn't forget.
Oh, that's handy.
Isn't that awesome?
Let me see.
Because they jump back and forth between the characters so often that it's easy to forget who they are.
Yeah, that's a Russian novel for you. I don't think I have it close to me, so that's okay.
I can pull it up. Hold on, let me grab the characters. So there's Alyosha,
Dmitri.
Dmitri, yes, Dmitri's there, and Ivan.
He's the one that gets accused,
right? And of course, everyone remembers Katerina, and Ilyusha is obviously another, and Fyodor. Either way, listen. Sorry, we were getting off track.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to bring up the one discussion that they have in the diner before the atheist brother leaves, where he's sort of like going over his sort of inquisitor, like king dream. Are you familiar with that part?
I mean, you can refresh my memory a little bit. It's been
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
so I read it for the last time in, give me a second, 2009. Sorry, I've told you I'm old.
There's you'll probably remember when I start saying it, but basically Jesus comes to this town, and the head inquisitor speaks with him, and he's like we have this sort of thing going on here, and we need you to leave.
Right.
Yeah. So I think there's a particular perspective about suffering that it's all bad.
Right. So I don't agree with that, by the way. So
Okay.
I think some suffering is necessary.
Okay.
Okay. So when I talk about unnecessary or gratuitous suffering, I use pretty specific examples because I think there is such a thing as unnecessary suffering. So I'm okay with that. For example, I go to the gym and I tear my muscles and it's painful. I get micro tears in my muscle, but I get stronger, right? So I think there is such a thing as unnecessary suffering or necessary suffering. But for me, right, if I think there's an all good, all loving, all powerful God, I would expect, my expectation is that there's not unnecessary suffering, right? If there is unnecessary suffering, that means one of the omni properties of God has to go. Either he doesn't know about it, or he can't do anything about it, or or he's just not good. He's not all good. He's only partially good.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is a fair argument, right? It's a very old argument.
It's a classic. It's got the staying power because it's a good one.
It is, yeah.
Right.
I don't want to be trite and be like, this is a mystery, but I think to a certain extent there are, I believe that there are mysteries, and some of the things that from my perspective, I believe God knows.
So
I'm fine with temporarily not.
I don't think that's trite. I think that's being honest. Okay, so for example, when I was a Christian, I knew that the Trinity broke the laws of logic. I knew it. There was no question about it, right? And as a Christian, I was willing to say that, listen, it's illogical. It's a mystery. We can't understand it. God is beyond our understanding. I think it's an okay place to be. I think when you get to the point where you're saying, no, the logic of the Trinity does make sense, it is logical, that's where Christians get themselves in the deep water, because I can demonstrate to you why it's not logical, right? So there is a point where if you get to a point where you say, listen, my religion is a faith, I can't demonstrate it to be true. I can't even demonstrate it necessarily to always be logical, but I believe it because I'm convicted of it. Right. Now, that's a point of honesty. I can respect that. Right. I was there once. I was at a point where I said, listen, I can't tell you it's true. I can't tell you it's even logical. I can tell you that I believe it.
Sure.
But you know as well as I do, people come into this live stream and they'll tell me I'm the idiot for not believing what they believe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's clearly not true. But I think, I have a little bit of a qualm with just the level of positivism, objectivism in Western culture. I don't think life is that simple.
Wesley, have you gone to school?
I went to Gutenberg College. It's a liberal arts.
That's fine. Are you considering a master's degree?
Yeah.
Have you considered doing a master's degree in biblical studies?
No, not really.
Well, I think you would enjoy it. Now, you can't make any money with it. Like I paid out of pocket for mine, and I made no money with it.
Okay.
But I think you would really enjoy it. You're smart and you're thoughtful.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Well, let me go to the other end, right? So we started at, is there a good reason for God? I'll give you some brief synopsis on why, even if there is a God, I don't think it's a Christian God. Because at the end of the day, like, you might be able to lay down an argument for God existing that convinces me. I might be like, fuck, there is a God. But I don't think the Christian God is that God ever, no matter what.
Okay.
And I think the reason why that's the case is because I don't think the triomni God makes sense. So number one, triomni God, out the window. Number two, the Bible is riddled with problems. I think the biggest problem for me, and everyone here who knows my channel knows what I'm going to say. You already know what's happening, guys. I don't think Jesus fulfilled a single messianic prophecy, right?
Interesting. Yeah, no, I understand where that's coming from. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So now I know that Christians really think, like, when I say this, they get like really like deep down inside, like, he has to have done at least one. What about Isaiah 53? Not even Isaiah 53, right? So like when I get this, so I went to, I'll give you a preface, Wesley. I went to Bible college and seminary, and at both I specialized in the Hebrew Bible and Semitic languages. So when I'm looking at the Bible, I'm looking at this thing like, fuck, Jesus didn't do it. He didn't do what he was supposed to do. That's just all there is to it, right? Now, when I say this to Christians, they get crazy. They get out in their head like, that can't be true. But the fact of the matter is, I've never seen a Christian give a good rational defense for why I'm wrong. Because if you just read the prophecies, even the ones that he claimed to fulfill, Micah 5:2, Zechariah 9:9, so on and so forth, he didn't fulfill them. He didn't do them.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is you even have it's near the beginning of Matthew, I think, where he's like, thus fulfilling prophecy.
Right.
You know?
He says it.
And then you look back, and when you look back, you're like, that's not even a prophecy.
I know, it's not even a prophecy. I know. It's like, what are you talking about? It's not even a prophecy.
I'm wondering if that's, and maybe I'm speculating now, but I'm wondering if, because there's such a rich Jewish tradition that they had, I'm wondering if there was some sort of other meaning to something being a prophecy.
Okay, so I'll give you the background. Okay, so when the prophecies originally of the post-Babylonian Reformation didn't happen, the writers of the intertestamental period started reinterpreting the passages, and I've got a copy. Hold on. Okay. It was a copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. What we found in Dead Sea Scrolls and elsewhere is the problem we found is that, like, when the prophecies didn't come true, rather than just admitting they didn't come true, they said, no. The prophecy didn't mean what it originally was talking about. It actually means this, right? I'll give you my favorite example. It comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls, the commentary on Hosea. Let me make sure this is the one I was looking for. No, not Hosea. It must be the commentary on maybe Habakkuk. There we go, Habakkuk. So if you go to the Dead Sea Scrolls, look at the commentary on Habakkuk, it says something really interesting. At the beginning of Habakkuk 1:6, it quotes it. It says, "For I am now about to raise up the Chaldeans, a brutal and reckless people." Easy enough. We know who the Chaldeans are, right? Those Babylonians. Yeah. And then it says, it gives an interpretation of this passage. And it says, "This refers to the Kittim, who are swift and mighty in war, annihilating many people, so on and so forth. But the Katim at this time period was a reference for either the Greeks or the Romans. So what the author of the Habakkuk Pesha was doing was he's saying, listen, the prophecy as it originally was given didn't come true. Therefore, it must be about somebody else. And this is what the New Testament is doing. The New Testament keeps going back to the Old Testament saying, well, the Old Testament prophecies didn't come true. Therefore, it must come true in this other way, right? Where I think the more parsimonious answer is it didn't come true because they're not real prophecies because the God of this book doesn't exist.
Yeah, I take your point. What I would say though is like maybe you can let's just try a couple examples. I'll just start with one. Let's say maybe you could see when Jesus says, "I will destroy this temple and in 3 days I'll rise it up." Right? For instance, like you could see how that could be interpreted one way by the contemporary Pharisees, and then later it's understood by the disciples in a different way, right?
Okay, so on the example you gave, I don't think that's comparable. For example,
one thing I'll grant, it's not a prophecy in the sense that like we can see the fulfillment and like demonstrate it, right?
Oh, well, I think the
I'm
reason.
just saying. Okay.
Fair enough. I think the reason why I would count that as disconnected is because it seems clear from the context that Jesus was talking about himself. That being said, the one I'm referring to are the prophecies of the Old Testament, right? Referring to things that we know are real entities. So, for example, when it talks about the Israelites being gathered up from the nations in which they were scattered, they'll all be brought home, the northern and the southern tribes. This is Ezekiel 36 and 37. They'll be combined again into one nation. Never again will they be divided into two nations, right? This is a very clear prophecy about God collecting his people, bringing them back and combining them back into one nation like the divided or the united monarchy. This just didn't happen, right? So, and if you read the writings of the Jews from the intertestamental time period, they know it didn't happen, right? So in order to get around the fact that it didn't happen, they had to invent new interpretations. We'll say, well, this word means this now. This people group means this people group, right? And so to me, that's just them saying, listen, it didn't come true, so the words don't mean what words mean anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just thinking about like, yeah, I'd have to look at that. Maybe I'll get back to you at some point.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So my reading of the New Testament is that they were continuing the tradition. This tradition that, well, the original prophecies didn't come true in the original context. But if you change the meaning of the words, you can make it come true another way. And so Christians will tell me, well, it came true spiritually. That doesn't mean anything to me. What does a spiritual fulfillment even mean, right? Because once you've divorced it from the original context, well, it could be about anything. And to...
Sorry, just to like try to guess where they're coming from. Do they think that this is talking about like the new Israel, like God's people?
So that brings up a good point, because they were reinterpreting the old prophecies, and one of those is the new Israel, new Jerusalem, new heaven, new earth, right? So we hear about this quite often in the Bible. This is kind of, I want to call a reworking of Isaiah 65. Now, the crazy part is in Isaiah 65, when it talks about the new heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem, it says that people are still going to die. They're just going to live for a long time. It says the person who lives to 100 will be considered a youth. The person who dies at 100 will be considered a youth, right? Though so in Isaiah, it's suggesting that people are going to live for a long time, but not going to live forever. But Revelation 21:7 and 21:8 says that there will be no more death in the New Jerusalem at all. None.
Interesting.
Right. There's a lot there. Wesley, listen, it's 7:30. I'm supposed to be out of here by 12 o'clock. 7:30, 12:30, sorry. I'm supposed to be out of here by 12 o'clock. It's 12:30 now. My brain's starting to turn to mush. But listen, Wesley, you're delightful. You're the type of person that I want to have conversations with. So please do come back.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Because it might be that we never agree on anything, but it's also true that you're a decent person.
Thanks.
So we appreciate being here. We get a lot of people come up here and they're belligerent, they're angry, they're upset, and they just they feel like they want to one up the atheist. And when I first got online, I never thought that would be what I'm doing. I thought I would be having conversations with people like you. I thought I'd be having meaningful conversations with good people. Because when I was in church, I went to church with really good people. We had conversations like this.
Oh, but you're on the internet.
I know. Now I'm on the internet, and it's not the same.
It's a different ballgame.
So when we find nice people like you, Wesley, please come back soon.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Wesley, thank you so much. And if you ever want someone to talk to, join the Discord. We have a lot of people that are talking about these topics, deconstructing in the Discord. Some of them are full-blown atheists like me. Some of them still believe.
Okay, cool.
All right, cheers, friend.
Cheers.
What a great guest to end on. I'm tired. The Kraken is getting to me. And finally, after a full line of assholes, we finally got a nice individual who just wanted to have a conversation. This is what the internet was supposed to be for. It was supposed to be for decent people to have decent conversations. It wasn't for a bunch of assholes to get up here and shout things at a screen. All right, the Discord link is in my link tree. You can find it also by going to tinyurl.com/DZ Discord. Again, tinyurl.com/DZ Discord. You'll find it. But you could do the link tree. All right, let me grab some super chats, friends. And we'll get out of here. Dry coming in again says, as the Crusader says, Du's vault, God wills it. It was the rally. I'm sorry, I read it again, but it was good enough. We'll read it twice. It was good enough. It was good. Holla Furphy coming in again. Thank you for the 666 satanic Argentinian dollars. I appreciate that. He says that divorce and fertility rates talking point is so dumb. I agree. It's irrelevant to God's existence. Staying married doesn't necessarily mean happiness. We all know that a big chunk of those conservative peoples with a dozen kids secretly hope things were different. So this is a good point. And Dr. Joe turned me on to this a while ago with some studies. So among conservative Christians who are part of these, let's have a bunch of kids, a large number of them are in domestic violence situations. So among these Christians, even though they're together, even though they're having kids, women are much more likely to put up with domestic violence, right? That's crazy, right? So if Christianity produces more DV, it can't be good, right? His own talking point ruins itself when you look at the DV statistics. Gizzards, my friend, thank you for 10 DZ gifted memberships. 10 more people got access to the cheat sheet. Thank you, Gizzards. I appreciate that. And I did just add more material to the appendix. You're going to love it. Look at the appendix tab in the cheat sheet. Gizzards again coming in for a $20 super chat. Said, I swear to Doug that so many of these guests could be rebutted with, sir, this is a Wendy's. I feel like somebody sent that already, but Gizzards, thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate it. I did hear that at least once tonight, though. Did I see some of these twice? Oh, because I read them twice. That's my bad. My bad. But listen, Gizzards, that was good anyways. Lord said, I'm late. I love that. Yep, we read that one. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I duplicated some of these by accident. Germs. Thank you for the super chat. DNA has tons of tech debt. Dry and clean old code. So that's a good point. What are you going to say, Ems? Oh, sorry. He's not going to say anything. Cutlery says, still going. You champions. Cutlery, I'm going to bed. I am tired and I'm toast. We've been at this for like 6.5, 7 hours.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say that a famous example of this is that we have the gene for the production of vitamin C, but it doesn't work. So we have the gene for the enzyme that produces vitamin C.
We have to get is it vitamin D from the sun?
Vitamin D, yes.
But it causes cancer.
Not vitamin D, like the sun, the ultra array light from the sun does damage DNA. So when the DNA is being put back together, it increases the risk of mutation. But the vitamin D itself doesn't cause cancer.
No, the sun causes cancer.
It's a mechanism. The sun does, yes.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
In the same mechanism, but what is, to me at least, what is crazier is the fact of vitamin C.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It exists in the code.
It's crazy that so if you compare the code of human beings to like what I had to do at work, like they would send you back to the drawing board. They'd be like, no, you can't give this to the customer. They'll demand a refund. Smallest says, Justin, stop fronting. You're a tad younger than me, which puts you at the tail end of millennial, not a boomer. Actually, Smalley, you're right. So I'm actually considered an elder millennial, which means at best I'm bordering Gen X. My older siblings are mostly Gen X. I love Gen X, by the way. They're the best generation. They're chill. They're laid back. They just want to stay out of the nonsense. They're a super cool generation. And Hardwork says, W. Wesley, may all you infantile theists learn manners and how to have a good faith conversation. Grow up, be like Wesley, ask yourselves, what would Wesley do? I agree. Listen, it's crazy to me that Christians come up here and don't behave like Wesley. When I was a Christian and I was engaging with atheists and Muslims and whatnot, I was like Wesley. I was like, let's talk about these. Let's have a substantant. I can't say the word. Whatever. We're gonna have a good conversation about substance. I wasn't looking to one up anybody. I wasn't looking to like school the atheist. That is antithetical to the Christian mission. The goal is to win people over. It says in the book, is it Ephesians, Philippians, Romans? Outdo one another in love. It says to outdo one. So the goal is not to outdo one another in a one-upsmanship. Outdo one another in love. So when we get Christians come up here trying to do crazy gotcha arguments, you haven't read your book. Timothy says, Wesley is the kind of Christian I wish I used to be. Timothy, I'm with you, dude. If more Christians were like Timothy, let me rephrase this. Wesley. If all Christians were like Wesley, we wouldn't be here doing this debate. Wouldn't be happening right now. Christianity would be the best show in town. Jammin' J says, can Ems elaborate on Shaheed for Iraqi bad guys?
I have no idea what they mean. Let me look that up.
Sorry, Jammin' J.
Could be a reference.
Jammin' J is either active or ex-military. I don't know if he's active or ex.
I have no idea.
No. Sorry, Jammin' J. We don't have a good answer for you.
Oh, maybe they mean what Shaheed is. Yeah, it is a person who has died in a battle in the name of Allah.
Like a martyr.
Pretty much, yes.
Interesting. Okay, so the question is, can Ems elaborate on martyrdom for Iraqi bad guys?
Yeah, and in the scripture it says, do not think that those who have died in the name of God are dead. They're actually alive in heaven. And this is an extra addition by Ems with their 72 versions.
In the Hadith, isn't there a verse about being in a river of milk?
See that again?
Isn't there's a Hadith somewhere about being in a river of milk as well?
I know, it's in the Quran.
Is that in the Quran?
So yeah. And it is not just milk, it is milk, honey, and alcohol.
That's crazy. I thought it was Hadith.
It says heavens under which rivers of alcohol flow.
That's crazy. Just so you know, I mean, a potential benefit of Islam is that there are rivers of milk and honey. Fair enough. I mean, you do.
Yeah, and beer.
Oh, and beer. And you get to subjugate women and have virgins. I mean, sounds delightful. Jason says this super chat is proof that Bible knowledge pays. Actually, that's a very good point, Jason. The super chat does demonstrate that having knowledge of the Bible works. Someone told me once the reason why your channel works is because you have Bible knowledge, not general knowledge, and I agree with that. Like, I couldn't spend my time doing what Ems does. Ems is debating a topic I'm not an expert in. But I live in a country where people think they're an expert in Christianity and they're not. They don't know anything. And so for that, I'm grateful that I went through all the pains of taking the education so I can prove this bullshit wrong. So, Ems, is anyone live right now that we can go raid? Who's live right now, friends?
Let me check.
Let's see.
Hey, while he's doing that, Justin, I want to recommend a book to you.
Oh, Philo Dragon. Good to see you, buddy.
I don't want to add to your list because I've got a huge list myself, but I think that you will love this book. It was recommended to me by Jack Engstrike and J. Mike.
It's got to be good.
Book. Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm going through it right now. It's by Gregory Dawes. It's called Theism and Explanation, 2009. You will love this book.
Looking up right now. It's on Amazon. It's published by Routledge. So it's got to be good.
It's really good.
It's in my checkout.
Yeah, and the thing it really helps with is when you come across folks who are mentioning people like Stephen Meyer, the design argument, complexity arguments, intricate, all these kind of arguments that they use. He talks about this idea of what's called the just so story, right, and stuff. And yeah, it's great for those kind of things.
Oh, I love it. Thank you for the suggestion. I know if the suggestion comes from you, it's going to be good. I did recently get the God argument by Grayling. I forget his first name.
Okay.
So
Easy going.
I'm going to be reading through that. Unfortunately, you and Ian have forced me to read philosophy. So I'm currently reading the dialogues of Plato.
Okay, cool.
If anyone's wondering what I'm doing with my free time, I'm currently reading the dialogues of Plato, and then I'm reading the God argument.
Okay.
But I appreciate the suggestion, my friend. Great to see you. Also, guys, if you're on TikTok and you're not following Philo Dragon, please do. You're in a band with J. Mike, even.
Yes, J. Mike and I are writing a record together. Yeah.
Are you guys ever going to release an album?
Yes, we are. We're looking for a vocalist right now, but they have to be humanist, right? So
Okay.
we need a screamer. Yeah,
Let me know when you get the album out. I'll push it.
we will. Yeah, you guys will get free tickets.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, my friend.
Likewise.
I think we've got one more super chat from Jam and Jay. He says, bad guys would save their bodies before engaging. That's a good point, actually. Like, if you're in a war and you're a bad guy, you wouldn't sacrifice your life. You would just sacrifice it, right? So I think this is a good point. So I always say that I think humans are more or less good, right? I think sometimes when we mix religion in, they can do good things in name of the religion. That's because they're good. They can do bad things in the name of religion because they were bad. The problem that religion enables you to do good thing while justifying the bad things is a problem. It should only give you justification for the good things, never give you justification for the bad things. And last one from Cutlery Duck says, Satan question, I'm interested in your view of what is in the book versus what believers believe. Your view, don't answer now, focus on bed. I appreciate it. Okay, so I spent a lot of time thinking about Satan. So hit me up sometimes, Cutlery Duck. We'll talk about Satan. I got a lot to say. And guess what? The Bible doesn't say most of what Christians think it says on Satan. So there's that. But anyways, friends, thank you so much. Did we find somebody to go raid?
Mezzo.
Mezzo's live? Dude, he's a madman. Mezzo is a madman being live right now. Okay, I want to put Mezzo on the screen. We're going to all raid Mezzo. Give me a second. If you're on YouTube, he's probably live on the Deconstruction Junction. Let me check. Oops. YouTube. Oop. There we go. So Mezzo is usually live on the Deconstruction Junction. Let's see if he's live there tonight.
Yeah, I'll be dropping. Thank you for having me.
He's not. Ems, thank you so much, my friend. It's great to see you. Thank you for helping out.
You too. Thank you. I appreciate you. Bye-bye.
So Mezzo is not live on the Deconstruction Junction, but he's live on TikTok. So let's all go to Mezzo_WS. Mezzo_WS. And let's tell him Justin and Doug are sending the raid. Justin and Doug raid to Mezzo_WS. Great friend of the channel, amazing individual, amazing creator. He's awesome. I'll meet you over there in just a minute. I'm going to be watching some